The Golden Age, deemed the pinnacle of human existence, has long since faded, destroyed in the decade-long Titanomachy. The new sovereign, Zeus, has imprisoned the old deities, including Prometheus, the progenitor of humanity, in the unfathomable depths of Tartarus. Only those old gods who supported Zeus, along with the new humans birthed by Prometheus, remain. This era is referred to as the Silver Age. Chapter 1. The Authority of History and Records. Even Hausen himself has nearly forgotten how many years have passed since he arrived in this world. For powerful deities, the passage of time bears little significance, akin to a gentle breeze in the mountains, elusive yet inconsequential. From a moment of his birth, he has been a god, the offspring of Hera, the seventh wife of Zeus, and the embodiment of the fire deity Hephaestus. He stands as the sole unattractive deity among the Pantheon, cast down from the lofty heights of Olympus by his own mother, Hera, and landing on the island of Lemnos. There he was taken in by Thalassa, the primordial goddess of the sea, revered as the grandmother of the oceans. With her husband, Oceanus, she bore countless sons and daughters, ruling over all the renowned lakes, streams, and marshes of the world. In terms of power and influence, aside from the 5 original primordial deities and the later celestial god Uranus, their lineage could have dominated the age of gods. Hephaestus sniffed, recalling that although he was raised by Thalassa, his true nurturing came from one of her many daughters, Eurynome, the goddess of water meadows. Eurynome is the 3rd wife of Zeus and mother of the Graces, who embody the splendor, joy, and revelry of Iphigenia, Euphrosyne, and Talia, respectively. Thinking of Aglaea brought an involuntary smile to Hephaestus' lips. Despite being the only deity of unappealing visage, not all shunned him, some held him in esteem from a distance, like his grandmother Thalassa and his nurturing mother Eurynome. Not to mention Aglaea, unlike her sisters, who personified joy and festivity, Aglaea was drawn to him from the very beginning, indifferent to his appearance. They were of similar age, having spent their childhood together. Hephaestus exhaled deeply, calming the tumult within. "It's not good to let my mind wander every time trouble arises," he mused. He brushed the dust from his fine robe and made his way along the desolate path of Lemnos to its highest point. From this vantage, Hephaestus gazed upon the realm of mortals toiling in the fields. Unlike their predecessors of the Golden Age, these humans are bound by the limitations of mortality, living only for a century, their appearances remaining childlike until the moment of their demise. They refer to this age as the Silver Age, a tribute to the lost splendor of humanity's Golden Age. The Golden Age met its demise in the conflict for supremacy among the gods. Hephaestus surveyed the land, acutely aware that humanity could never regain the glory of the former age. Indeed, they would gradually fade with the passage of time. Just as in the Golden Age, there are no women among them, necessitating the continual creation by the deities to sustain their existence. Yet their creator, the Titan Prometheus, is no longer among the living, imprisoned by Zeus in the abyss of Tartarus. Even as a deity of immense power, escape is beyond the realm of possibility. For the master of the abyss is Tartarus, one of the 5 original primordial deities, a formidable entity and the very essence of the abyss itself. As long as Tartarus endures, the abyss remains, and all beings that fall into it become part of his power, condemned to dwell within its depths. Throughout history, there has been but a single instance of a being entering and exiting the abyss unscathed, involving another great deity, the primordial god Uranus. He enveloped the abyss with the entire expanse of the sky, standing at its zenith, wielding unparalleled power to seal the deepest part of Tartarus, compelling him to surrender his progeny, the 3 Cendamanes and the 3 Cyclopes. Thus, Hephaestus deduced that absent extraordinary circumstance, Prometheus would spend eternity in the abyss. Though he too is a child of Uranus, born of Gaia, one of the primordial gods, he chose to ally with his mother during the conflict between the celestial and earth deities, aiding his brother Cronus in seizing the throne. Gaia, however, lacked the resolve to confront Tartarus, maintaining a close relationship with him. According to Hephaestus' knowledge, they later bore Typhon, the infamous progenitor of monsters, who was commanded to revolt against Zeus, supported by Uranus. He felt fortunate, yet did not believe that fortune would align with the unfolding of every narrative. Hephaestus continued to gaze into the distance, ultimately spotting a figure at the world's western edge, at the end of all things. There stood a giant, a true giant, shouldering the heavens and standing amidst the mountains, straining in the space between sky and earth. The creatures of the earth trembled at his presence, and the winds that ravaged the clouds could only reach his chest. He is Atlas, the titan who holds up the sky, a deity of immense power. After Zeus overthrew the previous king, Cronus, and established the Olympian Pantheon, the remaining titans, unwilling to accept defeat, rallied around Atlas as their leader and marched upon Olympus. Zeus, unable to withstand their might, was forced to retreat. Yet, Atlas was not the true protagonist of this war. He was merely a pawn on the chessboard, with the celestial god Uranus and earth goddess Gaia as the players. After Uranus compelled Tartarus to release his 6 giant sons, he, along with Zeus and 6 other deities of great power, besieged him. Atlas fought valiantly against 7, enduring for 3 days until his strength waned, ultimately succumbing to Zeus' might. In the aftermath of the conflict, the resisting titans were cast into the abyss, leaving Atlas' fate uncertain. His unwavering spirit and valor in battle drew the attention of gods. Tartarus, however, refused to accept the leader of this insurrection. Thus, at Zeus' suggestion, a tacit agreement was reached between the celestial and earth deities. Atlas would bear the weight of the heavens, indirectly reducing the likelihood of conflict between the two mighty entities. When Atlas awoke, he found himself positioned between sky and earth, eternally subjected to the divine power descending from above, with the earth beneath him preventing his escape. Hephaestus sighed, recognizing that Atlas truly embodied heroism. Had he but chosen to bend and yield, he could have liberated himself from his burden. Yet, even the mightiest of gods could not compel him to bow. Hephaestus extended his hand, and an ancient tome materialized within his grasp. Within its pages lie the tale of the world's genesis from chaos, the emergence of the first being, Gaia, and her solitary nurturing of the celestial god Uranus, the sea god Pontus, and the mountain god Uranus. Hephaestus turned the pages one by one until he finally reached a blank page. With his finger as a quill, he meticulously sketched the figure of Atlas holding up the heavens in the air, and vibrant colors emerged on the blank page, more vivid and radiant than all the illustrations recorded before. Undoubtedly, this ancient tome was a divine artifact, a creation forged by Hephaestus himself, aptly named the Chronicle of Time. As the deity presiding over fire, volcanoes, forging, smelting, masonry, and sculpture, he was the quintessential god of craftsmanship. However, the hierarchy among deities was exceedingly rigid, with varying degrees of divine power. Weak, moderate, strong, great, and supreme. Even the formidable Titan Atlas, despite his immense strength, found himself in a precarious position before 2 deities of great divine power. Hephaestus was determined to avoid such a fate for himself. Currently, he wielded moderate divine power, and with but a thought, he could ascend to the realm of strong divine power. Apart from the 5 primordial deities and Uranus, no one could subjugate him. Yet, once he attained the status of a strong deity, there would be no further ascent. The authority he governed would not permit it. Furthermore, every action he took would be scrutinized from multiple perspectives, leaving him with no opportunity to rise further. Thus, Hephaestus continually restrained himself. Now, he aimed to rely on the artifact, the Chronicle of Time, anchoring his endeavor to record the process of Atlas holding up the heavens, thereby consolidating the powers of history and documentation. The images on the yellowed pages gradually sharpened, depicting the giant standing at the world's western edge. The towering mountains he tread upon were mere stepping stones compared to his colossal form, while below lay the distinctly demarcated sea and land, where humanity, of the Silver Age, toiled. It was just a matter of the final touch. Suddenly, Hephaestus lifted his gaze and met the eyes of Atlas. The Titan, calm in demeanor, had been watching him from across an infinite range of mountains. Upon noticing that Hephaestus finally looked his way, Atlas mischievously blinked, glancing at the sky and then at the earth, his eyes betraying a strong sense of mockery. This moment was perfectly captured by Hephaestus in the illustrations of the Chronicle of Time. It was accomplished. Hephaestus closed the tome and deliberately shut his eyes to sever the connection with the Titan Atlas. From that moment forth, his dominion expanded by 2 more realms. His divine titles would encompass the god of fire, the god of forging and masonry, the god of sculpture as well as the god of history and documentation. With the mountain winds caressing the highest point of Lemnos Island, Hephaestus inclined his head slightly toward the west and murmured, "Thank you." Chapter 2. Rebirth and Annihilation. Brother, I knew you would be here. Aglaia, the radiant goddess, ascended the desolate path behind him. Still watching humanity? Indeed. Their numbers dwindle each passing year. Soon they will vanish completely. I am aware. You always possess such vast knowledge. Yes, whom I encountered today? I cannot fathom. You are deceiving me. You clearly know. Aglaia pouted. You are privy to so many things, possessing prophetic abilities, yet you withhold them from me. Hephaestus chuckled. What makes you think so? Aglaia rolled her eyes. There lies the divine chariot of the sun god that you forged at home. I didn't comprehend it before, but recently, the sun god Hyperion and his wife, alongside Atlas, defied Zeus and were cast into the abyss. The outcome is in. Their son Helios has been appointed as the new sun god, a being of moderate divine power. Helios cannot illuminate the earth for a day without a compatible artifact to assist him. He will surely come to you. He has no other choice. Indeed, while there are many deities in the world, few possess the skill to craft artifacts at will. Apart from the Cyclopean brothers, sons of the primordial Uranus, only I, the god of forge, Hephaestus, remain. The former are immensely powerful, while I, of modest prowess, am known for my amiable disposition. No one would seek distant aid when there is closer assistance available. Hephaestus teased, has my foolish sister begun to think independently? Or am I merely growing old? I have long matured. It is you who regards me as a child, she retorted. This is for you, a gift from Clotho. Aglaia tossed a garment into Hephaestus's arms. As he unfurled it, he beheld a luxurious black cloak with a hood, soft and exquisite, equipped with ties for secure fastening. Aglaia observed him furtively and remarked cryptically, a cloak that can only reveal its true form to one of great divine power. She is quite generous. What is your connection with her? Merely friends. Friends? Aglaia murmured. Then you are quite remarkable, to befriend the weaver of fate, Clotho. She is one of the primordial 5, the daughter of Nyx, the goddess of night, born alone. Together with her 2 sisters, she governs the dominion of fate. Hephaestus replied, it is but a triviality. Deities remain unbound by the threads of fate. Furthermore, he added thoughtfully, can such a terrifying power as fate truly be wielded by a deity of moderate strength? Aglaia rolled her eyes again. That is precisely why the 3 sisters govern together. The eldest, Clotho, weaves fate. The second, Lachesis, allocates it. And the youngest, Atropos, severs it. Since they have succeeded in their endeavors, is that not reasonable? Perhaps, Hephaestus conceded. Aglaia continued, you speak constantly of possibilities and uncertainties, filled with vacuous musings. Is it only you, or do all those gifted with prophecy share this trait? After a moment of contemplation, Hephaestus replied cautiously, I do not know. Brother, you are becoming increasingly dull. I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself. With that, Aglaia descended the steps. Where are you going? Hephaestus inquired. To the mortal realm, to attempt to govern matters of music. I do not wish to be outpaced by another, relegated to being a mere attendant. I would find it distasteful to accompany him in dance as he plays the lyre. The newly appointed sun god Helios has dispatched a divine servant with the consent of Zeus, commanding you to craft an artifact associated with the sun. Shall I bring him the chariot of the sun? Hephaestus frowned. Why does he not come himself? Artifacts cannot simply be wielded upon receipt. Hephaestus chuckled. I appreciate your efforts. Aglaia. Cut it. You can only trouble me, my esteemed brother. Aglaia departed. The summit of Lemnos Island fell into tranquility. Hephaestus donned the black cloak gifted by his friend, fastening the hood, and he instantly vanished from sight. Standing in his place was a graceful, handsome youth. Hephaestus savored the exquisite utility of the artifact woven from the threads of fate. Moments later, he mused, it is of little use. Falsehood remains falsehood. As the eldest of the 3 sisters of fate, Clotho is often depicted as an elderly woman. Yet, she possesses a youthful, beautiful side, embodying intellectual grace. However, due to the backlash of her dominion over fate, she voluntarily conceals and bears the entirety of the repercussions. Thus, she is compelled to present herself predominantly as an old woman. Hephaestus's friendship with her is attributed not only to Clotho's gentle nature, but also to her striking appearance. Hence, upon receiving the cloak, Hephaestus comprehended her intentions. It was indeed a gesture of thoughtfulness. Let me experience something genuine. Hephaestus removed the hood, releasing the call of his inherent powers. In an instant, all flames burning in the world flickered gently, bowing to Hephaestus at the pinnacle of Lemnos Island. Hephaestus extended his arms, slowly levitating into the air, his serene visage enveloped in flames. He had long possessed the essence of a deity of immense power. Now, all was in place, and the time had come. From above his head and shoulders, two plumes of fire surged upward. Hephaestus began to vow, inscribing rules in the flames below, thus solidifying his own existence. I, Hephaestus, today am reborn from the ashes, paving the way for this world. From this day forth, humankind shall bathe in fire, purging their mortal burdens, establishing the foundation for divinity. Upon completion of his declaration, the skin upon Hephaestus's body cracked in layers. From his former shell, Hephaestus emerged anew, his once ugly visage replaced by that of an elegant, appealing middle-aged man, experiencing the profound mysteries of a powerful deity. He surveyed his renewed countenance. Almost there. Now, I am truly worthy of my title. An ancient tome materialized in his hands, its pages yellowed with age, revealing the latest illustration of Hephaestus himself ascending to great power, shedding the superficial. He gazed down upon the earth, where humanity of the Silver Age toiled diligently, lacking methods and tools, and without the protection of deities, they often labored in vain. An invisible shroud of black mist coiled around them. An extension of the power of Hades, the ruler of the underworld, brother to Zeus. They have been targeted. In the depths of the sea, Poseidon, the god of the ocean and brother to Zeus, was not idle either. He pursued a goddess who seemed less than enamored with his advances, constantly eluding him. Undeterred, Poseidon traversed from the deep sea to the shallows, from the ocean's surface to the shore, unaware of the countless sea deities he brushed past. Hephaestus's gaze shifted skyward. The divine chariot of the sun god he forged was already in use, piloted by a resplendent deity racing across the heavens. Though it was a divine artifact, its utilization was rather primitive. The radiant deity was drawn forward by 4 golden flaming steeds. Hephaestus shook his head in exasperation. Even if I bestow upon you the chariot of the sun, you would not know how to wield it, a waste of my labor. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. From now on, whatever transpires shall be of no concern to me. The sun rises as always, and each deity attends to their own affairs. Except for the most glorious and blissful era of humanity, the Golden Age has been annihilated, leaving behind the new human remnants of the Silver Age, struggling for existence upon the earth. Hephaestus sat upon the ground, murmuring, deities are eternal, yet power is not. Let all begin. I am ready. Chapter 3. The ocean goddess, the sky, the earth, the ocean, and the underworld. These realms are intricately intertwined, with the ocean housing the most deities, each possessing a complex web of power. The ocean's first master was Pontus, son of Gaia, the earth goddess, and brother to Uranus, the sky god. He was the world's first sea god, wielding immense divine power. During the reign of the primordial god-king Uranus over the earth, Pontus maintained an ambiguous stance towards him. Ultimately, Uranus was overthrown by his own son, Cronus, and Pontus played a part in this downfall. After Uranus fled to the heavens, Pontus united with his wife, who was also his mother, Gaia, and together they birthed children, the gentle Nereus, the wondrous Thomas, the wrathful Phorcys, the perilous Ceto, and the powerful Eurybia. With Gaia's support, Pontus retained dominion over the ocean depths even as a new god-king ascended. The second master of the ocean was Oceanus, the god of the ocean, and his wife, Tethys, who were both siblings of Cronus. They ruled over all waters beyond the depths where Pontus resided, dwelling in the deep sea, neighbors to the ancient sea god Pontus. During the fierce conflict between the current god-king Zeus and his father Cronus, the couple discerned the divine struggle between the sky gods and earth gods and chose to remain observers, preserving their authority over the ocean. Now, the ocean has welcomed its new master, Poseidon, Zeus's brother, who commands the powers of the sea. Yet, there is no place left for him within the ocean, as 3 formidable sea deities and their progeny firmly dominate all aspects of it, including the streams, lakes, and marshes on land. In contrast to his 2 brothers, Zeus resides on Olympus as the nominal king of the gods, while Hades rules the underworld. Poseidon, however, holds only the title of sea god and possesses nothing else. This explains why Hephaestus, from the highest point of Lemnos Island, gazes upon Poseidon as he pursues a goddess. The object of his chase is Amphitrite, a sea nymph of lesser divine power, daughter of Nereus, the gentle sea god, and Doris, one of the many daughters of Oceanus and Tethys. How fortunate! This enchanting maiden, possessing beauty and grace, has ties to the three most powerful deities of the sea. Marrying her would secure a place for Poseidon in the ocean. But does Amphitrite desire this? Of course, she does, albeit with a clever sense of timing. Her father Nereus, gifted with prophetic abilities, foretold that she would one day be a queen. Amphitrite had already encountered Poseidon on Naxos Island, where she danced in sheer veils, captivating him utterly. Poseidon, believing she was unaware of his presence, had no inkling of why she suddenly changed her attire to dance. Now, the ocean's deities are all aware of Poseidon's pursuit of Amphitrite. Yet, she leisurely roams the sea, surveying her future domain, tantalizing Poseidon with her indifference. Upon reaching the waters surrounding Lemnos Island, she spots Hephaestus seated atop its highest point. She knows of Hephaestus, Hera's solitary son, a figure of unattractiveness and a master blacksmith. Amphitrite squints, contemplating if she could leverage his connection to Zeus. Poseidon might not be the most opportune choice after all. She lets her hair down, a sorrowful expression gracing her beautiful face as she approaches Lemnos Island. This tactic has served her well in the past, and she can already envision the ugly blacksmith approaching her, asking, "Beautiful goddess, what troubles you? Perhaps I can assist." Hephaestus, observing from the heights of Lemnos, notices Amphitrite. He raises his hand to cast an invisible barrier, obstructing her path. After all, it is one thing to watch a performance, but quite another to be drawn into the fray. Hephaestus resumes his task of painting the annals of time, creating numerous illustrations that weave a coherent narrative, with Amphitrite as the central figure. However, the painted version of Amphitrite contrasts sharply with her sorrowful demeanor in reality. In the artwork, she exudes triumph, casting disdainful glances at every deity she encounters, reminiscent of a peacock flaunting its plumage. As Hephaestus paints, he chuckles softly, remarking, "How many deities are foolish? It is only because you can deliver tangible benefits that Poseidon tolerates your actions. You are destined to be his queen, bringing forth the greatest advantages. He has no other choice. Just wait. The more pretentious you are now, the more he will belittle you in the future." Amphitrite encounters resistance on Lemnos Island, where Hephaestus denies her an unfriendly visit by erecting an invisible barrier. That ugly brute. Disheartened, Amphitrite realizes that if she cannot connect with Zeus, Poseidon might indeed be her best option. Her standards are high. She dismisses any deity weaker than those of formidable divine power. Yet, the only deities in the ocean who meet her criteria are Oceanus and the primordial sea god Pontus, both of whom are married with children, leaving Amphitrite without a competitive edge. It is time to take action. She journeys westward to the edge of the earth, where the ocean meets the land. And there stands the mighty Atlas, the titan who supports the heavens. Amphitrite pleads, "O mighty Atlas, please assist me. The sea god Poseidon compels me to be his wife, and I have nowhere to turn." Atlas lowers his colossal head from the clouds, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. "You should not have come to me. My feet are bound, and my hands are shackled. You should seek refuge from your father or mother." Pontus and Oceanus would not allow Poseidon to act with impunity. Amphitrite cast her gaze downward, avoiding Atlas's eyes. "I believe in your power, mighty Atlas." In an instant, Atlas's booming laughter echoes across the sky. "Suit yourself." Amphitrite seems oblivious to the mockery in his tone, taking a seat in the shadow behind Atlas's mighty leg, waiting in silence. At last, Poseidon's servant, a dolphin, arrives, surfacing to call out to Amphitrite, drawing her attention. Seemingly resigned, the goddess contemplates escape but finds herself ensnared, destined to become a wife. She glances at the dolphin and then back at Atlas, her lovely face shifting from anticipation to sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Atlas remains a cold observer until the dolphin carries Amphitrite beneath the waves towards Poseidon's palace, at which point he coldly utters two words, "A farce." Chapter 4. The divine King Zeus and Queen Hera. The wedding of the sea goddess Amphitrite and the new god of the sea, Poseidon, went unnoticed. For at that very moment, a grander ceremony was taking place. The groom of this illustrious event was none other than the divine king, Zeus, and the bride was Hera, the goddess presiding over marriage and childbirth, a deity of immense power and the mother of Hephaestus. This was a long-awaited union. Zeus and Hera had been in love for over 3 centuries, during which time Zeus had taken 6 wives and countless lovers. Yet it was Hera who remained steadfast by his side. Together, they overcame every adversity, toppled their father Cronus, established the Olympian Pantheon, and summoned the other gods. Hence, Zeus treated Hera with a generosity that he reserved for no other, distinctly different from how he had engaged with his previous wives. At the wedding, in the presence of the gods, he vowed to share his divine throne and powers with Hera, acknowledging the legitimate status of their son Hephaestus, born solely of Hera, and bestowing upon him the title of chief deity of the Olympian Pantheon. He even compelled Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, to wed Hephaestus, a god of equal might who had recently joined their ranks. But Zeus's declarations were not mere words, he acted upon them. Hera immediately received a portion of Zeus's power, accompanied by thunder and lightning whenever she ventured forth, capable of gathering and dispersing clouds and summoning storms. Even Zeus's most treasured artifact, the thunderbolt crafted by the Cyclopes, sons of the sky god Uranus, became hers to wield at will. The other gods understood that Hera was exceptional. Unlike Zeus's previous wives and lovers, she was the queen, holding a position in Zeus's heart that transcended his relentless pursuit of divine supremacy. The gods showered them with gifts. Strangely, however, Zeus did not invite his supporter, the sky god Uranus, who had aided him in ascending to kingship. Even more peculiarly, Gaia, the earth goddess and supporter of the former king Cronus, appeared unbidden, presenting lavish gifts. Among them was a divine tree bearing golden apples, and she generously offered a colossal serpent named Python, of moderate divine power, for Hera to command. The weight of Gaia's gifts drew the attention of the other gods. The wedding concluded amidst laughter and the blessings of the deities. Yet its underlying significance stirred considerable unrest among them. The goddess Hera, who presided over marriage and childbirth, could no longer be referred to as the 7th wife of the divine king Zeus. She was to be addressed as the queen, equal in dignity to Zeus himself. On the island of Lemnos, Hephaestus remained perched atop the highest point, faithfully chronicling history in the annals of time. He too had sent gifts to the wedding, a pair of golden boots, a scepter, a crown, and a subtly symbolic golden throne representing Hera's power. All 4 gifts were divine artifacts crafted by Hephaestus himself. In the original narrative, the golden throne symbolizing Hera's authority was indeed fashioned by him. Yet it ought not to have been presented at this juncture. He had constructed it out of a desire for revenge against Hera for abandoning him. The moment she sat upon it, she would become ensnared by its rules, rendered immobile. Zeus would then intervene, marrying the most beautiful of the goddesses, Aphrodite, to mend the rift between mother and son. Hephaestus sighed, realizing his plan had backfired. By presenting the throne prematurely, he intended to reconcile with Hera and avoid any future union with Aphrodite. He had never truly seen his mother, nor was he enamored with the goddess of beauty. The series of coincidences that led to his abandonment were too fortuitous. He fell upon Lemnos, was adopted by the sea goddess Thetis, who, alongside her husband Oceanus, maintained neutrality during the wars. Hephaestus believed that if multiple coincidences converged, the outcome was a result of various forces at play. Moreover, Thetis, his adoptive mother, was also Hera's foster mother. As for Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, the mere thought of marrying her caused Hephaestus distress. Though she was the most beautiful woman in the world, her demeanor was loose and her private life scandalous. In the tales of yore, Aphrodite was known to have many lovers among the gods and countless suitors among mortals. Hephaestus's hand brushed against the coarse cloak gifted by Clotho, the weaver of fate, feeling the delicate touch of destiny's threads. Mother, he mused, I know you mean well, but I cannot grasp it. He gazed into the distance, where storm clouds gathered upon Olympus, thunder cracking ominously. It seemed to signal the impending matters concerning his marriage. Earlier, upon Mount Olympus, Zeus and Hera engaged in conversation. As the echoes of a woman's voice filled his mind, Zeus inquired, Is it true that Metis bore a daughter? He continued, Why does Uranus toy with me through prophecy? Hera hesitated, suggesting, Perhaps it is merely a reflection of his own malevolent amusement derived from his immense power. Zeus fell silent, his figure bathed in the celestial glow of Olympus, his gaze shadowed by foreboding. His life had been marred by 2 prophecies from the same individual, Uranus, which felt less like foretelling and more like curses. The first prophecy had partially come to pass. It was Uranus's warning to his son Cronus, stating, You will eventually be overthrown by your own offspring. Indeed, Zeus had usurped Cronus, However, the elusive Cronus had passed this curse on to Zeus. The second prophecy was one directed at Zeus himself, uttered by Uranus at the zenith of the heavens. You and the goddess Metis shall bear a son whose power will surpass yours. Metis, Zeus's first wife, had united with him in their shared pursuit of power. She was his trusted advisor and strategist. Zeus's ability to confront Cronus in his weaker moments was bolstered by Uranus's support and Metis's cunning alliances. Now, it seemed he had erred. He lamented to Hera, "Is it truly impossible to transcend the hierarchy of divine powers? I feel like a mere puppet thrust into the limelight. I am beginning to understand my father's plight." Fully aware of the chasm between great and divine power, he still chose to imprison his siblings within his belly, clutching at the faintest glimmer of hope. Hera grasped Zeus's hand, offering gentle comfort, as she had done throughout the years. "Do not despair. You shall eventually ascend to the ranks of the greatest divine powers. If Uranus could achieve it, so too can you." Zeus replied, "I see no path forward. Where are the means to attain such power or authority? They elude me." Hera reassured him, "Do you forget? You have inherited the wisdom of Metis. You have consistently engaged in alliances and stratagems. Your divine wives and scattered offspring have aided you significantly in the wars. Thus, your efforts are not in vain. We possess eternal life, and opportunities shall always arise. The immediate task is to extricate the daughter of Metis from your mind. She is innocent. Zeus, I trust no one else but you. I am wary of all others." "Who?" "My son, Hephaestus." Zeus pondered. "I recall him. I was then in the embrace of the goddess of justice, Themis. In a fit of jealousy, you bore him alone. Did you not cast him away to the sea goddess Thetis, to shield him from the divine conflict? Can he comprehend this?" "Hera, he has indeed come to understand. At our wedding, he presented 4 gifts, all of divine craftsmanship. You may find it hard to believe, but Hephaestus possesses the gift of prophecy as well. The golden throne he bestowed upon me perfectly complements my queenly authority." Zeus rose from his throne, calling forth a tempest of thunderclouds. "Then let us seek him out. He is your child, and thus I shall acknowledge him." "Wait," said Hera, "bring Aphrodite along. You intend to witness their union through the authority of marriage, binding them as an inseparable couple for eternity? Hephaestus may resent you for this. Aphrodite is no virtuous spouse. My son, Hephaestus, deserves the finest of women." Chapter 5. Athena. Persephone and Zagreus above the island of Lemnos. Dark storm clouds gathered, thunder rumbled ominously. In a transcendental moment, the supreme god Zeus, the queen of the heavens Hera, and the goddess of beauty Aphrodite manifested in the central temple of the fire god. Hephaestus had been waiting for quite some time. As the 3 deities revealed their true forms, he bowed respectfully. "My lord, my queen," he greeted. Hera nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging his preparedness. "My child, you have done remarkably well. I am quite fond of your gift." Hephaestus smiled, replying, "I am glad you are pleased, mother." Zeus remained silent, scrutinizing Hephaestus closely. The cloak woven from the threads of fate concealed his appearance, yet it could not mask the immense power radiating from him. This child had already ascended to the ranks of deities of his caliber. Zeus felt content, for Hephaestus' lineage destined him to be a deity of Olympus, ensuring he would not be his adversary. With a benevolent expression and an authoritative tone, he declared, "You have done well, Hephaestus. You must be aware of the vow I made on the day of my grand wedding. I now officially appoint you as one of the 12 Olympian gods. The god of fire, Aphrodite, shall be your wife." The usually expressionless Aphrodite stepped forward at his words. She had seen Hephaestus' unattractive visage only once in the temple and had not dared to look again. This marriage was not to her liking, but it was the collective will of Zeus and Hera. Unless she wished to abandon her position as one of the 12 Olympian gods, she had no choice. However, she thought, marriage was merely a process to her, not a shackle. It was simply a title of wife, which she could bear. Hephaestus had anticipated this moment. He turned to his mother Hera, the arbiter of marriage, knowing that any union bearing her witness would become eternal, unbroken even by death, regardless of the simplicity of the ceremony. "Fortunately, everything about me is a fade. My name is false, my intentions are false, even my appearance is false. The one marrying you is the cloak I wear. It has nothing to do with me, Hephaestus." As the words fell, an intangible bond was established. With Hera as witness, Aphrodite and Hephaestus and his cloak were now united as husband and wife. "Hephaestus, I have come for another matter," Zeus stated. "I require your assistance in bringing forth my daughter with the goddess of wisdom, Metis. She has already taken form in my mind, clamoring to be released. Hephaestus's eyes widened in disbelief. My lord, I do not possess the authority concerning childbirth. Hera interjected, explaining, it is not you who will deliver her. Zeus's mind is like a prison, confining Metis's daughter. You are to set her free. Hephaestus gulped nervously. With an axe? Yes, an axe, Zeus confirmed. You frequently forge divine artifacts. You must have experience in wielding your strength. This method will diminish your authority, my lord. Are you truly resolved? Hephaestus pressed. I have inherited the wisdom of her mother, Metis. This is merely a return to her. It is a restoration of what belongs to her, Zeus replied. Hephaestus ceased his inquiries, inhaling deeply as an axe materialized in his hand. After receiving Zeus's approving glance, he swung the axe forcefully against Zeus's head. The strike was precise, and a fissure opened on Zeus's forehead. Accompanied by a burst of radiance, a beautiful goddess clad in armor emerged, appearing to be in her youth, possessing moderate divine power. Upon landing, she confidently proclaimed, I am Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Zeus, no longer demanding, felt the absence of wisdom weighing heavily on him, requiring time to acclimate. I shall descend to the mortal realm to observe how humanity fares now, and whether they still hold faith in Cronus. The annals of time record all. As Zeus roamed the earth, he discovered a graceful maiden in a valley, who was also a goddess, Persephone, the daughter of his fourth wife, Demeter, the goddess of harvest. In the absence of ethical constraints among the gods, the residual divine power of wisdom revealed to Zeus that uniting with Persephone would yield a child of formidable strength. He also perceived Demeter's protective instincts, foreseeing that Persephone might bear a powerful son with Zeus. Demeter had hidden her daughter in this valley to shield her from Zeus's grasp. Without hesitation, Zeus transformed into a dragon and entered the valley, coercing Persephone to unite with him. A year later, he joyfully beheld a newborn with horns upon his head. Zeus named him Zagreus, meaning the one with horns. In the golden throne room, Hera had been waiting expectantly. Zeus exclaimed, He is extraordinary. The remnants of wisdom I possess reveal that he will become a deity of great power. However, before that, he must endure certain tribulations. What tribulations? Hera inquired. Zeus narrowed his eyes, a sinister gleam in his gaze. The 6 giant sons of the god Uranus are at our disposal, are they not? Find a pretext to have them eliminate this child. I will retain his heart to nurture him personally, forging the foundation for his divine prowess. Hera frowned. Must I always be the villain? Zeus chuckled. It's not as though this is your first time. Demeter will suspect nothing of you. Her ire will be directed toward Uranus's sons. As equals in divine strength, she will have no recourse but to accept it. Is he Demeter's child? Hera asked. No, he is the son of Demeter's daughter, Persephone, Zeus clarified. Hera nodded. That simplifies matters. I know what to do. The god Uranus had 6 giant sons, 3 of whom were one-eyed giants, known as the Cyclopes, and the other 3 were the Cendamanes, possessing 50 heads and 100 arms. The Cyclopes were embodiments of thunder, lightning, and thunderclaps, skilled in forging. Zeus's thunderbolt was crafted by them. The Cendamanes represented the earth's power and were gluttonous. From birth, these 6 giants were endowed with immense strength, but lacked intellect and avoided contemplation. Before their birth, Uranus had commanded the earth goddess Gaia not to bring them forth until they attained great power within her womb. Unwilling to comply, Gaia incited her youngest son, Cronus, to overthrow his father, thus initiating the age of conflict between sky and earth. The prematurely born giants, despite their formidable power, were not particularly clever. After being rescued from the abyss by Uranus, they were cast upon Mount Olympus to be governed by Zeus. Today, they received a command from Queen Hera to slay her rival, Persephone's son, Zagreus. Without a second thought, the 6 giants headed straight to the designated location indicated by Hera. To avoid suspicion, Zeus had already departed Mount Olympus, allowing the giants to reach Zagreus's temple unimpeded. Sensing impending danger, the infant deity concealed himself within his cradle. However, he, possessing only a feeble divine power, found himself utterly defenseless against the 6 formidable deities of the first rank. Staripes, the eldest of the Cyclopean brothers and the embodiment of thunder, effortlessly conjured a mirror that revealed the concealed whereabouts of Zagreus. The 300-armed giants ruthlessly seized his tender throat. In the final throes of life, Zagreus appeared to be ignited by an insatiable yearning for survival. He transformed into a bull, charging fiercely with his sharp horns against the giants, fighting for his very existence. The 100-armed giant strangled him, dismembered his bovine form with their blades, and subjected him to the flames. Meanwhile, the wise goddess Athena, who had long concealed herself, stifled her discomfort and, under Zeus's command, salvaged Zagreus's heart, placing it within a box. Centuries later, he would be reborn in a new guise. Chapter 6. The Bronze Age. In the valley where the goddess of abundance, Demeter, resided with her daughter, Persephone, a sudden surge of heart-pounding dread enveloped her. An intense pain gripped her, akin to the coldness of a blade slicing through flesh, intertwined with the searing heat of flames. An inexplicable bond between mother and child whispered to her that her son had perished. She gazed towards Mount Olympus, her expression marred by sorrow and despair. Your son is dead, dismembered, cooked, and consumed by the giant offspring of the god Uranus. From the shadows of the valley, Hades, the lord of the underworld and brother of Zeus, appeared uninvited. Why must it be my son? Why not another's? Persephone's seemingly calm words concealed a tempest of rage and confusion. This is his fate. He was born to endure such a calamity, destined for rebirth only after millennia. Persephone repeated, then why must it be my son, rather than another's? Do you feel anger? Hades found the situation amusing. You are powerless, and your mother, Demeter, is equally so. This is a game played between the god Uranus and the earth goddess Gaia. Gaia foresaw everything and hid you away, yet Uranus, guided by prophecy, compelled Zeus to swallow the goddess of wisdom, Metis, and still found you. Persephone laughed mockingly. And what of you? The Olympian deities, mere insects scrambling for survival? Hades replied, you are mistaken. The Olympians are not mere insects in a crevice. This is a triadic struggle. Persephone's laughter grew louder, her beautiful eyes reflecting both sorrow and madness. A triad? By what right do you claim such a stance? The valley fell silent. Persephone recognized the truth in Hades' words. Thus, she could no longer envision the day Olympus would fall, as if her very essence had been drained. After a time, she began to slowly unfasten her robe, despair casting her voice into the void. Should I bear you a son or daughter? Then come forth. Hades prevented her, the oppressive aura of the underworld rendering the moderately powerful Persephone immobile. Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in matters of intimacy. The underworld is desolate and devoid of vitality. I seek to cultivate it. You, as Demeter's daughter, inherit her bountiful authority and are vital to my endeavors in the underworld. Persephone paused, then spoke with profound significance. You cannot take what is mine. The underworld is vast enough, and none desire its further flourishing. From the shadows, the earth split, revealing 4 ebony steeds pulling a chariot beside Hades. Caressing the mane of the steeds, he remarked, you seem to doubt my power. Perhaps you were born too late to comprehend. My status as the lord of the underworld instead of the king of the gods is merely a matter of fortune. I lost in the drawing against my brother Zeus. I wish not to involve myself in your son's grievances. That is your affair. I will share the dominion of the underworld with you, much like Zeus and Hera, allowing you to ascend to great power. Your son's fate is yours to resolve. Persephone hesitated. The secrets of this ancient age were indeed scarce to her. Yet she was swayed by Hades' words. Might I bid farewell to my mother, Demeter? Otherwise, she shall worry. Hades had already mounted the chariot, his expression cold and his tone resolute. That is your concern. With that, he urged the chariot onward, the 4 ebony steeds galloping fiercely. Lord, the earth trembled as the king of the underworld effortlessly lifted the future queen of the underworld, vanishing into the dark realm of death. Only 2 witnesses beheld this event. Helios, the new sun god, traversing the sky in his chariot, observed the occurrence but grasped not its entirety and dared not intervene in the affairs of Hades, and Hephaestus, seated atop Lemnos Island, perusing the annals of time. Meanwhile, on the earth, Leto, the goddess of nurturing, endured her anguish. She was the daughter of the cosmic god Zeus and the oracle goddess Phoebe, and the 6th wife of Zeus, the king of the gods. The deities, encompassing nearly all dominions, afforded great respect to Queen Hera, leaving Leto adrift. With her parents imprisoned in the abyss, she could only wander the earth, evading the serpentine pursuit dispatched by Hera. Even veiled, her inner torment was evident. As long as Zeus did not arrive, she was condemned to suffer. Ultimately, it was Leto's sister, the star goddess Asteria, who could no longer bear to witness her plight. She aided Leto in escaping the pursuit of the serpent, conjuring a celestial meteor to form an island, where Leto could finally give birth. With Asteria's assistance, Leto welcomed a daughter, naming her Artemis. The girl matured swiftly, transforming into a maiden within 9 days. On the 9th day, Artemis and Asteria assisted Leto in delivering a boy, whom she named Apollo. The four resided on the floating island, and Leto promised her sister Asteria, "This island shall one day house the grandest temple for mortals, honoring our bond." On Lemnos Island, Hephaestus murmured to himself as he gazed at the illustrations within the annals of time. Is this Apollo, the future master of music and the arts? The highest deity of Aglaea? Should I forge a relic associated with music that mortals might covet? Or shall I create it myself? Furrowing his brow, Hephaestus rose, holding the annals aloft as he surveyed the realm of mortals. For the gods, time stretches infinitely, a mere blink for them spans years. However, for the laboring humans of the Silver Age, the weight of time bore heavily. In just a few years, their numbers had halved. Across vast expanses of land, only a scant few toiled, most without a companion to share words. Hephaestus closed the annals of time. Is the Bronze Age upon us? Chapter 7. Phaeton on Olympus. Within the resplendent temple of Helios, the sun god, the interior was adorned with unparalleled opulence. The dome was supported by magnificent columns, while the walls sparkled with gleaming gold and radiant gemstones. The grand silver doors were intricately carved with exquisite patterns and unknown murals. Beside them stood the divine chariot crafted by Hephaestus, drawn by 4 golden steeds, their fiery nostrils snorting with vigor, ready to embark at a moment's notice. Helios reclined upon a throne embellished with emeralds, flanked by the 3 daughters of his sister, the moon goddess Selene, Thalassa, Oxo, and Calypso, whose faint divine powers rendered them rare and without dominion. Whispers among the gods speculated that these 3 were the offspring of Helios and Selene. However, the truth lay in their actual father, Zeus, the reigning king of the gods. By Zeus's decree, Helios merely acted as their guardian, pretending to be their biological father, forbidding them from wielding any authority of low potential. Helios also had a son named Phaeton, whose true mother remained a mystery, though it was certain that she was not Selene, his nominal wife and sister. Perhaps Helios's parents, the ancient sun god Hyperion and the goddess of light Thea, were aware of the truth, but they had long been cast into the abyss by Zeus. This predated Helios's ascension as the new sun god, a time when few paid attention to him, and thus no one cared about his transgressions. Therefore, when Helios discovered his wife's infidelity, he swiftly ensured her eternal disappearance. Years passed, and he had repeatedly confirmed that Phaeton was not his son, but rather the child of his wife and her lover. Seated upon the emerald-adorned throne, Helios clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with cold fury. The circumstances had changed. He was now the esteemed sun god, traversing the heavens daily in his chariot, bestowing light upon the earth. Even among the eternal deities, he ranked among the elite. Some gazed upon him with envy, while others sought to usurp his position. Every action he took was bound by rules, emphasizing the importance of rightful authority, leaving no grounds for accusation. Yet, Helios's pride could not tolerate betrayal. Traitors must perish. He yearned for Phaeton's demise, immediately, without delay. At that moment, a corner of the grand silver doors of the Sun Temple creaked open, and Phaeton stepped through the threshold. Despite his numerous visits, he remained awestruck by the temple's magnificence and his father's imposing presence. Approaching Helios, he hesitated to draw too close, for the radiant light and warmth emanating from his father were overwhelming. Helios, observing Phaeton's trepidation, felt a surge of disdain. It was ironic that his own son could not withstand his brilliance. Nevertheless, he greeted him warmly. "What brings you to your father's palace, my child?" Phaeton had never witnessed such tenderness in his father's demeanor, instinctively sensing something amiss. Yet, an inexplicable force propelled him toward a specific goal, a relentless drive that he could not suppress. Thus, he cast aside his concerns and spoke. "Esteemed father, I find myself beset by slanderous whispers. They claim I am but a pretender to your lineage, a bastard born of an unknown man. Therefore, I beseech you for proof to silence these malicious tongues, to affirm that I am indeed your son." Helios reigned in his radiant aura and stepped forward to embrace Phaeton. "Phaeton, I shall attest to your lineage. I love you as I loved your mother. To quell your doubts, request a gift from me, a token of your heritage. I swear by the river Styx to fulfill your wish." However, Helios paused. "Phaeton, you have matured and possess the ability to discern right from wrong. Should you request a gift unworthy of you, you shall meet a grim fate. condemned to languish eternally in the waters of the unending Styx. Phaeton's heart swelled with joy, for he recognized that he had achieved his aim. The river Styx was a rare entity capable of influencing the eternal gods. Any vow made upon its waters must be honored, lest the vow maker be ensnared in its depths for eternity. Though located in the realm of the dead, the Styx had no identifiable source, appearing as if conjured from the void. Initially nameless, it was called Styx after the goddess who governed it. In truth, the river had no master, for Styx, the goddess of hatred, presided over it, her children overseeing victory, strength, fervor, and violence. It was only after Styx aided Zeus in the war against Kronos that he entrusted her with the river, thus intertwining her with the powers of oaths. Nevertheless, the ultimate source of binding power over the gods remained the river Styx. Eagerly, Phaeton broke free from Helios's embrace, intent on voicing his desire. Oblivious to the deadly resolve etched across his father's face, a symbolic final opportunity bestowed upon him. Father, grant me my deepest wish. Allow me to drive the chariot of the sun, crafted by Hephaestus, for a single day. The expression on Helios's face was inscrutable. At least, Phaeton could not discern it. Fear, regret, and perhaps even a hint of delight lingered there. Finally, Helios exclaimed, "My son, do you comprehend the gravity of your request? No lesser deity would dare to make such an audacious claim. Your strength is insufficient to command the chariot. You could not withstand even the flames emanating from its wheels. If you reconsider, I can fulfill other requests." Phaeton remained resolute, his stubborn nature flaring. Driven by an inner urge that insisted that piloting his father's chariot was the ultimate proof of his heritage. "Father, I shall not retract my wish. There is nothing greater than driving the chariot of the sun. I am certain I can succeed." Helios gazed upon Phaeton, unable to suppress a laugh. "Then go forth. I shall watch over you. I promise not to blink an eye." Chapter 8. The burning earth. As Helios grasped Phaeton's hand, they approached the resplendent chariot of the sun, parked beside the silver gates. It was evident that Hephaestus had meticulously crafted this divine vehicle. Not only was it immensely powerful, but its aesthetic appeal was equally remarkable. The axles, yoke, and wheels gleamed with a golden hue, and flames that burned fiercely and unquenchably danced upon the wheels. 9 dazzling gemstones were meticulously arranged upon the seat, casting a radiant glow that made the chariot resemble a magnificent work of art. Phaeton marveled at Hephaestus's extraordinary craftsmanship. However, the flames on the wheels had seared his hand, and he momentarily forgot that he was not yet capable of withstanding the chariot's divine power. He instinctively looked to his father, Helios, seeking assistance. Helios smiled benevolently, resembling a nurturing father. He took Phaeton's scorched right hand, and with a gentle touch of divine energy, the burn vanished. "Try again," he encouraged. Phaeton reached out once more to touch the sun chariot. "Wow," he exclaimed, as this time, the flames did not harm him. Like a child enchanted by a new toy, he eagerly explored the chariot, touching the axle, the wheels, and playfully placing his hand amidst the flames. "Climb aboard," Helios instructed from behind. Phaeton complied, experiencing the thrill of sitting in the sun chariot for the first time. Helios inquired, "How does it feel?" "Wonderful, my father. I shall remember this sensation. It is your only opportunity to command this mighty artifact, and it is well deserved," Helios replied, his words laden with deeper meaning as he tended to the 4 golden steeds before the chariot, ensuring they were well fed for their task. These fiery horses were a legacy from Helios's father, the ancient sun god Hyperion, born alongside the powers of the sun itself. In a sense, they were an integral part of the sun's authority, impervious to the flames that Hephaestus had wrought. As the newly appointed sun god, Helios, possessing only moderate divine strength, paid particular attention to these steeds, personally feeding them daily. After completing this task, he handed Phaeton a whip and the reins. He then opened the towering silver gates of the Sun Temple, revealing the vast expanse of the world beyond. "Go forth, Phaeton. All will proceed smoothly," Helios proclaimed. Grasping the reins firmly, Phaeton eagerly cracked the whip over the fiery steeds, yearning to illuminate the earth and astonish the gods with his feats. The 4-winged horses neighed, their scorching breaths igniting sparks in the air. With a thunderous gallop, they soared from the Sun Temple, piercing through the dawn's mist. As the sun chariot emerged into the sky, the previously dim world became instantly vibrant. The boundless earth and oceans unfurled like a magnificent tapestry before Phaeton's eyes. Never had he witnessed such breathtaking scenery, soaring with the sun chariot, rising and falling, jubilantly shouting in the empty sky. When he ascended, the earth darkened, shrouded by ominous clouds that obscured the sun. Conversely, as he descended, the creatures below suffered unbearably under the searing heat. Among them, a centaur, a being half man, half horse, noticed the sun's unusual brilliance that day, though his rudimentary intelligence did not grasp its significance. He galloped, attempting to shoot the sun down with arrows. Phaeton quickly became aware of this peculiar behavior, perceiving it as a challenge. Though he often displayed humility and timidity before Helios, he harbored a wild and cruel disposition. His confidence stemmed solely from his father, the sun god Helios. Beyond that, he possessed no other commendable talents. The more one lacks in a particular aspect, the more fervently they crave recognition in that regard, and Phaeton was no exception. In a fit of rage, he lowered the sun chariot further, eager to showcase his power to the centaur. In an instant, the earth cracked from the searing heat, rivers boiled, forests ignited, and the remnants of humanity from the Silver Age were engulfed in flames, struggling and screaming in despair, ultimately perishing as charred remains. Phaeton, however, was blind to this destruction. His focus remained solely on the taunting centaur. Cruelly, he watched the creature writhe in flames, rolling on the ground in futile struggle, and he laughed with cruel delight. Yet, this was not his rightful course of action. The death of countless beings was beyond his capacity to bear, and he had violated the oath sworn by Helios at the banks of the river Styx. Retribution swiftly followed. Phaeton felt an overwhelming heat, growing more intense, and as he looked around in confusion, he was horrified to realize that Helios's protection had waned, and his opulent garments were ablaze, ignited by the flames of the wheels. He recalled his father's oath. On Lemnos Island, Hephaestus slept, having retained the habits of mortals even after his ascension to divinity. Suddenly, he awoke, eyes wide, gazing upon the inferno that engulfed the world. The god of flames could no longer permit the raging fires to wreak havoc upon humanity. They were promptly extinguished. However, the sun's power was beyond Hephaestus's control, and the remnants of humanity from the Silver Age were condemned to suffer, roasted into desiccated corpses under the relentless sun. Stop! Raise the sun chariot to the heavens. Phaeton heard Hephaestus's voice echo in his ears. Calm yourself. The flames can no longer harm you. Quickly, steer it to the sky. Hephaestus continued, unwilling to concede. Calm? How can I be calm? Phaeton screamed, a phantom tributary of the river Styx appearing at the corner of his eye, driving him to the brink of madness. What do the lives of mortals matter to me? Unbeknownst to him, he had sealed his own fate. His actions provoked the embodiment of the earth, Gaia, one of the 6 great powers of divinity. Although she transcended the very essence of the earth, no one, not even a goddess, could remain indifferent when their realm was unjustly ravaged. The earth was Gaia's very garment and visage. Its cracks were akin to slaps upon her face. Initially, with Hephaestus's intervention, Gaia had contemplated sparing Phaeton. However, as he sought his own demise, she was indifferent to granting him a swift end. On Mount Olympus, as the gods feasted, Zeus suddenly heard Gaia's voice whisper in his ear. Look at the havoc you have wrought. Perplexed, Zeus turned his gaze to the world below, his eyes instantly reddening at the sight of the devastation. As Helios was under his domain, any affront to the sun god would reflect upon him. And as the sun scorched the earth, countless lakes and marshes evaporated, inciting the wrath of innumerable water deities. The scale was unfathomable. Helios, what are you doing? No, you are not Helios. Who are you? Phaeton. Then you shall meet your end. The divine artifact representing the power of the god king. The spear lightning manifested in Zeus's hand as he furiously swung it down upon Phaeton, unleashing his full wrath. In despair, Phaeton could only watch helplessly as a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, unable to evade or defend himself. Like so many beings upon the earth, he became a charred corpse, plummeting from the once magnificent sun chariot. Beneath, the ethereal tributary of the river Styx awaits him, where he shall be eternally submerged in its waters, denied the solace of rest and the chance for rebirth. Mount Olympus, the temple of the sun god. Helios remained steadfast, as promised to his son Phaeton, not even blinking an eye. No one knows a child better than the father. Helios was acutely aware of Phaeton's character. From the moment Phaeton excitedly ascended into the sky, driving the chariot of the sun, Helios had already condemned him in his heart. To put it another way, Phaeton's current disposition was the inevitable result of Helios's deliberate guidance. Suppressing the satisfaction of vengeance that bubbled within, Helios donned a sorrowful expression, preparing to face the wrath of Zeus, who would come demanding an explanation. In this matter, he could extricate himself entirely. After all the sins were Phaeton's own, and he merely needed to recount the events as they transpired. On the island of Lemnos, Hephaestus gazed down upon the mortal realm. The earth lay in ruins, with but a scant few survivors. Hephaestus wished to articulate something, yet words eluded him, leaving only a despondent sigh. Has the Silver Age come to such a close? Then what was the purpose of its inception? One cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 9. Deities and Beliefs. The power of the sun has spiraled out of control, leaving one to ponder whether this calamity is the result of fate or folly. Amidst this chaos, some revel in triumph while others wallow in despair. Hades, the sovereign of the underworld, undoubtedly finds satisfaction in this turmoil. He had long prepared to patiently await a century, anticipating the inevitable demise of humanity in the Silver Age, one by one entering the desolate realm of the dead to become part of his domain. However, that need is now rendered obsolete. With but a handful of humans remaining, no deity seems to care. Hades has directly flung open the gates of the underworld, drawing the surviving humans into his realm. This act signifies the complete extinction of humanity from the Silver Age. The offspring of Oceanus, the god of the sea, and Tethys, the goddess of the ocean, find themselves in dismay. This shift indirectly disrupts the balance of power among the three formidable deities of the ocean, thereby diminishing Oceanus and Tethys's standing among the Pantheon. Their progeny, once revered by the gods, no longer command the same respect. On the island of Lemnos, Hephaestus has packed his belongings, ready to traverse the earth and seek solace. Having grown up on this island, he has yet to venture beyond its shores. Though the highest point grants a panoramic view of the world, Hephaestus believes that seeing is not equivalent to experiencing. He could arrive on land in an instant if he wished, but he relishes the leisurely stroll, appreciating the opportunity to pause and admire the scenery along his path. As he crosses the sea, the coastline soon comes into view. There stands a wooden cabin, sadly reduced to ashes. Hephaestus approaches, seeking remnants of a life once lived. Yet, nothing remains. The inferno ignited by the sun has obliterated all, even the body of the cabin's owner, claimed by the servants of Hades. Hephaestus stands in silence. Having once been human, he harbors a peculiar sentiment towards the humanity of the Silver Age, despite their lives bearing no resemblance to his own past. They are devoid of women, populated solely by men. They appear as children for the majority of their lives, and upon reaching adulthood, they face imminent death. Yet, they are among the few reminders of his humanity, evoking memories of a time when he too walked the earth as a mortal, not a god. As he scoops a handful of sand, he watches it slip through his fingers, shimmering under the sun's rays. An impulse suddenly stirs within him, to hasten the advent of the next era for humanity. In the direction he travels, the majestic Olympus towers above the earth, its peaks thrusting like a sword into the clouds. No longer avoiding it, Hephaestus strides directly towards Mount Olympus. Atop Olympus, the gods are engaged in a revelry. This gathering, attended by only a select few deities, revolves around discussions on creating new life for the world, prompted by Hera's sentiment that the absence of humanity renders the world too desolate and uncomfortable. Most of the gods present are kin to Zeus, the king of the gods, including Prometheus, the progeny of Iapetos, the ancestor of humanity from the Silver Age, who stands out as the brother of Atlas, inheriting a portion of his father's creative prowess. As the gods share their thoughts, they soon agree upon the forms of the new beings, yet they find themselves stymied by the creation of humans. As the only sentient species capable of communicating with the divine, the gods lack experience in their creation. Ultimately, they unanimously decide to use the humans of the Silver Age as a template. Why not attempt to innovate by creating women alongside men? From outside the palace, a voice resounds. Hephaestus makes no effort to disguise his immense power. His voice precedes his arrival. The gathered gods cast curious glances, pondering which unfamiliar deity possesses such formidable strength. Only when Zeus, seated in the highest position, beams with recognition and exclaims, "Hephaestus, you've arrived." Do they realize it is Hera's son, Hephaestus? The 9 muses, daughters of Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory and Zeus's 5th wife, hastily usher Hephaestus to his seat, each representing a different art form. Once he is settled, Zeus clarifies, "Initially, we contemplated this very idea. However, creating women alongside men could lead to an unending proliferation of humanity. While the absence of humans leaves the earth feeling barren, and overabundance would render it crowded and unappealing. But all of this is worthwhile, Hephaestus asserts. The humans of the Golden Age were birthed by Gaia, the earth goddess, whose divine artifact, the vessel of life, bestowed upon humanity eternal existence. In contrast, the humans of the Silver Age, crafted by Iapetos, possess a mere century of life. Yet, it has become evident that regardless of the creator, whether longevity or brevity defines their existence, humans are capable of generating faith. Deities can absorb this faith, thereby augmenting their own power. While the belief of a single human may seem inconsequential, what if it were 1,000 or 10,000? Or even the entirety of the Earth's inhabitants? Could such a collective yield a god of immense power? Zeus squints, contemplating this possibility, which he had not previously considered. Indeed, if the inherent strength of authority fails to reach the zenith of divine power, why not explore alternative means to achieve such heights? Though this may involve external assistance, the power acquired remains genuine. While the great powers may not necessitate faith, we are not of that caliber. In the end, Zeus deliberates. Let us adhere to the original plan, with Athena and Prometheus overseeing the creation of life. We shall revisit the notion of creating women for humanity later. Hephaestus's lips curl into a smile. He understands that Zeus is intrigued. Chapter 10. The Seer and the After-Seer in the grand conflict between Zeus and Cronus. Prometheus aligned himself with the new Olympian deities, earning the favor of Zeus and securing his place on Mount Olympus as a member of the divine Pantheon. The ancient deity's ability to withstand the tides of power is not without reason. He not only inherited a portion of his father Iapetos' authority concerning the creation of living beings but also ventured into realms of wisdom, possessing the foresight to discern benefits and avert dangers. Among the gods, he is revered as the seer, Prometheus the seer. Under the command of Zeus, he and Athena descended to the earth, commencing their creation of living beings by a small river. Hephaestus accompanied them, having requested a supervisory role from Zeus. With his immense divine power, Prometheus and Athena felt compelled to respect his presence. Recognizing the significance of marking the dawn of an era for historical authority, Hephaestus prudently chose to remain an observer, striving not to interfere with their labor. Curiously, Prometheus and Athena deliberated and resolved to first create various animals, reserving humanity for the finale. Thus, the plan was set. They utilized clay as the material for their creations, with Prometheus shaping the forms of diverse animals and humans while Athena imbued them with spirit and intellect. This monumental endeavor required filling the earth with myriad living beings. Yet their efficiency was notably inadequate. Athena lamented, "This task is exceedingly tedious. When shall we complete it? We cannot afford to pause." Unlike the earth goddess Gaia, who possesses the divine artifact, the vessel of life, the beings we create are bound by the limits of lifespan. She paused, questioning, "Is there no way to expedite our progress? At our current rate, it will take no less than 50 years to populate the earth with life." Prometheus too halted, acknowledging the sluggishness of their pace. He began to ponder and remarked, "Creating living beings is indeed a complex endeavor, involving multiple authorities. While I have inherited my father's ability to create life, it is but a fragment of his complete power. My name alone suggests my limitations. Prometheus the seer, creation is not my forte. We require assistance." Athena inquired, "Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Prometheus nodded, "My brother, Epimetheus, can aid us." Athena responded, "Epimetheus? The after-seer? I have heard of him. He governs the realm of folly and is your polar opposite, often too late to grasp the situation. Can he truly be of help?" Hephaestus, observing the exchange, could not suppress a smile. Athena's candor was rather blunt. While Epimetheus' dullness is acknowledged among the gods, he remains a child of Iapetos, the elder brother of Prometheus and Atlas. Such a direct challenge seemed almost disrespectful to Prometheus. However, Prometheus remained unfazed, explaining, "My brother Epimetheus has indeed inherited a portion of our father's authority concerning the creation of life, though he does not possess the core powers. He can endow living beings with innate strengths. With his mediation, we could create life in bulk rather than one by one." With that, Prometheus respectfully bowed to Hephaestus. "This task requires our absence, so we must trouble your highness." Hephaestus accepted the gesture, acknowledging that as a being of great power, he could withstand such respect without suspicion. He nodded in agreement, "Then I shall make the journey." Epimetheus resided among mortals, preferring the company of his father's creations, the humans of the Silver Age. Unlike other deities who dwelled in lofty palaces beyond human reach, Epimetheus' abode was modest and approachable. Hephaestus found him in a small village, where the surrounding houses lay in ruins, consumed by flames ignited by the sun. Only Epimetheus' thatched cottage remained standing in a corner. Seated on the threshold, he squinted as if in a light slumber, seemingly awaiting someone. Noticing something amiss, Hephaestus narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the dozing Epimetheus. Rumors spoke of this deity, known for his folly, as being perpetually out of sync with the world, earning him the title of the Afterseer, often with a mocking undertone. Yet, Epimetheus was undeniably a being of considerable divine strength. Indeed, one cannot rely solely on hearsay. Witnessing is believing. Hephaestus grew vigilant, releasing his own powerful aura to rouse the drowsy Epimetheus. Unfamiliar with each other, this approach seemed most prudent. Sensing the presence of a strange deity nearby, Epimetheus finally appeared to awaken, opening his bleary eyes and gazing around until he fixed his confused stare upon Hephaestus. As if just emerging from a dream, he spoke slowly. "Who disturbs my slumber?" "Ah, it is the fire god Hephaestus. A rare visitor indeed. Care to join me for a drink?" Hephaestus inclined his head. "No need for that. I am here on behalf of your brother Prometheus. He has undertaken a command from Zeus to create living beings on Earth and requires your assistance." Epimetheus grinned. "Creating life for the Earth? What a splendid task. It has been rather desolate since the extinction of the Silver Age humans. Please, lead the way, fire god." Hephaestus replied, "It is no trouble at all. Merely a small matter. I kindly ask you to follow, O god of folly." Epimetheus laughed heartily. "Call me Epimetheus, or you may refer to me as the Afterseer." "The gods often do." Hephaestus countered, "That is merely a prejudice of the gods." As Hephaestus led the way, Epimetheus followed closely behind. Along the journey, Hephaestus could not contain his curiosity, asking Epimetheus, "Did you know I was coming? Were you waiting for me?" Epimetheus chuckled, denying, "How could I possess the authority of foresight? I merely had no pressing matters today and decided to sit on the threshold for a while." Hephaestus regarded him thoughtfully, choosing not to probe further. Chapter 11. The vision of the prescient. The two approached the small river where Prometheus was diligently shaping numerous clay figures. A multitude so vast that it encompassed nearly all beings of the earth. Hephaestus observed with patience, noting that not all future creatures were being created at that moment. For instance, the serpents, commonly found in later times, were conspicuously absent. Upon seeing Hephaestus accompanied by Epimetheus, Prometheus eagerly began issuing commands, displaying an extraordinary fervor and passion for the act of creation. "Brother, shortly I shall bestow life upon these clay figures. You will grant them innate talents." He then turned to Athena, speaking in a consultative tone, "Goddess, you are responsible for the most crucial step, imbuing our creation, humanity, with wisdom." Athena nodded in agreement. "No problem. Let us commence at once." Neither seemed to regard Epimetheus's input, as if he were insignificant. Hephaestus, observing the trio with amusement, chronicled their actions in the annals of time. The Silver Age has concluded. 3 deities of the new era are tasked with the creation of beings: the wise goddess Athena, the seer Prometheus, and the prescient Epimetheus. Seer Prometheus shapes the bodies of living beings. Wise goddess Athena grants wisdom to the fortunate creation of humanity, while prescient Epimetheus acts as a bridge between the two, endowing the newly formed beings with innate talents, thus simplifying the intricate process. Among the trio, seer Prometheus assumes the role of a leader, devising plans and distributing tasks. Wise goddess Athena is his partner. Surprisingly, the strongest among them, the mightily endowed Epimetheus, willingly concealed his power, allowing the 2 lesser deities to command him. This matter seemed long-standing, with Prometheus remaining oblivious. It appears he is not truly prescient. The arrival of Epimetheus streamlined the process, enabling Prometheus to freely exhibit his authority in creation. He picked up a fallen branch, dipped it in the river, and flicked it, causing droplets to splash upon the molded clay figures. Miraculously, these clay beings sprang to life, transforming into flesh and blood. The newly formed creatures were bewildered, lacking an understanding of their existence, having never experienced hunger, and devoid of any concept of survival. They merely gazed vacantly at their creator, Prometheus. Epimetheus followed closely behind Prometheus, bestowing innate talents upon these newly awakened beings. He granted bravery to the lion, swiftness to the rabbit, and keen eyesight to the eagle. With each unique species that Prometheus created, Epimetheus conferred a corresponding unique talent. Hephaestus observed that Prometheus deliberately postponed the creation of humans, seemingly reserving the best gifts for them. At last, the animals possessed their distinctive talents, and it was time for humanity. Prometheus flicked the branch once more, bringing them to life and endowing them with flesh, then turned expectantly to his brother, Epimetheus. Epimetheus offered an awkward, sheepish smile. There are none left. All talents have been distributed. Prometheus was momentarily taken aback, but his surprise quickly morphed into anger. Why did you not consult me beforehand? What were you thinking? Humans are the most important creation. The affection and pity exhibited by Epimetheus struck Prometheus as glaringly evident, soothing his ire. After their birth, their father Iapetos and mother, the goddess of fame, Clio, had neglected them. Bluntly speaking, it was Epimetheus, as the eldest brother, who had taken it upon himself to raise Atlas and Prometheus. Prometheus's special feelings toward humanity were distinct from Epimetheus's inclination to dwell among human settlements. Reflecting on their past lives of mutual dependence, Prometheus's tone softened. Is there truly no additional talent to bestow? Or could we not share some of the animal's capabilities with humanity? Sighing, Prometheus seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Yet, unwilling to see the newborn humans devoid of any special abilities, he conferred with Athena, hoping to grant humanity a greater share of wisdom. Ignoring Prometheus's attempts at remedy, Epimetheus turned away, lost in thought as he gazed at a flourishing fennel tree. Hephaestus approached him from behind. You are deceiving yourself. This is intentional. I have done nothing wrong. My brother, seer Prometheus, and wise goddess Athena can attest to my innocence. Should I have any ulterior motives, they would surely perceive it. As if finding a kindred spirit, Hephaestus spoke freely. The deity of wisdom need not be inherently wise. A deity is a deity, and authority is authority. There is no mandate that dictates which deity must possess which power. Such notions have never existed. Epimetheus retorted, That is not your place to say, Hephaestus. You were born the god of fire, chosen by the flames. Perhaps, but the powers of forging and masonry did not select me. It was I who chose them. Hephaestus shrugged nonchalantly. So you are the divine craftsman, one of the few gods capable of freely crafting divine artifacts. Should it not be for? Hephaestus seized upon a flaw in Epimetheus's words. Epimetheus snapped a branch from the fennel tree, crushing it in his hands until it became powder. To me, the offspring of the celestial Uranus, the three Cyclopes, can only be considered as one being. If separated, they amount to less than half. Hephaestus nodded. That interpretation holds merit. He changed the subject, continuing, It seems you harbor a disdain for fennel. Shall I assist you in incinerating every fennel tree in existence? Epimetheus replied, I similarly harbor a distaste for humanity. Can you aid me in their destruction? Hephaestus responded, That is not within my capabilities. You must undertake that yourself, as you possess the strength for it. Furthermore, you have lied again. If you truly despised humanity, you would not reside among their villages. Epimetheus responded, If an event has the potential to occur, it will inevitably do so. Time will provide both cause and consequence. One can only delay, but not prevent it. This is akin to the birth of humanity. Their coming into existence is a collective desire of the majority of the gods. I have attempted to counsel my brother Atlas. Yet he remains obstinate, and I have failed. I am indifferent now. After all, as the deity of folly, I am meant to engage in foolish and futile efforts. I no longer obstruct. Let the floodwaters rise, it is of no concern to me. Yet in moments of discontent, I still lash out over trivial matters. As you have just witnessed, Hephaestus inquired earnestly, Do you believe in fate? Do you consider it unchangeable? Epimetheus countered, I do not share your perspective. Even if the outcome is predetermined, our interventions are not in vain. The journey and the outcome hold equal significance. Different processes impart varied meanings to the result. Epimetheus observed, It appears that both deities and mortals are alike, unwilling to heed counsel. You are no exception. In the distance, the hearty laughter of Prometheus echoed, as he dispatched his creations with divine power across the earth. Epimetheus turned around, standing alongside Hephaestus beneath the fennel tree, gazing at Prometheus and his creation. Chapter 12. The divine and humanity. A new race of humanity has been created, and Prometheus has named them the Bronze Age people. He harbors a unique affection for these newborn beings, akin to a creator's fondness for their progeny. As he returned to Mount Olympus, he felt a lingering attachment and vowed to the newly formed humans that he would return once more. The temples of Olympus stood tall, with a grand hall at the summit where the gods gathered to feast and resolve disputes. Today, Zeus summoned the deities of the Olympian Pantheon to deliberate upon the rights and responsibilities of this new humanity. Seated upon the throne of the King of Gods, he addressed the assembly. The faith of humanity can transform into our divine power, a truth we have known since the Golden Age. Though this power may seem insignificant, if it were to be sustained day after day, it could yield substantial benefits. I am resolved to explore this matter. What thoughts do you all have? Please share. A murmur spread through the gods. Regardless of whether their creator was Gaia, the earth goddess, or the ancient titan Iapetos, they perceived humanity as too insignificant. This was evident in the fates of the two previous ages, the Golden Age, where humanity met its demise in the aftermath of divine conflict, and the Silver Age, where they were obliterated by the sun's uncontrollable forces. To the gods, humans were as trivial as ants. Their reverence or lack thereof held little importance. Seemingly irritated by the cacophony, Hera, the queen of the gods, extended her delicate finger into the void, creating ripples of golden light in the air. The assembly fell silent. Hera then spoke leisurely, one at a time, "Do not rush." Among the gods were those of intellect. They understood that Zeus was not inquiring, but rather proclaiming with the authority of the king of gods. Helios, the sun god, stepped forth as the first representative. Humans should erect temples for the gods and offer sacrifices as a sign of reverence. Should they refuse, we must unleash drought, floods, and plagues upon them. Once they are frightened, they will worship us devoutly. Prometheus, the creator of humanity, opposed Helios's proposition, countering, "Only through blessings can we earn the genuine respect of humanity. Suffering may compel submission, but only kindness earns reverence. Moreover, this fledgling race is still struggling for sustenance. Where would they find offerings?" Zeus pondered, recognizing the validity in both arguments. Furthermore, the concept of faith was uncharted territory for the gods, leaving them with no precedents to guide them. His gaze fell upon Hephaestus, the ancient god who was deep in thought, reminiscing about his quest for the Muse Aglaea on earth. Now, all eyes turned to him. However, Hephaestus had already made up his mind. Rising, his formidable presence commanded attention. Hephaestus stated, "Why not grant humanity the freedom to choose? They may believe in the gods or not. Those who choose to believe should receive blessings, while those who do not should be left to their own devices. Should they insult us, we may justly impose suffering upon them. Since humanity possesses wisdom, let us entrust them with the power of choice, allowing them to discern for themselves." Eurynomi, Hephaestus's nurturing figure and Zeus's third wife, raised her hand in agreement. "I concur with Hephaestus. This is the path we ought to take." Zeus furrowed his brow, acknowledging the potential of this method but cautioning against excessive generosity, recognizing that a single bounty from humanity could hardly equate to the god's divine stature. Hephaestus retorted, "What then constitutes a fair blessing? To the gods, a single harvest may seem trivial, yet the cattle and sheep offered by humanity are their livelihood. In a sense, this may not be equitable either." Zeus remained silent, contemplating the nuances of fairness embedded in Hephaestus's words. The remaining gods refrained from interjecting, recognizing that the discourse between the two powerful beings was beyond their capacity to influence. The palace fell into a hush. "You seem to lean excessively towards humanity." A beautiful goddess rose from her seat, breaking the stillness. She was Themis, the goddess of justice, known for her unwavering impartiality. "Allow me to adjudicate. I shall treat both the gods and humanity with fairness and equity." Hephaestus nodded in acknowledgement of Themis's integrity, for she had vowed to ensure that no underhanded dealings would transpire. "Indeed, I may have exhibited bias, Lady Themis." With a guarantor in place, Zeus relaxed his furrowed brow. "Let it be as such. According to Hephaestus's counsel, we shall grant humanity the right of choice. Those who believe shall receive blessings, while those who do not will be left to their own fate. Should any dare to insult the gods, the respective deity shall determine the appropriate punishment, whether it be mercy or retribution." The blindfolded Themis nodded, accepting her role as the arbiter. She addressed the assembly. "Does anyone hold a differing opinion? Speak now if so." The gods remained silent, no one daring to voice a dissenting view. "In that case, regarding humanity's faith, I shall serve as witness in the decision stands. Furthermore," she turned to Zeus and Hephaestus, "you, being of formidable power, shall set the precedent. I am the ruler of the gods. There are few things I cannot bestow, contingent solely upon the fervor of the individual's faith," Themis asserted. "Fair enough." She then turned to Hephaestus, who replied, I require no one's faith. I have already secured the right of choice for humanity. Should they choose to believe in me, I shall grant them no special favor. Their belief or disbelief is their own liberty. I bestow this right unto them." Themis nodded in agreement. Fair enough. With the decision made, Zeus wasted no time. Commanding Prometheus, "Prometheus, go forth and convey the god's decree to humanity. Protect them in their infancy, ensuring that no predators may harm them." Prometheus accepted the mandate and soared towards the realm of mortals. Chapter 13. The withdrawal of the gift of fire from humanity. Undoubtedly, the prophet Prometheus was a youthful and spirited deity, endowed with wisdom and prophetic abilities. Like many young beings, he exhibited an unwavering determination, striving to overcome any obstacles with his intellect. However, he bore a flaw. His wisdom lacked the refinement that comes with the passage of time and sufficient life experiences. Despite having witnessed the succession of two sovereigns among the gods, his two brothers, Epimetheus, the foolish god, and Atlas, the mighty Titan, continued to protect him from the treacherous machinations of others. Deities are not devoid of emotions. They experience joy, anger, sorrow, and affection, and possess their own preferences. Naturally, wise humans garnered the favor of Prometheus more easily than the unwise animals. He sought out all of his creations and, with divine power, transported them to the banks of a great river, where the vast azure sea lay in the distance, alongside a forest and grasslands abundant with berries and grazing cattle. Furthermore, he fiercely drove away any beast that posed a threat to humanity. For living beings, food and water are essential for survival. Prometheus swiftly addressed these two fundamental needs, also granting safety as a precious gift to humankind. Freed from the struggles for sustenance, humanity's minds were liberated, allowing them ample time to ponder their connection with nature, their aspirations, and their ultimate destinations. Among these contemplations, the newly born humans often questioned the differences between themselves and the deities, as well as how they should coexist. He bestowed upon humanity the gift of written language, enabling them to exchange thoughts. He taught them to construct vessels and sails for long voyages, and encouraged them to tame cattle to alleviate their labor. He also assisted in the building of homes to shield them from the biting winds. Of course, he did not forget his divine mission. He led humanity in erecting temples for the gods, with the temple of Zeus being the grandest and most exquisite. Yet, in the offerings made to the gods, Prometheus devised a clever scheme to retain as much of his creation's resources as possible. His keen intellect discerned a crucial truth. The gods cared little for the nature of the offerings, valuing only the sincerity behind them. What constitutes a sincere offering? Previously, human faith had never attracted the attention of the gods, as it was too feeble, barely perceptible to divine beings. Therefore, the scale of the offering and the wealth of the individual became the measures of devotion. A person with nothing but a single cow, who offered it up to the deities, undoubtedly demonstrated fervent piety. Prometheus concocted a plan. He commanded humanity to slay the largest bull, dividing the carcass into two portions. One heap consisted entirely of meat, concealed under the hide, while the other was composed solely of bones, wrapped in the animal's fat. The latter was significantly larger than the former. Following Prometheus' stratagem, humanity placed both heaps within the temple of Zeus, prominently displaying the larger portion on the altar while discreetly claiming the smaller, meat-laden heap. Prometheus successfully deceived the god King Zeus, allowing humanity to preserve the flesh of the bull, leading to another bountiful year. Savoring the benefits, humanity continued to employ this ruse annually, with consistent success. During harvest time, Prometheus would gather the newly born humans, engaging them in heartfelt conversations and addressing their uncertainties. He recounted the tales of the gods, beginning with the primordial chaos and narrating the birth of both deities and humanity, describing the eternal lives of the humans of the Golden Age who did not perish and how they ultimately met their demise, as well as the mortals of the Silver Age, who, like them, possessed but a century of life. The newly born humans, utterly oblivious to the concept of death, were still in their youth, reminiscent of the Silver Age's inhabitants, yet they had not traversed even half of their life as journey. Thus, one among them posed the question, "What is death?" The questioner, named Calus, was one of the wisest and most eager learners among the first humans, and Prometheus held a fondness for him. Though they lacked a formal teacher-student relationship, they shared a deep bond. Prometheus, having deceived Zeus with the bones, recognized Calus as a participant in this scheme. Unlike the immortal deities, all mortals would eventually confront death. The body would perish, and the soul would descend into the desolate underworld, becoming a shade in the realm of darkness, forever confined there. Calus felt a tremor of fear. The desolate underworld? Would it not be challenging to find sustenance, leading to inevitable starvation? Prometheus reassured him and all present. Shades do not require food. They experience neither hunger nor thirst. However, they are eternally bound to the underworld, unable to return to the realm of the living. Calus exhibited a relieved expression, not experiencing hunger or thirst. Could it be so bad? After all, mortals cannot enter the underworld, just as shades cannot return to the living world. Thus, death seemed less formidable. Prometheus gazed at him with compassion. You are still young, Calus. With each passing year, your strength will incrementally grow. In your youth, you cannot fathom the sensation of aging. Yet, the day will arrive when you confront death and comprehend its essence, and then you shall revere it. Calus, however, replied proudly, I shall await that day, to witness how death inspires my reverence. Time swiftly flowed, and a century slipped by. On the earth, humanity had renewed itself like a harvest. As one of the few surviving elders, Calus was revered by the newly born as a sage. In the darkness, the aged Calus knelt before the temple of Zeus. A slaughtered bull lay before him. No deception was present. The bones and flesh of the animal glimmered in the flickering candlelight of the temple. Around him, others had succumbed to slumber, unaware that their sage had ventured into the god-king's sanctuary in the dead of night. The flickering flame cast shadows upon Calus's wrinkled, gaunt visage, rendering his expression indistinct. He recalled the words of his youth. I shall await that day, to witness how death inspires my reverence. Now he beheld it, his body weary and appearance marred. Despite being called a sage by the newly born, he could not quell the fear that tore at his heart. He did not wish to die. Similarly, he had discovered an answer to the question of how humanity differed from the gods and how they should coexist. His answer was simple. The gods are eternal. Humanity must revere the divine. After a long pause, seemingly resolute, he began to recite a hymn to Zeus, beseeching the gaze of the king of gods to bestow mercy upon him. Noble Zeus, indestructible Zeus, we pray to you, seeking forgiveness. O king, you bring forth the divine light. The oceans flow and the heavens are adorned with stars. Cronus' son, god King Zeus, who hurls smoke and thunder. Father of all, the beginning and end of all things. You shake the earth, you cause growth and purification. O shaker of the world, Zeus, bearer of lightning, thunder, and thunderclaps. The force of procreation. Hear my plea. Grant me perfect health, sacred peace, and unblemished wealth. Then, Calus began to recount how he revered Zeus, how Prometheus had deceived the gods with bones, and how he abhorred Prometheus's actions. Finally, Calus articulated his true intent. O gods, I worship you with utmost devotion. I implore you to bestow upon me eternal and immortal life. A beam of moonlight penetrates the corners of the temple, illuminating Zeus, who stands in the shadows. Among mortals, there are those who utter his name and extol his sanctity, and thus he has come. His countenance is devoid of expression, as if he is assessing Calus, who kneels in the heart of the temple, searching for the qualities of piety within him. Yet, he finds none. The heart of this mortal is filled solely with terror, devoid of genuine faith. After a while, Zeus gazes toward the heavens. A bolt of lightning streaks across the night, shattering the temple's dome and descending upon Calus's head. Chapter 14. The theft of fire. At the highest point of Lemnos Island, Hephaestus and Aglaea stood before a reflective water mirror, within which the astonished visage of Prometheus was clearly visible. Rarely did visitors arrive on the island, yet there stood Prometheus's brother, the foolish god Epimetheus. Why did the king of the gods not punish him? Gazing at Prometheus's image in the mirror, the radiant goddess Aglaea posed the question. Hephaestus turned his gaze towards Epimetheus, who stood at the edge of a precipice, staring into the distance where Prometheus was. The water mirror was prepared for Aglaea, as deities of such formidable power could perceive events occurring thousands of miles away. With a hoarse voice, Epimetheus, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, murmured, It's of no concern, do not mind me. Since you trust her, you should tell her. Hephaestus then elucidated. It is not that he wishes to refrain from punishment, but rather that he believes Prometheus's transgression is not yet thorough enough. He wishes to wait, to resolve this matter once and for all. After all, our Lord prefers to sever the root of the trouble rather than deal with the trouble itself. Aglaea expressed her astonishment. Prometheus intends to bestow fire upon humanity? But the king has already decreed that, as the sovereign, his word is law. By any means, humanity should not possess fire. Could Prometheus have another way? Hephaestus gently stroked Aglaea's hair and replied, "That is because you are not yet powerful enough, Aglaea. As a deity of great might, I am the very source of fire in the world, and its power is not subject to the king's authority. Furthermore, divine artifacts fall outside the realm of his dominion." Aglaea sighed in regret. "I see. Then Prometheus shall suffer." In the water mirror, the astonished Prometheus had regained his composure. He dashed towards the place where the thunder struck. Witnessing the shattered temple of Zeus, where he beheld Calus, reduced to charred remains, kneeling before the altar alongside the slaughtered bull, Prometheus opened his mouth, seemingly grasping something, yet comprehending nothing at all. He stood in place for a long while before, in despair, he crouched down, cradling his head in the darkness. One by one, people emerged from the surrounding homes, gathering around their creator, unsure how to offer comfort, glancing at him with worry. Most were youths, accompanied by a few elderly souls from the last century and children of 13 or 14. Children, innocent and unguarded, dared to speak candidly. One such child approached Prometheus and said, "Lord Prometheus, my fire has gone out. I have tried many ways to rekindle it, but to no avail. I am so cold and cannot sleep." The child's words brought a flicker of spirit back to Prometheus. As the creator of the new humanity and the only deity willing to protect them, he could not simply succumb. Forcing a smile, he stood and declared to the surrounding humanity, "It is nothing, merely a minor issue, one I can resolve. I assure you, by dawn tomorrow, the flames will be rekindled." With a brief pause, Prometheus encouraged them, "If it gets cold tonight, simply add another blanket." Upon witnessing their creator's smile, the anxious crowd gradually calmed, returning to their former jovial selves. As the crowd finally dispersed, Prometheus sighed in relief, his heart turbulent beyond their comprehension. As the deity presiding over wisdom, he understood Zeus's intentions all too well. He could faintly envision his future imprisonment. Yet he resolved to act. Every individual faces choices, and deities are no exception. Prometheus had made his. He set forth towards Mount Olympus, the distance shrinking beneath his feet. Along the way, he casually broke a twig from a fennel tree. Clutching the fennel branch, he carefully navigated around the numerous temples of Mount Olympus. His palms were damp with sweat. The danger was palpable, for should he be discovered, all would be lost. He feared not Zeus's wrath, but rather the thought of coming all this way in vain. At last, Prometheus arrived at the temple of Helios, the sun god. Through a vague sense, he realized Helios was absent, which brought him a moment of relief. He had gambled on Helios's absence. For the sun god's duty was not his life, and fortune favored him. Ethereal in form, he slipped through the silver doors of the sun temple, where the chariot crafted by Hephaestus lay at the threshold, flames dancing upon its wheels, as if performing a ballet upon Prometheus's heart. Upon noticing the presence of an unfamiliar deity, the four golden steeds grew restless. "Hush!" Prometheus signaled them to silence. The fiery horses, sensing no hostility, settled down. Holding his breath, he waited. No one approached. He placed the fennel branch into the dancing flames of the chariot's wheels, attempting to ignite it. Yet, after a long wait, the branch remained unburnt. This should not be. The divine artifact was not under the king's authority. Hephaestus himself was a deity of immense power, unaffected by Zeus's dominion. How could it not ignite? Desperation caused beads of sweat to form upon Prometheus's brow, undeterred. He continued to hold the branch over the flames with one hand while enveloping it in divine power with the other, attempting to forcibly extract fire. But all he received was burns and nothing more. At the highest point of Lemnos Island, the foolish god Iapetos spoke mournfully, "Let him have it." "Huh." Hephaestus was taken aback. "Did you not come here hoping I would not grant him the flame?" Iapetos smiled sadly. "He is my brother. How could I deny him what he desires? Do you have no regrets?" "What is there to regret?" Iapetos sighed in melancholy. "Very well, as you wish," Hephaestus solemnly declared. "I permit it." As soon as the words left his lips, the fennel branch in Prometheus's hand burst into flames. He suppressed his inner joy and hurriedly encased the fire with divine power to prevent it from extinguishing. No longer able to conceal his actions, he soared into the sky, plummeting towards the mortal realm. Watching his eager brother, Iapetos murmured, "I hope that 30,000 years of imprisonment and torment will temper him." He turned and retrieved a vibrant leaf from his breast, pleading with Hephaestus, "Assist me with this. If Zeus sends you to capture my brother, let him consume this leaf. It may ease his suffering." Hephaestus pressed his forehead, troubled. "I would rather not become involved. After all, Zeus's punishments are exceedingly cruel." Epimetheus implored, "Consider it a favor. If it is you who approaches, Prometheus shall at least not be treated harshly." With a heavy heart, Hephaestus accepted the leaf. "I shall comply." As Epimetheus's form began to fade, he lingered no longer. "Do not rush away. Perhaps there is still hope," Hephaestus called out. Epimetheus waved his hand. "No? Zeus will discover it." And with that, Epimetheus departed. Aglaia waved her hand, dispersing the water mirror, and asked Hephaestus, "Brother, is Prometheus worth it? To endure 30,000 years of imprisonment and torment for mortals who can be created anew at any time?" Aglaia lamented, "I feel it is unjust for him. He is eternal." "Let us not speak of him," Hephaestus interjected. "A few days ago, you mentioned your intention to go out. Where are you planning to venture?" Aglaia's cheeks flushed crimson, and she covertly observed Hephaestus, her heart racing with an inexplicable excitement. This stirred within Aglaia a peculiar joy. She resolved to visit under the guise of her sisterly affection, to ascertain whether Aphrodite truly deserved the affection of her esteemed brother. Should circumstances permit, she would inevitably utter a few words that might dampen spirits. Struggling to suppress her shyness, Aglaia's demeanor became somewhat coy. "I shan't tell you." Hephaestus, bewildered, could not comprehend why her cheeks had taken on such a hue. It was utterly perplexing. Chapter 15. The suffering of Prometheus. He sought to find his brother Epimetheus, cautioning him against accepting any gifts from Zeus, for in the visions of the future he had witnessed, such gifts would usher in unimaginable calamities for humankind. Yet, upon arriving at the desolate village where Epimetheus resided, he discovered that his brother was regrettably absent. Prometheus yearned to search for him, but time was not on his side. On the island of Lemnos, within the temple of Hephaestus, the god of fire, Zeus engaged in conversation with Hephaestus. Accompanying him were two servants, the powerful god Kratos and the fierce goddess Bia, offspring of the vengeful goddess Styx, who had rushed to Olympus during the divine conflict between Zeus and their father Cronus. Zeus dismissed them, instructing them to wait outside the temple. Inside, Zeus proclaimed to Hephaestus, "After more than a century of endeavors, I have ascertained the boundless potential of humanity. They shall serve as the ladder upon which I ascend to supreme divinity. I have resolved to bestow upon them women, enabling them to procreate without the need for divine creation." Hephaestus, with a hint of trepidation, queried, "Does this mean you intend to spare Prometheus?" "Absolutely not," Zeus declared with unwavering conviction. "Except for your mother Hera, no one shall defy me twice. Moreover, humanity requires no creator, as long as Prometheus walks among them. My faith shall wane, delaying my ascent to ultimate power. Know this, every ounce of faith I possess is invaluable, and Gaia will eventually awaken to the truth. I must acquire the strength to rival her, just as my grandfather Uranus did." Hephaestus countered, "Without Prometheus's authority to create life, women cannot emerge." Zeus arrogantly replied, "I have anticipated this. From the moment humanity was born, I discreetly ensured that Athena retained a portion of Prometheus's divine power. Though this power may not suffice to create multitudes of women, it is unnecessary. As long as a few women are born, humanity will manage the rest." With a sudden shift in tone, Zeus fixed his gaze upon Hephaestus, his voice low and foreboding. "Yet, though I no longer require Prometheus, he must still be punished. Otherwise, where would my authority as king of the gods reside? Hephaestus, are you willing to capture him? You need not sully your hands. Bia and Kratos will handle everything." A rush of unease coursed through Hephaestus. Zeus's lack of trust indicated he was being coerced into allegiance. Should he comply, it would signify a declaration of enmity towards the gods who opposed Zeus. Reluctantly, he nodded, recalling his promise to Epimetheus. After all, one must honor their commitments. With Hephaestus's affirmative response, Zeus departed, laughing heartily. As he left, he inexplicably pilfered a statue of a woman from within the temple. Observing this, Hephaestus shook his head, lamenting, "Epimetheus, you owe me a debt that may never be repaid." Exiting the temple, he found Kratos and Bia awaiting him respectfully, the latter brandishing chains and spikes, while a griffin perched upon Kratos' shoulder. Bia inquired, "Mighty god of fire, what are our orders?" Hephaestus retorted, "Where does the king wish to imprison Prometheus?" "They are to lock him upon the cliffs," Bia replied. Hephaestus commanded, "Then you shall wait there for my return. I will bring Prometheus to you." Kratos and Bia exchanged glances of confusion. The orders they received were not to assist, but to oversee. Hephaestus gently reassured them, "Fear not. Should the king inquire, you may say it was my arrangement. He shall not trouble you. and I shall intercede on your behalf." Reluctantly, Kratos and Bia acquiesced, feeling the weight of their diminished powers caught between the might of Zeus and Hephaestus. In the abandoned village, Epimetheus, witnessing the unfolding events, sighed in resignation. "Respected god of fire, have you come at Zeus's behest to capture me?" Hephaestus glanced into a shadowy corner, his demeanor lightening. "In truth, I would rather not be here. But your brother implored me to come. He believed I would be more lenient with you." "Brother?" Prometheus exclaimed in surprise, scanning the surroundings for Epimetheus's presence. "Do not search, for if your brother wishes to remain hidden, no amount of effort will reveal him." Hephaestus continued as he produced a vibrant leaf from Epimetheus, saying, "Your brother instructed me to deliver this to you. Consume it." With the life-infused leaf in hand and gazing upon Hephaestus's smiling visage, Prometheus felt a dissonance with his expectations. As the deity of wisdom, he found himself perplexed by the ignorance of many matters. "Are you bewildered? Do you wish to comprehend why?" Hephaestus inquired. "Otherwise, how do you presume to have stolen fire, with merely your power-enshrouded hands?" Prometheus hesitated, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Once hailed as a prophet among the gods for his wisdom, he now found the irony of his plight bitter. Hephaestus observed his turmoil and sighed. "I initially intended to counsel you to seek forgiveness from Zeus, so that I could advocate on your behalf. However, upon reflection, such an endeavor seems futile. You are an astute individual, fully aware of the consequences of your actions. It is likely your brother is cognizant of this, which is why he entrusted me with the fire." With great difficulty, Prometheus finally spoke. "Kind-hearted god of fire, you speak truthfully. I can endure any torment, but shall never concede to error." He paused, then continued, "Yet, I implore you to convey to my brother not to accept any gifts from Zeus." Hephaestus appeared disheartened, responding, "Do you believe your brother is oblivious? He has already witnessed your impending imprisonment for 30,000 years. I can reveal that your savior will be Heracles, the son of Zeus and a mortal woman." Prometheus: "Because you once deceived Zeus with a cow, he has since reclaimed fire from humanity. Your brother came to me seeking to rescue you, yet ultimately allowed you to take the fire. He has aided you far too much. You should not expect further assistance." Prometheus fell silent, reflecting for a long moment before murmuring, "I apologize. I recognize that you have done all you can, and I should not trouble you further. Lead me to my fate." With that, he swallowed the life-filled leaf and permitted Hephaestus to escort him to the Caucasus Mountains. After their departure, Epimetheus, who had remained concealed in the corner, revealed himself, sorrowfully waving as he gazed upon the receding figure of Prometheus. At the eastern edge of the earth, the Caucasus Mountains stood as a boundary separating land from sea. Kratos and Bia, having awaited their arrival for some time, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Hephaestus lead Prometheus forth. They seized Prometheus, confessing their sins to him, and, in accordance with Zeus's commands, brought him to the precipice. The fierce goddess Bia suspended Prometheus at the cliff's edge with chains, ensuring that he would never find peace in slumber, his weary knees unable to bend. She then ruthlessly plunged a long nail into the undulating expanse of Prometheus's chest. Having completed this grim task, the mighty god Kratos released the eagle from his shoulders. The eagle soared into the heavens, then circled back to perch upon the chains, its sharp beak effortlessly piercing Prometheus's abdomen, commencing its ghastly feast upon his liver. Hephaestus, feeling the weight of Zeus's cruel punishment, prepared to depart, discomfort evident upon his countenance. He turned to Prometheus and imparted, "Remember, Prometheus, while wisdom is abundant in the world, those who possess it alongside the ability to conceal it are few. Just as a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be battered by the winds, and a pile on the bank must inevitably be swept away by the currents." Ultimately, Hephaestus took his leave, leaving Prometheus imprisoned upon the heights of the Caucasus. The long nail piercing his chest and the chains binding him were crafted by the sons of Uranus, the one-eyed giants. The nail suppressed the flow of divine power, and the chains, unless aided, would remain unbroken for eternity. The eagle's daily sustenance became his liver. Yet, Prometheus felt no pain. He consumed the wondrous leaves bestowed upon him by his brother, Epimetheus's strength safeguarding him. By day, his liver was devoured, only to regenerate by night. Prometheus understood that Zeus had achieved his aim. He was bound here for all to see, instilling fear of Zeus' might among the gods. However, Prometheus was indifferent. He had distanced himself from the strife of the deities and the glory of the seers, finding ample time to reflect upon his actions. He did not consider himself in the wrong, though he recognized flaws in his methods. This process endured for a staggering 30,000 years. Chapter 16. Pandora upon the summit of Mount Olympus, within the grand palace where the gods convene, the sovereign of the gods, Zeus, and the queen of the heavens, Hera, occupy the exalted golden thrones. In attendance, alongside the goddess of wisdom, Athena, are a constellation of renowned and powerful deities: Hades, the lord of the underworld; Poseidon, the god of the sea; Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty; Hestia, the goddess of the hearth whose powers remain shrouded in mystery; Themis, the goddess of justice; Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory; and Demeter, the goddess of abundance. At the center of the palace stands a statue of a woman, surreptitiously acquired by Zeus from Hephaestus. A profound silence envelopes the gathering. It is not a lack of desire to speak, but rather the overwhelming shock of Zeus's proclamation that human faith could serve as a ladder for the gods to ascend to unparalleled power and break free from their shackles. Even aware that Zeus seeks allies to confront the pressures from this divine strength, their hearts are stirred. The allure of unmatched power is a temptation none can easily dismiss. Among the potent deities summoned by Zeus, only Hephaestus declined with the assertion of no need for faith nor offerings. The others present, however, exhibited varying degrees of intrigue. Breaking the silence, Hades, the lord of the underworld, inquired, "Zeus, what do you intend to do? What is your plan?" His question echoed the thoughts of the assembled gods, who must weigh the risks against the potential rewards. The risks are substantial, yet the rewards remain insufficient. However, Zeus had already formulated his strategy. He addressed the assembly, stating, "I have observed humanity for a century and have been revered by them for as long. Although Prometheus's interference has led to a lack of genuine devotion, I have nonetheless taken a significant step forward on the path of divine might." With these words, Zeus unleashed his divine aura, revealing a power that the gods perceived as formidable, rivaling that of Hades himself. A palpable stillness fell upon the gathering. They were acutely aware of Zeus's strength a century prior. If a hierarchy were to be established, Hades would undoubtedly reign supreme, followed by Hestia, Zeus, Themis, Poseidon, Mnemosyne, Demeter, and Aphrodite. The ascension of Zeus from third to standing alongside Hades in mere centuries is nothing short of astonishing in the realm of divine prowess. Hades squinted, succinctly stating, "The number of humans is insufficient. You have imprisoned Prometheus. We have lost the deity capable of creating humanity. Such a flourishing is unlikely to recur." In response to Hades's inquiry, Zeus gestured to Athena, who stepped forward to elucidate, "This is my daughter, Athena, who once collaborated with Prometheus in the creation of humanity. She has secretly retained a portion of Prometheus's divine power. We can utilize this power to create women for humanity, enabling their free propagation. Thus, humanity's numbers will soon flourish across the earth, becoming our sustenance. What say you, esteemed gods?" Hades exhaled, the chill of the underworld crystallizing in the air. "I agree with your plan, provided that humanity erects my temple and reveres me, acknowledging the inevitability of death." Aphrodite chimed in, "I concur. Humanity should build my temple, honoring me as the fairest of goddesses." Themis added, "I agree, but humanity need not worship me. They should revere my 3 daughters and construct temples for them." Mnemosyne echoed, "Like my sister Themis, humanity should venerate my 9 daughters. I tire of their idleness." Demeter affirmed, "I concur." As Hera shared the throne with Zeus, her opinion was implicitly acknowledged. After the influential deities had voiced their thoughts, only Hestia remained. As the eldest daughter of the former king Cronus and the goddess of time, Rhea, she is the sister of Hades, Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, and Demeter. Hestia, known for her unblemished chastity, has neither spouse nor rumors of romantic entanglements, and her counsel commands respect. The eyes of the assembled gods turned to her, eager for her stance. Hestia, unfazed, toyed with a flickering pale flame in her hands, its hue mirroring her mood. The fervor ignited by the notion of divine power had gradually settled into tranquility. "I shall not partake," Hestia declared. "What you intend to do is of no concern to me. However, you need not worry. My abstention does not imply opposition." An air of strangeness enveloped the atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Hera, the queen of marriage and averse to anything that disrupts marital bliss, who diffused the tension. A close confidant of the chaste Hestia, she gestured toward the statue at the center of the palace, stating, "This is the first woman we shall bestow upon humanity. She will bring calamity, compelling humanity to worship us more fervently." Zeus and I have decided that each of you shall present her with a gift." With gratitude in her gaze, Hestia acquiesced. "Very well." The gods collectively exhaled in relief, eager to embrace Hestia's partial involvement. With consensus reached, Zeus resumed his role. "Let us begin." Athena. Obediently. Athena approached the statue in the palace's center. Channeling the divine power she had retained from Prometheus, she gently caressed the statue, which then animated into a young and beautiful maiden, her bright eyes wide with innocence as she gazed upon the assembly. Thus, Athena imparted wisdom upon her. Enlightened, the maiden inquired, "Who am I? Who are you?" Zeus replied, "You are Pandora, a woman endowed with all gifts, a creation of humanity. We are your creators, the gods." "I am King Zeus." Pandora continued to ask, "Why have you created me?" "Prometheus defied me. He believed his punishment had concluded. Yet, the end is far from near." Zeus produced a finely crafted box, presenting it to Pandora with a command, "Go to the mortal realm and open it. Famine, plague, drought, locusts, and floods shall spread among humanity. Prometheus will witness them kneeling in supplication before me. This is your purpose, and you must fulfill your destiny by unleashing suffering upon humanity." With that, Zeus turned his gaze from Pandora to the other gods, declaring, "This is my gift to you, a testament to our pact." Poseidon, intrigued, remarked, "A fine gift indeed. I shall bestow upon her the ability to command the waters, to summon tempests that can submerge mountains." With a leader now established, the gods no longer hesitated, each offering their unique gifts. Pandora, a mortal maiden, enjoyed privileges that many deities could scarcely imagine. Athena personally adorned her, draping her in a snowy white robe, while Hades granted her the power of eternal youth. Mnemosyne bestowed upon her the ability to comprehend all languages and scripts. Themis offered blessings from her domain of justice. Hera foretold a future filled with marital bliss. Demeter crowned her with a garland woven from 100 flowers, and Aphrodite endowed her with unparalleled allure. The goddess Hestia was the last to present her gift. Among the deities, only the attentive Hestia noticed Pandora's turmoil. Approaching Pandora, she gently took the girl's icy hand, infusing it with her warmth. As if she had found someone worthy of her confessions, Pandora instantly collapsed into Hestia's embrace, sobbing, "I am also human. If discovered, I will perish." Hestia held her close, softly patting her back, like a mother whispering soothing words. "Do not fear, you shall not die. I will watch over you from the heavens and protect you. I will gift you my hairband, a masterpiece crafted by the divine artisan Hephaestus. Wear it, and only those with a pure heart will be able to see you. You may pursue your desires freely, and when you tire, I shall come to retrieve you. You will be safe." Chapter 17. Lin Kasai. 2 decades have elapsed since Pandora descended upon the earthly realm. She has wandered the wilderness, bearing witness to the transformations of humanity over these 20 years. Although she is, in essence, a human, it may be somewhat inaccurate to label her as such. From a certain perspective, Pandora has transcended the bounds of humanity. She remains forever youthful, untouched by the ravages of time, and is unburdened by the need for sustenance. The garland of blossoms woven upon her head retains its enchanting fragrance, undiminished by the passage of years, while her pristine white robes remain unblemished. Apart from the absence of divine power, she is, without a doubt, akin to a goddess. Pandora arrived in this world concurrently with the women created by Athena. Unlike the humans fashioned by Prometheus, this cohort of women emerged fully matured, endowed with the requisite wisdom and knowledge to assimilate swiftly into society. These newly born women engaged with the long-established men, and soon they grasped the secrets of procreation and endeavored to fulfill them. As 2 decades unfolded, their numbers doubled. Many aged or succumbed to unforeseen fates, yet countless infants were born anew. Pandora, however, dared not approach them. She possessed the fateful box, laden with calamities, and feared that an inadvertent opening would unleash plagues, floods, and droughts, natural disasters that humanity would find insurmountable. Though she cherished humanity and regarded herself as one of them, she harbored no desire to inflict harm. Yet, she was weary. Although she would not age, the passage of time etched scars upon her soul, eroding her initial doubts until only the unwavering resolve to avoid opening the box remained. Ultimately, when her hand rested upon its lid, she lacked the courage to unveil its contents. Perhaps it was out of compassion, perhaps out of mercy, or perhaps simply a reluctance to surrender. At times, Pandora pondered why the deity who entrusted her with this mission had never pressed her, allowing her to engage in such futile resistance. Was it a fear of the benevolent goddess? For the divine can endure eons, while she experiences a day as if it were a millennium. The gods possess ample time to await her capitulation or the emergence of an unforeseen event. In the wilderness, Pandora faced danger unflinchingly. Her brow adorned with a headband gifted by the goddess Hestia, crafted by Hephaestus, the god renowned for his mastery in forging divine artifacts. Tightly securing this headband rendered her invisible to those with ill intentions. Yet, this very protection rendered her solitude profound, loneliness gnawed at her heart like a hidden parasite, occasionally delivering a painful bite to her fragile spirit. Nevertheless, she remained unwilling to remove the headband. She both adored and feared humanity, wary of their treachery and the potential loss of her hard-won autonomy. Do not recklessly engage with unfamiliar humans, cautioned her friend, a young man named Lin Kasai. At that time, Lin Kasai was leading a group across the wild expanse, serving as their leader, the only one among them able to perceive Pandora. Astonished by her otherworldly presence, he conversed with her, listening intently as she recounted her mission and inner turmoil. After hearing Pandora's tale, Lin Kasai did not mock her determination to defy the gods. Rather, he spoke of humanity's evolution and his own aspirations. Yet, soon after, women began to emerge upon the earth, and their numbers proliferated, overwhelming the clans. Consequently, most departed to establish nations, erect temples, and turn their reverence towards the deities. One kingdom after another arose, and one king after another was born, until gradually, the creators faded from memory, and the worship of fire was forgotten. Lin Kasai proudly informed Pandora that he hailed from a clan that once revered the flame. They had no kings or queens, as each generation educated the next. I shall seek the Creator, discover humanity's true origins, he proclaimed, and then rescue him. Suddenly, a towering figure obstructed her path. Pandora did not lift her gaze. She had encountered this scenario numerous times. People could not see her, and thus would not yield. She attempted to sidestep, only to find that the figure remained steadfastly in her way. Strangely, he appeared to be motionless, as if the world conspired to present Pandora before him. Raising her eyes, she beheld a disheveled middle-aged man. God, she inquired. You may call me Epimetheus, he replied, the brother of the renowned creator of humanity, Prometheus. Pandora felt a surge of excitement. Are you here to reclaim the box of calamities from me? Epimetheus lowered his gaze. You may find disappointment, for I have come to urge you to open it. But please believe me, my intentions are benevolent. Hephaestus informed me of your presence, and I hastened to your side. Only by opening the box can I save you. Pandora's disappointment deepened. Why? Are you not the brother of the Creator? Why must you bring disaster upon humanity? She challenged him. But you are a god. You possess the power to alter this fate. Yet he was the king of the gods, nominally ruling over them, and his will was intertwined with theirs. Epimetheus responded, the grievances among the deities should not be borne by you, a mere mortal. Pandora's disappointment intensified. She stubbornly replied, then please depart. I do not require salvation. A flicker of emotion crossed Epimetheus' otherwise impassive face. His foresight had revealed a future where this young woman would become his wife. No deity would wish for their companion to be mortal, especially not the foolish god Epimetheus. Yet, in that moment, his resolve wavered. He solemnly declared, you shall be my wife. I acknowledge you. He extended his hand, and the box of calamities slipped from Pandora's grasp into his palm. Gently, he lifted the lid, unleashing the disasters upon the world. The enmities among the gods should not fall upon you. You are now free. Gazing at the open box, Pandora stood frozen, as if something of great significance within her had collapsed. Overwhelmed, she disregarded her dignity and sank to the ground, burying her face in her hands and weeping softly. As rain began to pour from the heavens, Epimetheus did not use his divine powers to quell the storm, allowing himself to be drenched alongside Pandora. He surveyed the surroundings, his piercing gaze traversing the mountains, searching for the two watchful eyes he had long noticed, but chose to ignore. Now, a surge of anticipation coursed through him, igniting a desire for a divine conflict. Epimetheus soon identified his target. Hephaestus sat atop the highest point of Lemnos, clutching the annals of time. Wearing a mocking smile as he noticed Epimetheus's gaze, he waved condescendingly, reveling in the spectacle. Unperturbed, Epimetheus continued his search. At last, his eyes met those of the goddess Hestia, who bore an expression of mild ire. Even separated by countless miles, Epimetheus could hear her discontented admonition, treat her kindly, or you shall see. Epimetheus lowered his gaze, standing amidst the downpour. He found himself reluctant to engage in battle. At the far eastern reaches of the earth, Linkasai led his companions, having endured countless trials to arrive at this destination. Gone was the grand procession of their departure. Hunger, ferocious beasts, and the harsh environment had taken a toll, leaving them diminished. Among them were the elderly and children, all clad in tattered rags, their expressions vacant. Yet, this was a worthy endeavor. They had finally arrived at the base of the Caucasus Mountains, where Prometheus was imprisoned. Linkasai, with keen eyes, spotted a distant figure atop the mountain. With exhilaration, he shouted, somewhat incoherently, "We found him. We have found the Creator. He is there, at the mountain's peak. I shall go to rescue him. We must save him." Like withered trees welcoming spring, this lifeless group suddenly erupted with astonishing vitality. They joyfully implored Linkos to guide them. And thus, all beheld the elusive figure atop the mountain. They knelt, tears streaming down their faces, and fervently bowed their heads. Yet, soon they composed themselves, filled with renewed determination as they set forth towards the summit. The final moment had yet to arrive. With each moment they lingered, the Creator endured further suffering. They advanced in silence, a silence imbued with immense power that transcended the fear of life and death. The Caucasus Mountains loomed high, their weather capricious. The deities seemed reluctant to allow their ascent of this forbidden peak. Paradoxically, the more resistance they faced, the more resolute they became. When the cliffs proved too steep to scale, they took detours. When fierce winds assailed them, they crawled upon the ground. The cold and snow enveloped them. Yet they clasped hands to find solace in unity. None glanced back, though many fell behind, not from fear, but from death itself. They moved onward, they perished. And by the time they reached the mountain's midsection, only Linkos remained. However, no deity favored him. He too was obstructed in his path. Before him stood a towering, smooth cliff, devoid of alternative routes, food, or water. With no retreat possible, Linkos summoned his last reserves of strength to conquer this precipice. He ascended, but midway was cast down by the tempestuous winds, his body battered and bruised. Undeterred, Linkos attempted once more, only to ascend less than halfway. He struggled to rise again, climbing, then falling. Climb, fall. After an indeterminate number of attempts, Linkos collapsed to the ground. He was not dead. He yearned to continue. Yet in his mangled state, he could muster not a shred of strength, his fingers numb to sensation. Thus, he ceased to support his spine, allowing his head to rest upon the jagged stones of the Caucasus. Tears streamed from his eyes as he lay upon the earth, his expression obscured. Chapter 18. Will speculators reap rewards? In the valley of Nyssa, the sanctuary of the goddess Demeter and her daughter Persephone, a sudden longing compelled Demeter to visit her daughter after more than a century of separation. Though aware that her presence might unveil Persephone's whereabouts, her maternal instincts overwhelmed her. Yet, her hopes were dashed upon arrival. The valley, once verdant, lay in disarray, devoid of her beloved child. In desperation, she sought counsel from the gods and bestowed divine oracles upon the most devout of mortal nations. Thus, deities and mortals united in a singular quest to locate Demeter's daughter, Persephone. At long last, under the guidance of Helios, the sun god, Demeter learned the truth. Her daughter had been abducted by Hades, the lord of the underworld, and now shared the throne of the realm of the dead as its esteemed queen. Even Zeus, the king of the gods, had acquiesced to this fate. The task of retrieving Persephone was formidable. Even Zeus found it challenging to rescue those ensnared in the underworld, for his own desires hinged upon the outcome. Determined, Demeter departed Mount Olympus for the mortal realm, adopting the guise of a humble woman as she wandered the earth. With her staff, she wielded her power, invoking barrenness upon the land, causing crops to wither and humanity to suffer from famine. Since the gods fashioned women, humanity had splintered into factions, divided by their varying beliefs. There existed the fervent followers of the gods in Phrygia, the lukewarm devotees in Eleusis, the primitive clans who venerated fire, and the godless Thessalians who allied with the primitive tribes. Tales spoke of a distant land called Stygia, ruled by a king named Linkos, yet little was known, rendering it a mere legend. Eleusis was founded by Eleusinos, a man more a speculator than a true believer of the gods, who embraced any deity promising advantage while merely feigning reverence towards those bringing misfortune. Neutral deities such as Hephaestus and Oceanus were entirely disregarded, lacking temples or priests, as he could not be bothered with even the semblance of worship. Eleusinos was driven not by lofty ideals, but by self-interest. Upon his death, his son Cleus inherited both the kingdom and his father's profit-driven disposition. One day, as Demeter wandered into Cleus's domain, she rested beneath the shade of an olive tree by the city walls. Years of drought had desiccated the land, claiming many lives, yet news from Olympus remained absent. Leaving her weary, Cleus's daughters soon discovered her. Despite Demeter's altered appearance, her beauty concealed beneath simple black garb, her inherent majesty betrayed her divine nature. The daughters invited her to their home, and seeking respite, she accepted their hospitality. As she entered the palace, Demeter inadvertently brushed her forehead against the doorframe. And in that instant, the palace bloomed with vibrant flowers. Cleus, arriving with his wife Metanira, witnessed this miraculous sight. Recognizing the arrival of a goddess an opportunity he could not afford to overlook, he feigned ignorance, extending warmth and hospitality towards Demeter, even arranging for her to take on a maidservant's role. Yet, despite Cleus's ambitions, he dared not treat a goddess as a mere servant. He tended to her with exquisite care, ensuring that her every wish was met, surpassing the attention he afforded his own family. The balance was delicate. He needed to avoid appearing obsequious while ensuring Demeter felt valued. His efforts were rewarded, as Demeter began to perceive the simplicity of mortal service as more agreeable than that of divine attendance. In time, Demeter wished to alleviate her tedium. Coinciding with the birth of Cleus's son, Demophon, a fragile infant, in a moment of kindness, she approached Cleus, offering her expertise in nurturing children. Having once raised a daughter of her own, Cleus, suppressing his elation, honored Demeter with lavish hospitality, despite dwindling resources within the palace. He entrusted his swaddled son to the goddess, expressing his gratitude. Experiencing the anguish of losing a child, Demeter found solace in Demophon, whose presence evoked memories of young Persephone. As she cradled the infant, Demeter's smile returned, perceiving Demophon not as a mere substitute for her daughter, but as a beloved child in his own right. She believed that every child deserved the finest of the world, envisioning him as an eternal deity rather than a mere mortal. In the past, the notion of deifying mortals had eluded Demeter. However, since Hephaestus's rebirth on Lemnos, which endowed him with formidable power, everything transformed. The gods marveled at the oath Hephaestus inscribed within the flames. All mortals may bathe in fire, purging their earthly bonds and establishing the foundation of divinity. He introduced a principle to the flames, bestowing upon them the capacity for rebirth alongside their destructive nature. Demeter, aware of this, gently placed the swaddled Demophon upon the hearth, enveloping him in her nurturing essence. As the flames roared, the infant's mortal blood gradually evaporated. This process, intended to be swift, was prolonged by Demeter's resistance to Hephaestus's overwhelming force. The flames offered a binary fate, either to forge a divine body anew or to reduce the mortal form to ash. Demeter struggled to envision any mortal maintaining their essence amidst the flames, achieving rebirth. If such resolute mortals existed, deities would be abundant. Yet, her intervention, though slow, promised stability. Demophon would assuredly ascend to divinity. Indeed, Demophon was fortunate. Chapter 19 The existence at the end of time. The fate temple of the three goddesses of destiny does not reside on Mount Olympus, nor in the mortal realm. It exists in its own realm, a magnificent temple concealed within the river of fate. Hephaestus, who holds the authority of history, is now qualified to traverse the river of fate and arrive here. Passing through the deserted forecourt, Clotho, the woman of the spindle, is weaving the threads of destiny at her loom. Her two sisters, Lachesis, who allocates fate, and Atropos, who severs it, are absent from the temple, presumably off enjoying their leisure. Clotho, accustomed to Hephaestus's uninvited visits, does not even bother to lift her head. What brings you here again, Hephaestus? Feigning ignorance of the goddess's impatience, Hephaestus boldly makes his request. Help me save someone. King Linkos of Styxia. Clotho finds it amusing. What sort of king is he? Have you ever seen a kingdom with only a king in it? Besides, if you wish to save someone, seek out deities of healing. If he is dead, ask Hades for him. Why come to me? Hephaestus, feeling at ease in the temple, locates some mead and drinks heartily from a golden cup. Is a kingdom with only one person not a kingdom? If Linkos believes himself a king, then he is an undisputed monarch. Moreover, you understand my intent. I do not merely wish to save him, but to empower him, to aid me in seeking a path that defies fate. Clotho pauses in her weaving, scrutinizing Hephaestus. sincerely advising her friend. Hephaestus, you cannot do this. If you cannot, then a mere mortal like Lynkos is even less capable. Everything is predetermined, unchangeable, and immutable. We shall inevitably meet our end. This is fate. Hephaestus sets down the golden cup and locks eyes with his friend. Clotho, do you not find it absurd? The goddess of fate is merely a cog in the wheel of destiny, not its master. Clotho bows her head in silence, wishing to avoid the topic. Yet Hephaestus presses on. Do you know, Clotho, I do not believe in fate, and I doubt any deity truly believes in such an ethereal concept. But when I stand upon the throne of history and gaze into the future, I realize for the first time that the future is not a mere fog or an endless array of tributaries. It possesses a clear trajectory with an endpoint. A great being stands at the end of time, scythe in hand, ready to reap us. I refuse to accept this, Clotho. This is not fate, it is a farce. Clotho whispers, you cannot resist, Hephaestus. We are too weak. Even Gaia, the earth goddess at her zenith, could not resist. Upon her birth, she was the sole goddess, the first and the last supreme deity. Yet what was the outcome? The abyss Tartarus, the desire Eros, the darkness Erebus, and my mother, the night Nyx, all came into being. She lost her uniqueness, and in that moment, she fell from supreme divinity to great divinity. Do you understand now? The entity at the end of time is beyond our comprehension. Hephaestus inhales deeply. I understand, but I still wish to resist. I accept the limitations of life, but reject being controlled by another. I must ensure that my choices are mine alone, not a script I am forced to follow. To perform like a puppet is utterly distasteful. Clotho, will you assist me? The goddess of weaving sighs. What do you intend to do? Lynkos is merely a mortal. He cannot go far. He cannot go far alone, Hephaestus asserts. But if I provide him support, he can continue onward. I shall grant him eternal life, allowing him to experience divinity as a true mortal. He will resist, fail, rise again, and continue to fight. It requires little. If he can succeed just once, it proves that fate is not inevitable. There are vulnerabilities. Clotho replies, is this the reason you left the foundation for divinity at the bottom of the flames? To be reduced to ashes and retain consciousness after losing physical form, to be reborn from the void. Even deities find this challenging. Is it not too difficult for him? Do you think the rule I left can continue to exist? Moreover, Lynkos may not even need to become a deity. If he can challenge a god and triumph as a mortal, I would be delighted to witness such a spectacle. If he can truly do so, then I can as well. Clotho retorts, you speak like a dreamer. Have you ever seen an ant lift the foot that would crush it? Hephaestus remains stoic. Lynkos's will is strong enough. He may not be just an ant. Clotho's cheeks twitch at her friend's arrogance, yet she responds, I will assist you, but not now. Only then can he become a free man, unbound by the threads of fate. However, that is all. He cannot alter the destinies of others. Should he attempt to do so, he will become ensnared by the threads of fate, sinking ever deeper. Hephaestus chuckles, but what of me? He need only act. With me here, his demise will be a challenge. Clotho, somewhat exasperated, tells Hephaestus, this is the last time. I am not the master of fate. The deeper I tread, the stronger the backlash. I have a premonition that should I forcibly wield the power of fate again, I may either lose my authority over it entirely or become assimilated by its forces, turning cold and indifferent, a puppet of fate who has lost all sense of self. Hephaestus narrows his eyes, his expression growing serious. Is it truly at this juncture? Do Lachesis and Atropos know? Clotho shakes her head. I have not informed them. Nor is it necessary. She glances at Hephaestus. Do not tell them either. If they learn, it will only add to their worries, which serves no purpose. Hephaestus gazes intently at Clotho. You will be fine. If you are swept into the river of fate, I will find a way to rescue you. I swear by the river Styx, should I betray this oath, let me be imprisoned in Tartarus, never to see the light of day. Clotho resumes her weaving, jesting. It is my honor to be illuminated by the fire god's radiance. Chapter 20. Claiming possession in the kingdom of Elysium, night enveloped the realm as Demeter placed the young prince, Demophon, into the furnace, subjecting his mortal bones and blood to the purifying flames. The divine power, sourced from the authority of abundance, coursed intricately through the child's being. With each drop of mortal blood consumed by the fire, divine essence surged forth to take its place. This ritual had persisted for many days. Each night, Demeter cast the young prince into the searing furnace. Yet, fate is often unpredictable and not all unfolds as desired. The queen, Metanira, had not seen her son for many days. She yearned to embrace him, to tenderly kiss his cheek. Consumed by longing, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Demeter's chamber. She noticed the flickering light within, revealing that the esteemed guest had not yet retired. Metanira lingered outside, torn between the desire to see her child and the apprehension of intruding upon this enigmatic figure. In a battle of emotions, her maternal instincts prevailed over her concerns. With trepidation, she knocked on the door. "Demeter, are you asleep? I wish to see my child." Inside, Demeter's countenance fluctuated between pallor and hue. The goddess perceived the queen's restless pacing and her inner turmoil. A spark of jealousy ignited within her, leading to an epiphany. Demophon was not her child. The flames of envy blazed, and a desire for possession began to take root in Demeter's heart. Within the furnace, the swaddled Demophon lay serene, oblivious to the searing flames as he slumbered. Demeter scrutinized the newborn, the fire illuminating her visage. It was the face of a mortal woman, devoid of the anxiety and confusion characteristic of middle-aged mothers, replaced instead by an icy detachment. Outside, Metanira continued to knock. "Demeter, are you there? Demeter?" The door creaked open. Overwhelmed by longing, Metanira entered the chamber. Her gaze swept the room and immediately fell upon the immobile figure of Demeter beside the furnace. "So, you are here, Demeter." Then, her eyes landed on Demophon. Her own child, abandoned in the fire, he would perish, he was dying. Ah, it is unfathomable how the cry of a mortal woman could encapsulate such profound emotion, resonating with all who heard it, piercing to the very marrow. Metanira, in a frenzy, rushed towards the furnace, heedless of the searing flames, reaching out for her child. She lifted Demophon, her fingers trembling as she sought the warmth of his breath. His breathing was steady, he was alive. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she turned her gaze to Demeter, her eyes brimming with fear and an unwavering resolve. Can one's eyes truly convey more emotion than words? Demeter believed so, for before her stood a woman whose eyes reflected love, anger, tenderness, confusion, and fear, all converging distinctly yet harmoniously within the gaze of a mortal mother. However, the radiance of Metanira's maternal love did not quell the flames of jealousy within Demeter. Instead, it ignited a new emotion, rage. This fury consumed the last remnants of Demeter's reason. With a cold demeanor and an unyielding tone, she addressed Metanira. "Are you mocking me? Laughing at my unworthiness as a mother? Mocking my inability to love my child as you do?" She approached Metanira, their proximity allowing the queen to discern the icy disdain in Demeter's eyes. "No, it is not so. Demeter, please allow me to explain." But Demeter was not inclined to listen. She seized the prince from Metanira's trembling grasp, rendering the distraught mother momentarily powerless. "No," accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail. Demeter forcefully cast Demophon to the ground. Metanira quaked, extending her fingers to feel her child's breath. Yet, her fingertips encountered only the void of absence. As if her very essence had been siphoned away, the child's mother collapsed to the floor. Outside, the approaching Crius, the king, stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. He found the threshold transformed into an insurmountable chasm. Demeter regarded them with a frigid gaze, in a blaze of light, akin to the first snow meeting the warm sun. She shed her mortal guise, revealing her resplendent, true form. Though her beauty was unmatched, her countenance remained frozen in eternal frost. "I am Demeter, the great goddess of abundance. Demophon was destined for immortality. Yet, due to your transgressions, I bestow upon him death." Crius, with powerful arms restraining his wife, compelled her to kneel alongside him before the unveiled goddess. As they knelt, he swallowed hard, bitterness coating his tongue. Yet he persevered, uttering, "We thank the goddess for her favor. Is there anything you command of us?" Demeter scrutinized the kneeling Crius. She had witnessed maternal love, felt jealousy, and now she beheld paternal devotion. In her heart, she acknowledged the distinction between mother and father. Even in their diminutive humanity, these terms commanded her respect. Her tone softened. "Bring me one of your sons tomorrow. I shall grant him honors unparalleled by any mortal." Crius felt his limbs betray him, as if they had sunk to the icy depths of a lake. Mechanically, he bent forward, attempting to join his wife in prostration. A smile attempted to grace his features, yet it only succeeded in appearing more sorrowful than tears. "Thank you for your blessing, goddess." Demeter, wearied, waved her hand, issuing a divine decree to the kneeling couple. "I am fatigued. Return to me on the morrow." Metanira, as if bereft of her soul, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Having spoken, Demeter fell silent, leaving Crius to guide his wife out of the chamber. As the door closed behind them, resembling the thawing of ice and snow. Demeter gently returned Demophon to the furnace. Her fingers, imbued with divine power, caressed his brow and eyelids until his chest began to rise and fall, a faint breath escaping. Disregarding the flickering flames, Demeter pressed a kiss to his cherubic cheek, whispering tenderly as a bird might sing, "You are my child. Your name shall be Plutos." Chapter 21. Human connections. If a newborn signifies hope, then a growing child embodies the weight of responsibility. Triptolemus, the eldest offspring of King Celeus, took it upon himself to seek an audience with the goddess Demeter after learning of her oracle. Celeus did not conceal from his children the news of their brother Demophon's demise. Yet, undeterred by the fearful gazes of his siblings, Triptolemus stepped forward resolutely. This time, fate favored him. The goddess remained true to her promises, generously bestowing upon Triptolemus the wisdom of agriculture within her sacred abode. This invaluable knowledge, a culmination of the Golden and Silver Ages, encompassed celestial phenomena, geology, and the selection of grains, among other facets. Triptolemus treasured it dearly. 3 months later, the landscape had transformed. The worshippers of flames, who rejected the deities, and the only clan-based community had vanished, consumed by famine. Those fortunate enough to escape gathered in Phrygia, Thessaly, and Eleusis, continuing their struggle for survival. However, whether in the fervent Phrygia or the skeptical Thessaly, both regions merely managed to endure, their food supplies nearly exhausted, and the fields remained barren. In contrast, Eleusis was considerably more fortunate. As the earthly dwelling of the bountiful goddess Demeter, it was the only realm experiencing a bountiful harvest. Since March, temples dedicated to the goddess flourished throughout the land. The citizens of Eleusis had tasted the sweetness of abundance and realized that devotion to this goddess would yield prosperity. In their zeal to erect more temples for the goddess of plenty, they even toppled the statue of the god King Zeus, proudly placing Demeter's clay effigy within the sanctum. Today marks the 22nd day, a day once again designated for an audience with the goddess, and Triptolemus felt a twinge of anxiety. 3 months prior, he had ventured to the goddess's chamber with a deathly resolve, yet emerged honored. This time, he pondered what fate awaited him. Instead of basking in the divine glory, he felt only trepidation and unease. Outside the temple, he meticulously checked his appearance, ensuring no detail was overlooked. With a sigh of relief, he entered the temple. The goddess reclined upon her throne, and Triptolemus dared not approach too closely. He knelt at the entrance of the grand hall, humbly pressing his chest to the ground. Without uttering a word, he awaited the goddess's decree. "Lift your gaze and behold the offerings I have prepared for you," the goddess of harvest proclaimed from her throne. Only then did Triptolemus muster the courage to look up. His attention was immediately captured by a chariot positioned beside a column, though it appeared ordinary. The creature harnessed to it was anything but. A fearsome serpent, grotesque and winged, coiled menacingly, its tongue flicking out, as thick as Triptolemus' arm. Prometheus had not created such a creature in the beginning, and thus Triptolemus had never beheld a beast so ferocious. This, he surmised, must be the goddess's guardian. His thoughts flickered, and unable to maintain his gaze, he lowered his head once more, awaiting the goddess's pronouncement. Demeter regarded him, observing that this humble human, prostrated before her, lacked the fortitude of his father and the bravery of his mother, and certainly did not possess the charm of her son, Plutos. Indeed, the majority of humanity remained foolish and ordinary. She shook her head. "Humans have never flown in the skies. I hope your deeds will merit the honor I bestow upon you. I shall strive to fulfill your request, esteemed goddess." At the farthest reaches of the eastern land, there lay a country known as Sticua, ruled by a king named Lynkos. Triptolemus had heard rumors of this distant realm and had once fantasized about it. Though he was the eldest child of King Celeus, he was but 19 years of age, still a youth. Yet since he had bravely entered the abode of the goddess of abundance 3 months ago, he had transformed. He had matured into an adult, bearing the weight of responsibility. Adults ought not to indulge in fantasies. Triptolemus resolved to make his first stop at the eastern edge of the world, seeking the kingdom known as Sticua, to bring closure to his youthful dreams. Guided by the serpent, he soared toward the rising sun. The vistas above were exquisite, the earth below unfurling like a grand tapestry. Yet, beauty requires an appreciative eye. It was evident that Triptolemus, grappling with familial turmoil, had lost this ability. He steered the serpent, his focus unwavering on his destination and purpose. To his bewilderment, Upon reaching the eastern edge, where the azure sea lay in view, there remained neither crowds nor smoke. Must he traverse this mountain? Yet, the serpent could not soar over it. Peering down, he spotted a wooden cabin at the mountain's base and descended. The cabin appeared relatively new, likely built within the last 2 years. He tethered the serpent nearby and approached the door, politely knocking. "Hello, is anyone there?" With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man with unkempt hair and murky eyes. "What do you seek?" he inquired. Triptolemus quickly waved his hands. "No. I wish to know how to cross this mountain. I seek a land called Sticua, ruled by a king named Linkos." The middle-aged man stepped inside. "It is impossible for mortals to scale the Caucasus. You are already in Sticua. I am King Linkos. Come in for a drink. It is not easy to find this place. You must be quite thirsty." Inside, Triptolemus held a wooden cup awkwardly in both hands. He had never encountered such an unusual king. No grand attire, no crown, and no queen in sight. Hesitantly, he asked, "Where are your subjects?" Linkos pulled up a chair and sat across from him. "I have no subjects." "But you are a king. How can you have no subjects?" Triptolemus pressed. A shadow of sorrow crossed Linkos' face as he spoke uncertainly. "Perhaps there were once, but they have all perished." Linkos was reluctant to dwell on the past, which saddened him. "Tell me about yourself. Why have you come here?" "I wish to impart agricultural knowledge to the people of this land." Linkos' already dim eyes grew darker, his tone inexplicably somber. "A god? Which god?" Triptolemus replied. "The goddess of harvest, Lady Demeter." Linkos nodded mechanically. "I know her. One of the deities that appeared after the creator was imprisoned. I have seen her temple in Phrygia. It is grand and magnificent." Though Linkos' tone remained flat, an inexplicable awkwardness enveloped Triptolemus, as if Linkos sought to escape his current predicament. "Indeed, the temple is vast and magnificent. The goddess is indeed magnificent. With sincere faith in her, one can reap a bountiful harvest. The people of the Elysium kingdom worship her. And amidst the widespread famine, we remain the sole nation unscathed by hunger." Linkos' tone remained flat, devoid of emotion, at least to Triptolemus, who could discern no inclination. "That's splendid. I would be delighted to receive your teachings, divine messenger." That night, Triptolemus had already retired to sleep within Linkos' wooden abode. Linkos was not an apt pupil. A simple principle often required 3 or 4 reiterations before he grasped it, albeit imperfectly. Yet Triptolemus was a commendable teacher, even with only Linkos as his audience. He diligently fulfilled the mission bestowed upon him by the goddess. By the time Linkos absorbed all the agricultural knowledge, the hour had grown late. Traveling at night was ill-advised, for one could easily lose their way and encounter unforeseen mishaps. Persuaded by Linkos, Triptolemus resolved to set out at dawn. Inside the dwelling, Linkos remained awake, clutching a rusted iron sword, its blade bearing the marks of age. The moonlight reflected off the sword, yet it emitted no gleam. He appeared to be making a momentous decision, gazing intently at the distant Caucasus Mountains. Suddenly, he scoffed, the sound echoing jarringly in the tranquil night. Do they truly believe themselves worthy of being gods? Do they deserve to bask in the light of faith? They are but a band of thieves. The world is so unjust. The true creator is tormented while a pack of wolves revels in his toil's fruits. Linkos had devised a plan. He lifted the sword and approached Triptolemus' bedside, raising the sword, gathering strength, and preparing to strike. But the sword halted mid-air. No, to be precise. Linkos himself came to a standstill. The wooden cabin faded from his perception, and he felt his consciousness being drawn by some presence, traversing mountains, crossing rivers, and traversing desolate plains, arriving at a grand temple. There, seated upon a throne, was the deity presiding over abundance in Phrygia. He had seen her statue and recognized the goddess at a glance. His consciousness began to blur, akin to a mass of goo. Yet Linkos still caught the disdainful whisper of the goddess, "Foolish mortal." Within the wooden cabin, the rusted iron sword clattered to the ground. Linkos realized he could no longer grasp the hilt. It was as if he were perceiving the world from an alternate perspective. Everything around him loomed large and unreachable. He quickly came to the realization that he was no longer human. Through the shape of his claws, he deduced his new identity, a lynx. Triptolemus, startled by the sound of the iron sword hitting the floor, awoke and scanned the room in confusion. Linkos understood he had missed his opportunity. However, everything must not conclude in such a manner. There remained a crucial task unfinished, one he must see through or perish in the attempt. He bolted from the wooden cabin, plunging into the dense forest, racing toward the nearby Caucasus Mountains. Chapter 22. The first eternal human Lin Kasai prepared for his final ascent of the Caucasus Mountains, feeling that this might be his only opportunity in this lifetime. Yet, fate is inherently capricious. In moments of deepest despair, it may cast a morsel of sweetness into one's mouth. In the dense forest, Lin Kasai encountered an unattractive middle-aged man. He did not recognize him, nor had he ever seen a statue of this deity in a temple. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an instinctive intuition that this man was indeed a god. Lin Kasai stood frozen, unwilling to resign himself to fate, yet found himself unable to move. Hephaestus regarded him and nodded. A commendable will, he mused. Even at such a juncture, despair had not taken hold. Hephaestus waited patiently as his companion Clotho began to exert her influence. From Hephaestus's perspective, the threads of fate entwined around Lin Kasai were snapping one by one. At last, all the threads of destiny were severed, leaving Lin Kasai a man devoid of fate. A flame flickered on Hephaestus's left shoulder, appearing almost tangible. He took it in hand and cast it towards Lin Kasai. In but a moment, the enchantment of the bounteous goddess Demeter was consumed by the fire, and Lin Kasai regained his human form. He remained cautious, slightly bent as if poised to pounce upon prey. "Who are you, and why have you rescued me? What is your plan? What do you want from me?" Lin Kasai inquired warily, his body betraying no signs of relaxation, for he harbored deep mistrust of any deity aside from Prometheus. Hephaestus sensed his own demeanor akin to that of a charlatan. However, Lin Kasai was not yet ready to trust. It was prudent to keep certain information veiled. After all, for a clever individual, the knowledge one holds is a form of capital, ripe for the execution of cunning strategies. Hephaestus was certain that as soon as Lin Kasai learned his name, he could turn and drag Hephaestus down with him. He spoke to Lin Kasai. "Do as you wish. Do as I wish." Lin Kasai echoed. "But I do not even know what I desire." Hephaestus smiled at him. "I do not know either. However, you may act freely. Whatever comes to mind, you may pursue." Lin Kasai was perplexed. Was there truly a god who treated existence as a game? As the flame vanished, Hephaestus bestowed a smile upon Lin Kasai. He planted a spark within Lin Kasai's heart, ensuring that as long as he lived, Lin Kasai would be his devotee. He would not age, and even if injured or slain, he could resurrect himself in place. Yet, Hephaestus deliberately bestowed upon him no special powers. He remained, at essence, immortal. "In the future, you shall be an immortal," Hephaestus declared. "But you should exercise caution. Demeter has seen you. Should she uncover your whereabouts, the gods will learn the secret of your immortality." Lin Kasai feigned bravado. "Are you warning me? Afraid your clandestine schemes might be discovered by the gods?" "I assure you, I fear no threats." Hephaestus replied. "You may be mistaken. This is not a warning, but rather a piece of counsel. No one can uncover me. They will only pay heed to you. Mortals have their own means of dying, and naturally, immortal mortals possess corresponding ways of living. The gods have existed for countless ages. We are well aware of how to deal with an immortal foe." Lin Kasai, perplexed, queried, "Why have you chosen me? I possess no extraordinary qualities." "Those who are prepared often encounter greater opportunities. Of course, luck is equally vital. Coincidentally, you embody both traits." A multitude of thoughts raced through Lin Kasai's mind. In the span of a brief conversation, he realized that the deity before him harbored no malice, and he had received an extraordinary boon. Lin Kasai, not one to disregard gratitude, earnestly inquired, "You have granted me eternal life." Hephaestus responded, "You need not repay me. What I desire, I shall procure myself. Moreover, for mortals, eternal life is both a blessing and a curse. How you choose to wield it is your affair and not mine." Lin Kasai probed, "If I were to blaspheme the gods, would that not concern you?" Hephaestus chuckled, "Everything comes with a price. You should be well aware of that. In my view, blasphemy is not a skill, escaping unscathed is." Lin Kasai lowered his head in contemplation. In the span of a single day, he had encountered 2 deities. Leaving his mind in disarray, he lifted his gaze. In the forest, he stood alone. Like a dream, the unnamed deity had departed as silently as he had arrived. Lin Kasai reached out to touch his heart, sensing a warmth, as if a gentle sun had taken residence within him. He murmured, "A deity who governs fire, perhaps?" After a while, he looked skyward. "So, the deities of the temple do not comprise the entirety of the gods. The Creator, is he your ally? Is he guiding me? But I am too foolish to comprehend his oracle." Lin Kasai continued his journey toward the Caucasus Mountains. He did not intend to alter his plans. Even if this was no longer his final opportunity, he felt compelled to take some action for his own peace of mind. Not long ago, while Lin Kasai was still engulfed in uncertainty about the future, the fervently devout nation of Phliatris lost its king. The king, named Medea, was a zealot, so fervent that he had shackled his entire nation to his chariot, compelling them to worship the gods alongside him. While the bounteous goddess Demeter roamed the heavens in search of her daughter, she had issued a divine oracle seeking assistance, an oracle that King Medea fervently executed. Upon settling in the kingdom of Eleusis, Demeter bestowed generous rewards upon this king. She granted him the ability to turn stone into gold. Initially, Medea was elated, believing he had acquired the wealth of the entire world. However, he soon realized something was amiss. He was unable to control this power. Everything he touched transformed into gleaming gold: his wife, his daughter, his subjects, even his food. Once again, the bounteous goddess fulfilled his request. But the deceased had already departed for the underworld. He was left with no kin. Thus, he perished, having lost his confidants, becoming utterly alone. Chapter 23. The river of oblivion. Lin Kusi endeavored once more to traverse the Caucasus Mountains. Yet, as fate would have it, he met with failure once again. He stood in silence, his gaze shifting from despair to despondency, eventually giving rise to a feeling akin to madness. For the first time, he loathed his own frailty, yearning fervently for power, desiring to wield it like a deity, to paint the earth in hues belonging solely to him, Lin Kusi. It became evident that weakness was the greatest of tragedies. All tragic outcomes stemmed merely from a lack of strength. Lin Kusi spoke with an air of indifference, as if merely stating a fact. He gazed into the distance from the mountainside, seemingly catching a glimpse of the path he had traversed. Once filled with fervor, he now stood alone. The hopes of the elders lay in ruins, and the mockery of his adversaries rang true. He had poured every ounce of his effort, sacrificing all he held dear, only to attain a fleeting dream. He gazed far and wide. Images of the flames of his homeland's altar and the statues of deities in the temples of neighboring lands flickering in his mind. Before the flames faded and the statues became still, the deities. In the harsh environment of the Caucasus, Lin Kusi's soliloquy echoed, then dissipated into the howling winds. This marked the beginning of suffering, the source of it, and the object of vengeance. If he could not save those he loved, then he would seek to annihilate their foes. Hephaestus observed Lin Kusi's retreating figure. He did not depart, but chose to conceal himself, intent on witnessing Lin Kusi's next move. The outcome was neither particularly favorable nor entirely unfavorable. His remarkable hearing caught the plea from Prometheus atop the mountain. Your Majesty, if possible, shield him. Ideally, persuade him to relinquish his quest. Hephaestus responded, I shall protect him. Yet even I cannot compel him to surrender. I cannot alter his thoughts. I can only confine him within a cage. Prometheus, it is time to let go. Humanity will make its own choices and bear the consequences. They do not require your assistance, just as you do not rely on your parents. Having received this assurance, Prometheus did not contest. Hephaestus's form sank into the earth, traversing an invisible gateway to the underworld. Unlike the tales told by mortals of the underworld's location, its true essence was not merely beneath the ground. Conceptually, the underworld resided below the earth. The realms of the living and the dead could be viewed as two distinct worlds, occupying different spaces. If the world of the living represented the beauty of existence, the underworld embodied its opposite, the shadowy realm, thus referred to as the land of shadows. With no special means to access it, mortals would toil a lifetime digging underground, yet they could never arrive here, nor would they desire to. The underworld lacked sunlight. But this did not hinder Hephaestus, a deity, from perceiving his surroundings. He had long forgotten the last time he had visited, which was centuries prior. Since Hades assumed control over the underworld, it had undergone significant transformation. At the very least, Hephaestus saw no trace of its former desolation. When he last visited, the underworld was merely defined by a single river, a winding curve that divided the entire realm. Styx, the river of oaths that bound the gods. Now, several rivers had emerged, the most prominent being a crimson stream, not of water but of molten lava. The slowly flowing magma emitted a dim red glow, serving as the underworld's sole source of light. This fiery river fragmented the vast expanse of the underworld into countless patches of blackened land, where the souls of the deceased labored. From their attire, most appeared to be remnants of the Silver Age, clad in animal skins and predominantly male. while a smaller number belonged to those who had perished in the current era, indistinguishable in gender, dressed in garments woven from silk threads. From this fiery river, Hephaestus discerned the shadow of Hades, his dominion over the underworld growing increasingly formidable. Hephaestus wished to avoid provoking him, opting for a discreet approach. As he moved forward, an expansive river lay across his path. To delve deeper into the underworld, he must cross this waterway. The river was extraordinarily murky, not due to sediment, but seemingly reflecting its very nature. This river was not Styx. It had a master, representing the embodiment of this deity's power. Hephaestus perceived through the rules that the riverbed was teeming with the souls of the deceased, layered upon one another. Akin to 1,000 venomous serpents crammed into a confined space, forced to slither upon their companions. These souls shared a common trait, an overwhelming desire, be it for wealth, power, or strength. However, this river posed no hindrance to Hephaestus. He immediately recognized that its master was beneath his level, merely a deity of moderate power. He stepped onto the water, but the moment he did so, he sensed something amiss. The river's water was peculiar. Amused, Hephaestus conjured a leaf and cast it into the river, watching as it sank like a stone. No matter how light the object, it succumbed to the depths. Rules? On the opposite bank, a small boat materialized, manned by a ferryman. In the blink of an eye, the vessel glided to Hephaestus's side. He recognized the ferryman. Charon? What brings you to the underworld? Charon, one of the original 5 gods, son of the dark god Erebus and the night goddess Nyx, possessed moderate divine power. As the boat reached the shore, he finally recognized the concealed presence of Hephaestus, initially mistaking him for a wandering soul, but realizing he was indeed a formidable deity. He smiled wryly within, though his demeanor remained respectful. Ah, it is the fire god who graces us with his presence. I sensed something momentous would occur today, and it appears I was correct. Your Majesty, please, step aboard. Hephaestus boarded the vessel, and Charon propelled the boat forward with a dry bamboo pole. Moving leisurely as he spoke to Hephaestus, the lord of the underworld summoned me here, and I find myself in need of mortal obsessions to enhance my own authority. Thus, I ferry souls across this river as a means of solace. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Charon adjusted the boat's course. It must be an artifact of immense power. Hephaestus inquired curiously, is this river connected to Styx? The river Styx, the fiery river of the lord of the underworld, and my river of grievances. A sorrowful stream composed of mortal tears. The confluence of 4 rivers is what we refer to as the River of Oblivion. In the River of Oblivion, Your Majesty, my tears, combined with the power of the river Styx, have inexplicably fused. The waters possess the power of forgetfulness. Those who drink from it will erase the memories of their past, and even some weaker deities, lacking resistance, may be influenced. Thus, we have designated it with a name of Oblivion. Hephaestus's fingers rubbed rhythmically. A new power, perhaps? Oblivion, he informed Charon. Let us pause at the River of Oblivion. I wish to observe the effects of its waters. Charon vigorously propelled the bamboo pole, and the boat sped forward as he cheerfully declared, I knew Your Majesty would find it intriguing. Chapter 24. The Awakening Darkness. Charon, an adept ferryman, navigated his small vessel with remarkable steadiness. He occasionally stirred the dry bamboo at the bow, allowing the boat to glide smoothly between the main channel and its tributaries. A dense fog enveloped the river, obscuring the spectral farmers on either bank, who could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the boat's silhouette. Despite this, they paused their toil to pay their respects to the 2 passengers. Charon was astutely perceptive. He noted that Hephaestus was intently observing the souls laboring on the shore. Thus, he deliberately slowed the boat, granting Hephaestus ample opportunity to savor the passing scenery. However, Hephaestus suddenly posed an enigmatic question. Would the souls at the river's bottom ever find liberation? Charon was taken aback. He could not discern whether the inquiry stemmed from curiosity or disdain. Hephaestus's expression betrayed nothing. The obsessions of humanity are finite. As long as the souls seeking passage are willing to exchange their cherished coins of fixation, I shall ferry them across. The souls at the river's depths are those who refuse to relinquish their obsessions. Yet, as time progresses, they ultimately will let go when that moment arrives. I shall retrieve them. Hephaestus pressed further. Are there any who remain unwilling to let go? Charon shook his head. Not yet. At most, within a century, they shall abandon their stubbornness. Most souls submerged for merely 20 years cannot endure the weight of their obsessions. Charon then inquired, are you in search of special materials? My lord, Should I assist you in keeping a lookout? I merely ask out of curiosity. The journey continued in silence as the boat advanced. Hephaestus soon noticed they had entered a peculiar tributary. Before them, the four rivers of the underworld converged. To the left flowed the fiery river of fire. To the right, the murky waters of human tears, and straight ahead lay the river Styx, which binds the gods with solemn oaths. They found themselves within the river of woe, where the souls flow. Upon reaching the confluence, Charon, acting as a diligent steward, halted the vessel as expected. Hephaestus leaned over to inspect the river of forgetfulness, which had the power to erase memories. The water was crystal clear, and despite being at the confluence of four rivers, the surface remained undisturbed. He scooped up a handful of water and could sense the weak, yet unique rules of forgetfulness flowing within. This special power, derived from the river Styx, exerted a faint influence over the divine. Releasing the water from his grasp, Hephaestus felt a tinge of regret. It was both a blessing and a curse. Only here, at the convergence of the rivers, could the rules of forgetfulness be born. Yet it was precisely this convergence that diluted the power of the Styx to bind the gods. In the absence of its restraining force, the rules of forgetfulness held little value for the mighty deities, merely a trifling curiosity, neither nourishing nor entirely ignorable. He addressed Charon, "Let us proceed." Charon obediently maneuvered the boat onward. Upon reaching the banks of the river Styx, Hephaestus disembarked. Charon maintained his respectful demeanor, inquiring, "When shall I report your arrival to Lord Hades?" Hephaestus replied, "You may report as usual, rest assured. My purpose in the underworld is singular and will not place you in a difficult position." Charon, undeterred by the apparent understanding, expressed his gratitude and departed. Guiding the boat away, Hephaestus watched as the vessel vanished from sight before raising his hand to part the fabric of space, retrieving a lantern from his sanctuary. The lantern resembled an ancient palace lamp, equipped with a convenient handle. Its frame crafted from Hera's treasure, the branches of the golden apple tree, adorned with gossamer spun from threads of fate. The shade was intricately illustrated with mountains, rivers, fauna, and the tales of mankind, imbued with a palpable sense of history. Gazing upon the lantern, it felt as though the past unfurled before him in vivid detail. Yet, it lacked the most crucial element, the flame. Hephaestus had not deceived Charon. His sole purpose in the underworld was to collect the water of the Styx. He sought to perfect this artifact, the lantern of flowing light, in harmony with the authority of history. His dear friend Clotho, in her efforts to alter the fate of Lycans, was on the brink of succumbing to the backlash of destiny. Hephaestus was prepared for the worst. Should Clotho inadvertently become ensnared by fate, the lantern of flowing light would serve as leverage for her salvation. The only force capable of contending with the power of fate was the river Styx, which bound the oaths of the gods. Its waters would serve as the most exquisite fire for the lantern. Under Hephaestus's command, the waters of the Styx stirred without wind, forming a water vortex that ascended into the heavens before plunging into the lantern of flowing light. 3 flames manifested upon Hephaestus's shoulders and head. "Go." With Hephaestus's command, the flames coalesced from their separate positions, merging into one as it dove into the lantern, releasing boundless heat into the concentrated water. The waters required by Hephaestus seemed endless. The vortex in the air grew larger rather than dissipating. Within the lantern, water and fire intertwined, not merely boiling the water or extinguishing the flames, but rather allowing the fire's essence to rejuvenate the river's waters, imparting new significance. In the blink of an eye, Hephaestus's flames engaged in countless battles with the waters of the Styx, ultimately culminating in a sublime transformation. The droplets of river water ignited, manifesting as a ghostly blue flame that cast a gentle azure glow upon the ancient, shadowy trees lining the bank. The 3 flames fulfilled their purpose, soaring from the lantern to merge back with Hephaestus. With the lantern of flowing light, now imbued with complete power, Hephaestus exhaled deeply. Even in the direst of circumstances, he felt equipped to handle any eventuality. Like all deities who had witnessed the might of the river of oaths, Hephaestus felt a sudden curiosity about the river's source. Thus, he grasped the lantern of flowing light and ventured upstream, tracing the water back to its origin. In such a pursuit, most gods would concede defeat. However, this posed no challenge for one of immense divine power. Following the threads of space, Hephaestus stepped into the void, continuing his quest for the river's source. As he traversed the abyss, wonder filled him. Emerging from the void led him to a realm beyond the world, amidst chaos. An endless darkness stretched before him, through which the waters of the Styx flowed from afar. Hephaestus recognized this darkness as the essence of Erebus, one of the primordial gods. This deity rarely revealed himself, rumored to be in a deep slumber, as long as the gods adhered to his decree, abstaining from emitting any light in the darkness. They could traverse his domain, otherwise, they would be expelled. Hephaestus retracted the lantern of flowing light, but had no intention of abandoning his pursuit. However, as he prepared to step into the darkness, he found it to be as impenetrable as a solid wall, rendering passage impossible. Hephaestus stared into the boundless void, swallowing hard. It seemed the rumors were false. This formidable divine being was, in fact, awake. Moreover, he denied Hephaestus entry. Chapter 25. Lin Keisai's friend. Although he had long been mentally prepared for the journey ahead, the moment Lin Keisai laid eyes upon the desolate state of the tribe, his complexion turned ashen. A wave of darkness threatened to engulf him, almost causing him to collapse. Everywhere he looked, he was met with bleached bones, and the houses were cloaked in dust and cobwebs. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the tribe, desolation and ruin enveloped everything in sight like a suffocating shroud. With a glimmer of hope, he called out, "Hello, is anyone there? I am Lin Keisai, the seeker of the Creator." Time passed slowly, and his limbs grew increasingly cold. The silence was overwhelming. The once boisterous tribe had transformed into a ghost town. Approaching the center of the tribe, where the sacred altar stood, he found it covered in dust, a clear indication of neglect for a long time. At the altar's edge, he discovered two skeletal remains, a larger one cradling a smaller. It seemed to be a mother and child, he surmised. Ascending the steps to the altar, he reached the top, where a dry branch of fennel burned fiercely. This was the flame brought forth by Prometheus, the creator of humanity, at the cost of his own imprisonment, a memory Lin Keisai could never forget. He grasped the fennel branch, holding the unburned end aloft like a torch, lifting it high above his head. From the altar, he surveyed the entire tribe, now laid bare before him. "It is all gone," he lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. But then, madness took hold, and he erupted into wild laughter. "No, I am still alive. I am immortal. I shall live forever." Like a madman, Lin Keisai oscillated between tears and laughter upon the altar, embodying the very essence of insanity. Suddenly, he thrust the fennel branch into his mouth and began to chew voraciously. The flames scorched his mouth, blood gushed forth, yet Lin Keisai appeared oblivious to the pain, swallowing every last bit of it, both the burned and the untouched. He could feel the fire burning within him, unextinguished. With a maniacal laugh, his face contorted in agony, he declared, "Good, very good." He straightened his posture and descended the altar like a general preparing for battle. In a nearby clearing, Lin Keisai dug a deep pit, where he buried the remains of the mother and child before heading westward. Thessaly was a nation closely allied with the fire-worshipping tribe, ruled by a middle-aged king named Elisicton. After the demise of the fire-worshipping tribe, Thessaly welcomed the most refugees. This nation had once renounced the gods. However, times had changed, and the landscape of faith had shifted dramatically. In the present day, there existed but one deity among mortals, the bountiful goddess Demeter, who could provide sustenance in times of famine. It was universally acknowledged that only through faith in this goddess could one find nourishment and survive. Thessaly was no exception. They erected temples to the goddess of abundance, praying on the 22nd day of each month, and planted trees around the temple for the goddess's sylvan attendants to frolic among. In the royal palace, King Elisicton secretly met with a guest. Clad in a black robe and mask, the figure stepped forward, embracing the king warmly. "My brother, how have you fared in these years?" Yet he lamented, "It is a natural disaster. I have done all I could, but the food is insufficient, so I could not save many." Lin Keisai roared, "My brother, look into my eyes. This is no natural disaster. It is a man-made calamity, rooted in your faith in the goddess of abundance, Demeter." He spoke clearly to Elisicton. "You know well that you have capitulated." Struck by Lin Keisai's words, Elisicton's anger flared. "I have not capitulated, but I am powerless. I am a king, not an ordinary man. I must think of my people." Lin Keisai replied, "Is that your excuse for submission? Are you afraid of death? Abandoning the Creator to worship a false god like a coward?" Elisicton shouted in fury, "Enough, Lin Keisai. I am no coward. I am a king." Lin Keisai's voice softened with disappointment. "When I set out to find the Creator, who was it that solemnly assured me to not worry? It was you, Elisicton. I tell you, I have seen it. bleached bones everywhere, my fellow countrymen perishing from hunger. I walked the path without a trace of smoke, only a deathly silence. You cannot fulfill your promises, allowing your brethren to die in misery. If you are not a coward, who is? Elisicton, humiliated and furious, bellowed, "What have you done? You sought the Creator, but where is he? Tell me." Lin Kasai simply gazed at him and replied slowly, "At least I have tried. Every day. I risk my life to scale that mountain, constantly pondering how to rescue our one true God. The son of Crylius, Triptolemus, sought me out. I know he stands behind a god, but so what? I intend to kill him. Yes, I have indeed failed. But unlike you, I do not grovel before the gods like a dog out of fear of death. I feel shame for having you as my brother." Elisicton went mad, losing control. "I do not need you as my brother. Guards, where are you? Come forth and expel this madman. Throw him out." The guards rushed in, seizing Lin Kasai's arms and legs, dutifully executing the king's orders. Ignoring them, Lin Kasai spat at Elisicton's face, "Coward." Wiping away the spittle that symbolized humiliation, Elisicton furiously smashed the precious decor within the room. "Lin Kasai, I am not a coward." After a long while, he regained his composure, now wielding an axe. "I fear not death, Lin Kasai. I shall prove it to you now." Elisicton charged towards the temple of the bountiful goddess Demeter, surrounded by flourishing trees. He swung his axe with fervor, with chips flying. "This is the fate of your worship," he declared, continuing to fell the trees. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 26 Turmoil. What influence can an unconstrained deity exert upon mortals? Zeus has come to witness this firsthand. Ever since Demeter ventured into the mortal realm to fulfill her promise, he has garnered not a single gain along the path of faith. Seated upon his throne, he is beset by a throbbing headache. Demeter, his fourth wife and steadfast ally, possesses extraordinary powers, yet Hades is no less formidable, having played a pivotal role in securing the throne of the gods. Moreover, Zeus is uncertain of his ability to triumph over Hades. Having only succeeded once when the three brothers decided the fate of the divine kingship by drawing lots, on that occasion, fortune favored him. With the ever-attentive Hera absent from his side, he turns to his daughter Athena, the goddess of wisdom. "Athena, what is your perspective?" Dressed in elegant battle armor, Athena stands behind Zeus, endowed with the ability to glimpse fleeting visions of the future. This is fortuitous. It allows Iris to mediate. You shall thereby gain 3 demigoddesses of moderate power. Zeus's spirits lift at this revelation. Who might they be? The authority in question pertains to the changing seasons. They will share this power with Her Majesty Demeter. Her Majesty will wield dominion over winter, while they shall partake in spring, summer, and autumn. Contemplating this, Zeus strokes his chin and suddenly inquires of Athena, "When did you ascertain that they are my daughters?" "Just moments ago," she replies. Zeus nods in approval. "Well done. Remember, the power of wisdom is formidable. However, do not endeavor to pry into the secrets of deities more powerful than yourself. The consequences could be dire." Lowering her gaze, Athena avoids meeting Zeus's eyes. "I understand, father." Disregarding her mood, Zeus directs a command to a temple nestled in the mountainside. "Iris, descend to the mortal realm and reconcile the discord between Demeter and Hades." In the temple, the goddess of the rainbow, Iris, responds with utmost reverence. "I comprehend, your majesty." A granddaughter of the primordial sea god Pontus and the daughter of the marine marvel Thalassa, she has an elder sister, the rainbow goddess Arc. During the great war between Zeus and Cronus, she served as Zeus's messenger, while her sister Arc acted as Cronus's herald. Having witnessed the fate of her sister after Zeus's victory, her beautiful wings torn asunder and eternally imprisoned in the abyss of Tartarus, Iris never dares to question what Zeus ought to do. Rather, she simply obeys his commands. The moment she receives the order, Iris unfurls her wings and takes flight toward the mortal realm in search of the goddess of abundance. Demeter, her slender, graceful form leaves a shimmering rainbow in the sky. Drawing from past experiences, Iris knows that Demeter is relatively agreeable. She pauses in midair, hearing Demeter's command echo in her ears. Yet, a flicker of hesitation arises. Among the deities, the one she fears confronting the most is the ruler of the underworld, Hades. Clad in dark robes, this formidable god is often silent, resembling a stone devoid of desire. His thoughts are inscrutable, and a mere glance from him can strip one bare of all pretense. Nevertheless, Iris finds herself with no choice, with Demeter displaying an unusually resolute demeanor. She steels herself and heads toward the underworld. In Thessaly, King Erysichthon has perished. Lynchus hides within a humble dwelling, trembling uncontrollably. He has witnessed the entire ordeal. First, the immense shadow of the goddess of abundance, Demeter, loomed over the temple. Upon casting her gaze upon Erysichthon, he exploded into a mist of blood. Then, the shadow extended a single finger, gently pointing toward the palace of Thessaly. Like the puncturing of an illusory bubble, a mere insect was crushed as the palace was razed to the ground. Subsequently, the shadow vanished. By the window, Lynchus's fear begins to abate after some time. He gazes at the iron sword in his hand, its blade honed to razor sharpness. Only by gripping it tightly does he feel that life truly belongs to him. He finds himself in a haze. So many lives have been sacrificed, yet hope remains elusive. Today, he has once again beheld the might of the gods, a stark reminder of the insurmountable chasm that separates humanity from divine power. Should he surrender? The pain in his abdomen jolts Lynchus from his reverie. It feels as though flames are searing him. He exhales deeply, stepping out of the dwelling and setting forth on the path away from Thessaly. He contemplates. Surrender is an impossibility. Humanity exists by the grace of the Creator. Everything springs from the Creator's benevolence, born of him and destined to serve him. In the underworld, Persephone is not faring well. Once merely a goddess of lesser power, she has abruptly ascended to formidable strength by sharing Hades's dominion. Yet she has yet to fully embrace her new identity. Nevertheless, her demeanor darkens as she adapts swiftly. Persephone has heard of the affairs in the mortal realm. Indeed, she deliberately refrains from informing her mother, wishing to vex Zeus. Behind her, a maidservant prattles incessantly. The maid, Minna, is Hades's attendant and believes herself to be the rightful candidate for queen of the underworld, a position usurped by Persephone. Hades remains indifferent to such matters, and Persephone dares not make independent decisions. It is rather amusing that the king and queen of the underworld have yet to share a chamber. However, today, Persephone is unexpectedly agitated. She extends her hand, and a scream erupts from behind her. "I am Lord Hades's maid. You cannot kill me." Seemingly deaf to her pleas, Persephone's grip tightens, and Mint's voice gradually fades. Just then, Hades enters. He has done nothing, yet Mint's bloodied form disintegrates, transforming into a sprig of mint. As if nothing has occurred, he addresses Persephone. "Zeus has dispatched Iris to mediate. What are your intentions?" Hades replies, naturally, as if prepared. He presents Persephone with 12 pomegranate seeds. "Consume one, and you must remain in the underworld for a month each year. Eat them all, and you shall be bound to the underworld for eternity." Persephone scrutinizes Hades, asserting, "You possess foresight. You can see the future." Hades shrugs nonchalantly. "Is that so difficult?" Chapter 27. The second supreme deity before the encroaching darkness, Hephaestus attempted to negotiate with Erebus. Yet, the great deity paid him no heed. The boundless darkness loomed before him, an insurmountable chasm that required no additional actions to become a formidable barrier for Hephaestus. An unsettling sensation gripped him. He sensed that he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Glancing back at the world he had departed, he observed the other formidable deities lying in tranquil repose amidst chaos, like the vast floating land of Gaia. The azure expanse of Uranus, the unfathomable abyss of Tartarus, the mist-like Eros, and the black shroud of Nyx. Even Nyx, the goddess of night and closest to this darkness, seemed distantly removed from it. What an extraordinary coincidence. The primordial darkness, one of the 5 original gods, was isolated? No, Hephaestus quickly dismissed that notion. He was alone, deliberately taking up residence here. Everyone believed him to be asleep, but in truth, he was concealing something profound. His eyes flickered with intensity, yet, regardless of the tumult of emotions crossing his visage, the darkness before him remained unresponsive, as if truly slumbering. He tentatively stepped forward, only to find the barrier steadfast. It obstructed without warning. Was he meant to circumvent it? Hephaestus turned his gaze toward the river Styx, its waters meandering quietly through chaos. The darkness was not the source of the river of oaths. Its origin lay beyond the veil of darkness. A deep, lingering glance at the solitude of darkness left Hephaestus profoundly affected. He was not a solitary wanderer, nor the first to discover and attempt to defy fate. He was eager to validate this hypothesis. The authority of history endowed Hephaestus with immediate awareness of the recent upheavals upon the earth, concerning both deities and humanity. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. Each individual perceives the world through a unique lens. The gods behold grand beauty, while humanity appreciates the subtle. Different perspectives dictate the elevation of one's vision. Just as his adversary was fate, the inevitable twilight heralded by the gods, while Linkos's foe was the gods themselves. Both situations were equally daunting, yet possessed nuanced distinctions. Linkos was but a pawn on the chessboard, a sword for exchanging pieces. As long as Linkos lived, bearing the name of humanity eternally, he would have interfered with fate to a certain extent. If Linkos could achieve this, Hephaestus was confident he could too. If Linkos could not, it did not imply that Hephaestus was incapable. Regardless of Linkos's subsequent actions, whether swept along by fate or slaying gods, these endeavors would be a guaranteed venture for Hephaestus. Thus, there was no need for concern. Returning to the temple of the fire god on Lemnos, the flowing lights and the annals of time swirled around Hephaestus, emanating an enigmatic glow. He sought to establish an anchor to prevent himself from becoming lost in chaos. The temple he had cultivated for ages was the optimal choice. The vast divine power and authority rooted in rules combined to create a fissure leading deep into chaos within the confines of the small temple. It was as if two seemingly unrelated points of a folded paper had touched. The chaotic disorder began to exert its influence upon the orderly world composed of rules. Yet, no matter how illusory the surrounding sights appeared, they could not complete the final step from order to chaos. The annals of time firmly suppressed everything from the past. Hephaestus stepped into the fissure, where the illuminating lights that could unveil the future hovered above, preventing its closure. In the primordial void, encompassing all and filling the universe. It is called chaos. Chaos is boundless, the beginning and the end of all things. When the gods were newly born and still shrouded in ignorance, they perceived chaos as an omnipotent creator deity, naming it chaos. However, as time passed, the gods began to comprehend their own existence, realizing that chaos was merely chaos. A conflation of all rules, a world of deities, a notion that eventually faded from discourse. Stepping forth from the fissure, Hephaestus found himself deep within chaos. Here, there was neither light nor dark. Time and space had lost meaning. He could only rely on his divine senses to perceive the hidden truths around him. Like a blind man grasping an elephant, he extended his divine awareness, peering into a profound darkness. A sigh of relief escaped him. He was indeed in the right place. Following the direction of the river, he pressed onward, growing increasingly astonished. Light? Not merely light, but the radiance traced a silhouette, like the form of a world. It drew closer, becoming clearer. As he discerned the scene before him, Hephaestus stood transfixed. He had discovered a world, an utterly decayed and fragmented world, identical to the one he inhabited. The same earth, the same night, the same abyss. Yet, while his world thrived, this one had reached its terminus. Gazing towards the light emitted from the fallen world, Hephaestus felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Worlds in decline stacked upon one another, resembling a ceaseless mass of ant-like carcasses. Each fragment of the fallen world dripped with a liquid akin to water, coalescing in the Oath River below, which wound its way deeper into chaos, its end obscured. Hephaestus' mouth turned bitter. Was the water of Styx truly the blood of fallen worlds? He wielded the authority of history, eager to uncover what had transpired in these worlds. They penned their own tales, allowing them to be immortalized as epics. Yet, inevitably, when tales transformed into epics, and epics into myths, all myths were submerged in the passage of time, leading to their encounter with the being at the end of time. Hephaestus feared being perceived by that looming presence, daring not to gaze any longer. He realized he had become ensnared in a food chain. Sheep consume grass, humans consume sheep, and deities devour the values created by humanity, only to repeat their existence, becoming prey to even greater beings. The power of the flowing lights permeated the surrounding chaos, granting him the ability to perceive his surroundings. Unintentionally, he cast his gaze upon where he had previously sensed Erebus. With a single glance, he was seized by a chill. He discerned the essence of the god of darkness, Erebus. Darkness was but a fade, the terminus of all, a silence following the return to nothingness, true, eternal, and equitable death. Erebus need only remain there, requiring no action, and all would inevitably converge towards an end, becoming part of his dominion. He simply is. The Supreme. Chapter 28. The rebels returning to the mortal realm, within the temple of Hephaestus. The rift leading to the depths of chaos had been sealed, leaving the vast temple eerily empty. There were no statues within the temple. After all, this was the abode of Hephaestus. who would adorn their own home with their likeness. Erebus. How could he possess such supreme divine power? It was inconceivable. How did he achieve this? Could it be related to those fallen worlds? Suddenly, Hephaestus lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the azure sky and the profound darkness to behold those lost realms. It beckoned me to seek the truth, yet dared not reveal itself. You are the Supreme One, the most powerful deity to exist. Must even you remain in hiding? It is difficult to accept. In the temple, Hephaestus spread his arms and leaned back, floating in midair, his mind immersed in the annals of history. Beside him, the Tome of Ages appeared as if unfurled by invisible hands, its pages flipping wildly, tracing the secrets buried by time. He delved into the threads of history, seeking elusive whispers of the past. Gradually, clues began to surface. Initially, the dark god Erebus did not embody supreme divine power. His essence was merely pure darkness, untouched by the finality of all things. He had a distinct demarcation in history. Before that point, he and his wife Nyx were harmonious partners, having borne offspring. Afterward, he faded into obscurity, gradually forgotten. It was at that critical juncture that he traversed chaos, uncovering the secrets of the world's origins and the twilight of the gods. Under the guise of slumber, he sealed the paths to those fallen worlds with his immense form. In the solitude of countless millennia, he ventured into the dominion of finality through the remnants of those worlds, ultimately attaining the apex of power, truly becoming the harbinger of this world's end. He understood that Erebus was gathering strength. When the being at the end of time reaped this world, the curtain on the end of all things would rise, and Erebus would ascend further still, securing his place among the divine. Hephaestus furrowed his brow in contemplation. Did he stand a chance? It seemed so. Though that being harvested the fallen worlds, Erebus was the ultimate conclusion. Irrespective of how those worlds fell, they would ultimately contribute to his strength. Yet, should he triumph, he would remain utterly alone. He needed allies, and perhaps I could be one. He perceived my potential and deemed me worthy? A smile graced Hephaestus's lips as he pondered the answer, which lay within those fallen worlds. If Erebus could ascend to the divine with the aid of those fractured realms, it signified that their worth had yet to be fully realized. Whether it be the being at the end of time or Erebus, they could only claim what they were capable of taking. That portion, while significant for a world, could even indirectly lead to its demise. However, the world itself was synonymous with boundless potential, and the remaining power was sufficient to give rise to countless similar existences. He opened the Tome of Ages, and vivid illustrations and annotations danced before his eyes. Some had taken the fate of worlds, while others had seized their endings. Then I shall claim the history that embodies the past. The chronicles of innumerable worlds converged within me. As long as I live, there will be proof of their existence. With newfound purpose, the path ahead brightened. Hephaestus resolved to reforge the Tome of Ages. Though this artifact was among his most splendid creations, it was evidently inadequate to chronicle the myriad histories of worlds. With his broadened perspective, he recognized that the tome, as his treasured companion, was a subpar endeavor in both material and intent, incapable of supporting his journey through the vast tides of time. Descending into the void, Hephaestus arrived in the realm of the dead. In this familiar territory, he required no guide. Wielding the light of flow, he was virtually invisible to all but Hades. Confident in his own formidable power, he approached the shores of the river Styx, initiating the process of reforging the Tome of Ages. 3 vital flames emerged upon his shoulders and crown, enveloping the tome in their embrace. The material that could not withstand the flames was incinerated, leaving the artifact in ruin. Its inscribed words and illustrations suspended in the air, stripped of their foundation. Under Hephaestus's will, the waters of the Styx surged forth, filling the void left by the destruction, transforming into yellowed pages under the influence of divine order. Hephaestus understood that the river's waters were, in a sense, the blood of fallen worlds. In his retrospective gaze, he could find no superior material. The tome's previous inadequacies stemmed from a lack of stringent selection. Thus, he found himself undertaking this arduous task. Ironically, it was the serendipitous light of flow that, through chance, led to perfection. It seemed almost laughable that the finest materials lay so close at hand. Yet when unnoticed due to limited vision, Hephaestus remained by the riverside for 9 days, and at last, the Tome of Ages was reforged. It had undergone a remarkable transformation. The histories once chronicled were relegated to the far recesses, while the preceding sections remained blank. The first page was particularly unique. The words inscribed there would perpetually shift to the back, leaving it eternally unfilled. The cover now bore illustrations of countless stacked, shattered worlds. As Hephaestus tucked the tome away, he squinted, sensing an unseen gaze upon him, brazen and relentless, for 7 consecutive days. His first instinct was that it must be Hades. Only the lord of the underworld possessed both the power and audacity to spy upon him. Hephaestus gazed into the depths of the underworld, and there stood Hades, clad in a black robe and hood, concealed within a palace, oblivious to discovery. Enveloped in deathly aura, Hephaestus could not discern his form, yet his voice echoed clearly. "Greetings, kindred spirit." Perhaps having witnessed more jolting and inexplicable scenes had broadened his perception, Hephaestus now recognized the peculiarities surrounding Hades. Through the connection of deathly energy, Hades's power permeated every inch of the underworld, gradually transforming the realm of shadows into his personal dominion. His power seemed to reach an unseen threshold, beginning to corrode the Styx, attempting to imbue the river with his own essence. Hephaestus chuckled softly. "Hello, fellow traveler." With that, he slipped into the void, concluding their brief encounter. Chapter 29. Revenge, the connection between the underworld and the mortal realm. Persephone's delicate, alabaster hands cradled 12 pomegranate seeds, their silence echoing the tumult within her. Her exquisite visage bore a pallor of indecision, as the seeds emanated a unique and unforgettable stench of fate. This sensation was unpalatable to her. Everything that transpired, including her choices, seemed preordained, no matter her actions. She felt destined to ensnare herself in a web intricately woven long before her existence, unable to extricate herself. It conjured memories of her past, recalling her child, the deceased Zeus. With her slender fingers, she pinched 4 seeds and brought them to her lips, her warm and gentle tongue lifting as she swallowed the seeds into her being. Gazing at the remaining 8 seeds, Persephone's expression darkened with aversion. She feigned a toss, wishing to cast away this detestable burden. Yet, for reasons unfathomable, she ultimately refrained from discarding them. The remaining seeds were clutched tightly in her palm, her nails piercing her flesh, as drops of divine blood stained the darkened soil of the underworld. She stepped into the void, journeying to reunite with her mother in the realm of mortals. As Athena had foreseen, Zeus was laughing with unrestrained joy. However, since Persephone had consumed 4 pomegranate seeds gifted by Hades, she was bound to spend 4 months each year in the underworld. Demeter was profoundly displeased by this arrangement. She conspired with her husband, Zeus, and engaged in a cordial triadic conference with Hades. Ultimately, the matter reached an inconclusive end, with reports suggesting that Hades remained relatively restrained during the proceedings, while Zeus offered his support. In a fit of fury, Demeter reduced the mountain where the negotiations took place to ruins, issuing a stern ultimatum to Zeus. "If my daughter must dwell in the underworld for 4 months each year, then the mortal realm shall endure 4 months of famine. You shall manage the consequences." With that, she departed in a flurry. Thus, the seasons were born. With the departure of the omnipotent deity, the atmosphere in the Elysian fields shifted from fervor to repression, leaving the populace in a state of disarray. Time passed, and King Clymenus had departed this world. Before his demise, he bequeathed the throne to Triptolemus, whom he believed he owed a debt. Triptolemus proved to be a capable and benevolent ruler, administering the realm with meticulous care. Yet, fate did not extend its favor upon him. His mother, Metanira, lay gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. In desperation, Triptolemus spared no expense to summon the world's most renowned healers, but they were rendered powerless. At this juncture, a centaur, scarred and disfigured, traversed Elysium. Recognizing Triptolemus's eloquence, he set aside his racial prejudices and sought counsel. The disfigured centaur imparted a profound truth. Illness is a malady of the heart, one for which no remedy exists. That day, Triptolemus fell into a deep silence. Lost in contemplation, even the most esteemed of his advisors dared not utter a word in his presence. In the blink of an eye, Metanira approached death's door, her mind wandering into incoherence. Triptolemus approached her bedside, grasping her pallid hand, patiently listening to her ramblings. With love in her gaze, she addressed her child. "My dear, I perceive the anguish within your heart. You are the flesh of my flesh, and none know you better than I. Forgive my neglect, as I was consumed by the sorrow of losing your brother. Yet, I cannot forget. Every time I slumber, your brother's cherubic face haunts my dreams. You are a remarkable child, and I once envisioned you seeking vengeance. But upon reflection, I rescinded that notion. I cannot sacrifice one child's happiness for the misfortune of another. You are an exceptional king, and you have governed our kingdom with diligence. This is your hard-earned home, and I cannot allow you to lose it." As Metanira's voice waned, she continued, "Revenge is a foolish notion, one I dared not utter in health, fearing the deities above would bring calamity upon us. Now, on the cusp of death, I find myself bolder than ever. My child, do not entertain such thoughts. They will only ensnare you in a lifetime of suffering. Your heart is filled with responsibility, which is commendable, yet beware of excessive obsession, for it may lead to your ruin. Strive to forget, to embrace the beauty of the future. My son, you have done enough, let it go." With those final words, Metanira passed away, her heart ceasing its rhythm, her body gradually cooling in the absence of life. Triptolemus, having held back his tears for so long, finally succumbed to grief. He clutched his mother's cold, lifeless hand, sobbing quietly in the solitude of the chamber, not wishing to reveal his vulnerability to the outside world. Yet, soon he ceased weeping, his tone low, resolute, and laden with significance. Revenge is by no means a trivial matter. Mother, I am bereft of a home. Triptolemus embraced his mother for the final time, feeling the absence of her former warmth, replaced only by an icy grip that pierced his heart. He opened the door to the room, revealing a profound darkness outside, shrouding the arrival of dawn in uncertainty. When had the night been this dark? A flicker of recognition crossed his mind. Yes, it was the night of his father Clemenus' passing, when the darkness was equally profound, devoid of moonlight or candlelight. Triptolemus's hoarse voice pierced the night. "Someone, anyone." In an instant, the palace servant sprang into action, tending to the late queen's visage, adorning her in resplendent garments, and preparing the ceremonial objects for her burial. Triptolemus turned his back to them, feeling like an outsider in his own home. A heavily armored general approached him, asking, "What do you intend to do? Surrender?" Triptolemus turned, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the armored general. "Linkos, do you think I would not slay you? My mother has died. You should mourn for her, as should the entire Elysian realm. Your concerns and mine must wait behind this." Linkos, taken aback, softened, "I shall mourn her, for she was my kin as well." He continued, "However, I know of a deity who stands in opposition to the gods. Perhaps he possesses the means to restore the dead. You need only seek him out. We are all beings ensnared in suffering, acutely aware of the torment of living a life worse than death. Some fates are inescapable, and some souls are destined to be lost." Chapter 30. The slaying of a serpent among the deities. True secrets have never existed. If they did, it would merely attest to the insignificance of the god in question, rendering them unworthy of attention. All enigmas in the annals of the divine realm arise from this principle. Typically, the more powerful the deity, the more transparent they become, while the inconsequential, often disregarded mortals can conceal far more. Hephaestus found himself ensnared in a similar predicament. He anticipated that someone would take notice of him, and he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. He ventured into the chaos to chronicle the histories of the shattered worlds. No sooner had he departed than Hades, the sovereign of the underworld, rose from his throne and tore asunder the barrier between the realm of the dead and the world of the living, silently descending into the mortal realm. An eerie aura of death swiftly enveloped and severed the connection between mortals and their faith in Hephaestus. This was a simple task for Hades, as few were aware of Hephaestus's name. Most worshipped merely the primal essence of fire. Following a clear thread of faith, he traversed the war-torn and death-laden earth towards the origins of conflict. In the mortal realm, death spread like a plague. Newly formed nations waged war against one another. Despite this being their first encounter with battle, the populace quickly mastered the art of warfare. On the battlefield, they severed each other as heads, bestowing upon one another a glorious death in the name of the gods. Among them, Thessaly and Phrygia united to confront the well-provisioned and numerous forces of Eleusis. As the instigator of war, Eleusis sought to impose its will, driven by their ruler's desire for singular dominion over the land. In a rare collaboration, two nations with differing beliefs allied against the adversary that brought forth bloodshed and death. Meanwhile, Triptolemus, the king of Eleusis and the source of humanity's calamity, exhibited an unexpected nonchalance. He sequestered himself in a dark basement, engrossed in solitary prayer. "O great deity who governs the flames, shield me. Grant me the power to obliterate that which your enemies covet." He was grotesque, more a monster than a god. Suddenly, he spoke. "Whom are you deceiving? Yourself? Believe me, Hephaestus will pay no heed to your entreaties. Moreover, the idol you have placed is not his. It is merely a figment of a non-existent beast." To Hades' astonishment, Triptolemus did not flinch at the revelation of his inner turmoil. He rose, sword in hand, his eyes radiating a chilling light. "Who are you?" Hades replied. "I admire your gaze. It resembles that of a lone wolf prepared for battle. You should know me, the ruler of the underworld, Hades." Triptolemus quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "The gods? You do not intend to kill me?" Hades countered. "Why should I slay you simply because you plan to dismantle the faith in the gods? In your eyes, is this not a rule that mortals cannot transgress?" Hades continued. "Certainly, it is not sufficient. Do you not understand? The gods are not always harmonious. We, too, are capable of opposition. Stripped of power, we are no different from mortals. We engage in conflict and harbor our own desires. Where there are those who seek faith, there will naturally be those who do not care. For me, deceased mortals are far preferable to unrealistic beliefs." Triptolemus inquired, "Am I destined to die?" Hades replied, "You all shall perish." Triptolemus laughed, "Death is welcome. It is best if none remain." He suddenly asked, "Can gods die?" Hades paused momentarily, then a sinister, low laughter echoed through the dark basement. "Mortals, you never cease to surprise me. Gods can indeed die. The only distinction lies in whose hands they meet their end. Yet, from my perspective, you currently lack the potential for such an outcome." Triptolemus shrugged. "Who can predict the future? Can you truly foresee what lies ahead?" Hades corrected him. "That is not the future, it is fate." In his hand appeared a short dagger imbued with potent deathly energy, which he offered to Triptolemus. "This is what you desire, the power you have relentlessly yearned for day and night." Triptolemus stood frozen. Noticing his hesitation, Hades' tone shifted to one of seduction. "Are you afraid? It seems you are not so formidable after all. Mortals are often consumed by their desires, overly fixating on the past and fretting over the future. Understand this. Courage is unreliable. Only sheer madness can seize fate by the throat." Triptolemus slowly extended his hand, and the moment he grasped the dagger, he comprehended its name and purpose, Blade of Death's Whisper. The wielder would temporarily possess the feeble power of a deity, capable of wounding gods and even slaying them. His movements abruptly transformed from languid to violently swift. He drew the dagger, bent his arm, gathered strength, and thrust it in one fluid motion. When his body settled, the Blade of Death's Whisper was embedded in Hades' chest. Triptolemus remained composed as he rotated his wrist, listening to the sound of a heart shattering, and remarked, "It appears gods are not so formidable after all. In vigilance, they fall short of mortals." Gazing at the dagger lodged in his heart, Hades laughed, a laugh of appreciation. Initially restrained, then swelling into a cacophony that resonated through the surrounding darkness, which writhed in response. "Triptolemus, I find myself somewhat fond of you. Once you have perished, I shall ensure you become one of my subservient deities. Now go, unleash the fury within you, and offer me a grand feast." In the depths of darkness, Triptolemus, kneeling in prayer, suddenly awakened. A dream? As if unveiling a truth, he glanced down to see the Blade of Death's Whisper emanating a chilling aura. It seemed, indeed, not a dream. He stood and opened the door, stepping into the equally dark corridor. Triptolemus appeared quite familiar with the surroundings, proceeding left while patiently counting his steps. "Here we are." He opened a door, immediately assaulted by a pungent scent. In the dim light, he discerned a chariot and a winged serpent entwined within. He entered, ensuring to close the door behind him. Before long, he emerged, arms drooping, tightly gripping the Blade of Death's Whisper. Blood stained the blade, his face, and his garments, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was human or serpent blood. Though fatigue weighed upon him, his eyes shone with an unsettling brilliance. Chapter 31. The Great Battle and Chaos. In the midst of chaos, before the onset of darkness, the fragmented world stretched endlessly before him. He had yet to discover the primordial realm, yet his journey had already borne considerable fruit. At the farthest reaches of his exploration, he had left markers, intending to solidify his foundation before returning to delve deeper. He became aware of a shadow seated within the rift he had opened. This shadow existed in a liminal state between the ethereal and the tangible, likely a manifestation that subtly connected to the underworld, the dark side of the world. "Hades, is there something you wish to discuss?" he inquired. Hephaestus felt a surge of curiosity. It was not surprising that Hades was aware of these shattered worlds, but it was peculiar that he seemed to be awaiting his arrival. A jolt of realization struck Hephaestus. Something had transpired in the mortal realm, and it involved someone of profound significance to him. Who could it be? For Hades to employ a manifestation closely tied to the essence of the underworld. Could it be Aglaia? Upon this thought, Hephaestus's expression turned cold. The flames flickered upon his shoulders and crown, as the annals of time materialized in his grasp. Even the chaos behind him began to shimmer with color, the history of ages re-emerging upon its pages. Without a moment's hesitation, 3 flames coalesced into one. Ancient texts swirling amidst the flames, surging forth towards Hades. In response to Hephaestus's formidable assault, Hades, in his manifested form, rose from his seated position. He lifted a hand, and the barriers of the underworld materialized within the chaos. Though Hephaestus's strike shook the very foundations of the underworld, it proved ineffective against Hades, who remained shielded behind the barrier. Hephaestus's tone grew icy. But your relationship with Clotho is far too close. With you present, she is difficult to target. If it were possible, I would prefer not to involve her, and her ties to fate are far too profound. To disrupt fate, she must inevitably fall. Hephaestus's pupils contracted. Hades was speaking not of mere confinement, but of a fall. What kind of arrangement could cause a deity's demise? It dawned on him instantly. Lynkos? A direct confrontation? Then let it come. Hephaestus opened the annals of time, and countless phantoms of worlds began to materialize slowly within the chaos. They were born, they endured. They approached their end, and then, imbued with the might of falling worlds, they plummeted towards Hades. As Hades sought to employ the barriers of the underworld to defend against Hephaestus, Hephaestus resolved to shatter the very underworld itself. This was not a spectacle of grandeur. It was a pure clash of strength, a rare confrontation between deities of immense power. The first to falter was Hades. The barrier before him thinned perilously, on the verge of collapse. He shook his head. What a pity, my true form cannot arrive, or the outcome would be uncertain. I had intended to preserve this manifestation, yet I was too greedy. However, it shall not be needed henceforth. Suddenly, he withdrew the barriers of the underworld, his form becoming blurred and distorted. A torrent of divine power surged recklessly from his being, saturating the surrounding chaos with darkness, his body gradually collapsing and dissipating. The force gained from the destruction of a manifestation connected to the essence of the underworld was extraordinary. The ephemeral worlds Hephaestus had summoned were firmly anchored in place. Yet this was not the end. An infinite wave of death energy surged toward Hephaestus, seeking to thrust him into the depths of chaos, to render him lost for millennia. In the face of this relentless tide of death, Hephaestus's eyes turned golden, engulfed in flames, a mist enveloping him, revealing the true form of his fiery essence. The power of the annals of time reached its zenith, firmly stabilizing the tumultuous chaos around him. Under the onslaught of death energy, Hephaestus stood resolute, like a towering mountain, unaffected by the raging winds from all directions. His strategy was clear. Hades' capacity to expend power was limited. If he could withstand the most ferocious initial assault, the subsequent moments would belong to him. Hades, too, was aware of this. He chuckled softly. This is insufficient. Show me your full strength, Hephaestus. With that, he self-destructed. In the wake of his self-destruction, death energy coalesced into a celestial body, resembling a black sun, before erupting with a thunderous explosion. The powerful shockwave enveloped the surrounding chaos, akin to rippling waters, submerging Hephaestus. Yet, a hand ablaze with flames emerged defiantly, and with a gentle motion, the luminous lantern from behind the rift soared into the chaos, landing in Hephaestus's grasp. Holding the lantern, its light illuminated the surrounding area, bringing tranquility as if nothing had transpired. However, Hades had achieved his objective, successfully compelling Hephaestus to utilize the luminous lantern as an anchor point, seizing the moment to obliterate the rift connecting chaos and the mortal realm. Hades' manifestation had been completely annihilated. Hephaestus turned to the darkness before him and inquired, "Lord Erebus, may I pass?" He held the luminous lantern, its gentle glow illuminating the path ahead. Unable to traverse the main route, he would have to take a detour, uncertain if he could arrive in time. Upon the earth, Chiron was hastening his journey, his expression fraught with anxiety as he glanced over his shoulder intermittently. He reassured himself, if I reach the sea, humanity has yet to set foot there. The thought of being a deity, yet being pursued by insignificant mortals, brought a bitter smile to Chiron's heart. However, the two humans in pursuit were exceedingly peculiar. One was clad in iron armor, rising unceasingly no matter how many times he fell, seemingly impervious to death, while the other was even more outrageous, wielding a divine artifact. Chiron instinctively sensed he had been ensnared in the conflicts of formidable deities. He was born with a fragile destiny, possessing the title of a god but lacking the corresponding authority, and thus dared not confront them. The burns upon his body constantly reminded him that the chasm between gods could be even greater than that between gods and mortals. He could never forget the sun in the sky and that towering, tyrannical figure. He had been young then, attempting to challenge authority, and was left with indelible scars. The sensation of death's approach was one he swore never to face again. Reflecting on this, Chiron felt tears welling in his eyes. He, too, was of noble lineage. His father was Cronus, and his mother was the sea nymph Philyra, daughter of the ocean god Oceanus and the sea goddess Tethys. Yet, his mother had merely been Cronus's lover, and due to his monstrous birth, he had been abandoned in infancy. Only he knew how he had endured through the years. The pursuers were upon him now. Escape was impossible. Chiron halted, turned, and gazed at the two figures, exclaiming with a sense of melancholy. If only I had been born handsome, not a monster, how wonderful that would be. Chapter 32. Are you teaching me how to act? The humans pursuing Chiron were Triptolemus and Linco. Compared to their former selves, both men, having endured the ravages of war, exhibited significant changes in temperament. Linco, clad in iron armor, had become noticeably more ferocious. Bloodlust had clouded his mind, and the experience of slaughtering his kin had warped his psyche. On the battlefield, he had faced countless instances of death and rebirth, sharpening his instincts to a terrifying degree. Even if Triptolemus had not disclosed the identity of the centaur before him, Linco had already formed an inkling. He was not a monster, but rather a deity, a feeble, pitiful god. Linco could no longer restrain the slaughtering blade in his hand, for he was on the verge of slaying a god. After a long wait, he had finally taken the first step towards vengeance, on the brink of tangible reward. The knife lacked a sheath. Linco deemed such an accessory superfluous. He caressed the blade, gazing at Chiron with the detached air one might reserve for a corpse. Dried blood stained the weapon, remnants of battles past, as Linco had never cleansed it. The long sword he had wielded for years had been cast aside. In combat, a knife proved swifter and more durable than a sword. He advanced, the blade now locked onto Chiron's throat. Linco intended to sever the head of this monstrous deity as he would that of a fellow tribesman, indifferent to any resistance. He could not perish. He could fail countless times. One stroke, merely one stroke, he chanted inwardly. Yet, Triptolemus interposed himself before Linco, having also borne the trials of war. He exuded a gravitas absent in Linco's wildness, yet this composure inspired an unsettling fear, rendering him seemingly indifferent. He exchanged pleasantries with Chiron, akin to old friends reuniting. Once again, we meet, Chiron the physician. The deity possessed an aura and demeanor befitting his divine status. Chiron exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he seemed inclined to jest. If it were within my power, I would prefer not to see you at all. You are like a man pursuing the goddess Aphrodite, facing either death or the goddess's favor to satiate your earthly desires, unable to comprehend the essence of relinquishment. Chiron shook his head, addressing Triptolemus, but none of this aligns with your desires. When I encountered you in Elysium, you displayed great humility. It was evident how deeply you cherished your mother. Triptolemus suddenly interrupted Chiron, the mention of his mother casting a veil of avoidance across his cold visage. Your words bear no significance. Chiron the physician, you have aided me, and I do not wish to take your life. If you divulge all the secrets pertaining to the gods, I shall grant you your freedom. Triptolemus brandished the blade of the dead, emphasizing, I possess this capability. Faced with the ominous presence of the blade of the dead, Chiron took 2 steps back. This is not your strength. The possessions of powerful deities are not easily acquired. Understand that everything bestowed by fate is marked with a price. Triptolemus, you have become a pawn. Pawns cannot escape the board. But I have acquired power, have I not? This power is genuine. Even if you are a deity, you must heed my terms. Chiron the physician, make your choice. Chiron sighed, removing the longbow he carried. I have no choice. Yet, if drawn into conflicts that do not concern me, the outcome will be more tragic than death. Triptolemus felt a headache coming on. Chiron's obstinate demeanor suggested he would return empty-handed. Suddenly, Linco shouted, he is lying. He fears death. Chiron turned to Linco, astonished. Indeed, without the authority of the gods, Chiron could be deemed the weakest deity of all time. He could not traverse the realms of the living and the dead independently, and his frail existence garnered no attention from Hades, leaving him without even a soul to turn to for help. if it were his choice. He would prefer not to die, for that would mean an eternity spent among the dead without the prospect of special opportunities. He discarded his longbow, yet you are mistaken. I fear death, but I am not incapable of dying. While life in the underworld may be less than ideal, it is far better than embroiling myself in conflict. You may proceed, and I shall hasten to build a shelter in the underworld. After all, with the rising death toll, finding space down there becomes increasingly challenging. Triptolemus, puzzled, inquired of Chiron. Chiron the physician, you are a god. Unlike us mortals who rely on external forces, you possess eternal life. Why then do you fear other deities? Why not collaborate with me? I assure you, our conversation will remain confidential. I shall guard this secret with my fleeting life. Chiron sighed, gesturing to the burns upon his body. Do you see? The chasm between gods is far wider than you perceive. Just as the being standing behind, you could effortlessly cast aside a divine artifact, sending me into a frenzy of despair. He pointed to the sky, recounting to them. Do you think me useless? Long ago, I shared your ambitions. In that era, you had yet to be born. Humanity had yet to emerge. The silver age of humanity thrived upon the earth. The sun scorched the land, and I dared to challenge the sun itself. I can never forget the gaze of that being above the sun. It was akin to looking upon an ant. He merely lowered the sun slightly, and I faced death. Now, I no longer ponder such matters, realizing that the pursuits of yesteryear were but fleeting illusions, a source of self-imposed anguish. To live well today, to cherish each day, is my true pursuit. Triptolemus fell silent, and after a considerable pause, he spoke. Chiron the physician, it is time for you to depart. Chiron chuckled. It appears I have swayed you. He began to walk towards the sea, but suddenly turned to Triptolemus. Young man, although I cannot discern your true intentions, they must be fraught with difficulty. Anything linked to the divine is never simple. Never pit your meager strength against that of the gods. You cannot prevail. Only by maintaining a sound mindset and making calm decisions can you hope for a sliver of opportunity. With that, he flashed a brilliant smile, his figure gradually merging with the sea. Youth is a splendid thing, full of infinite possibilities. Behind him, Triptolemus gripped Linco's hand with determination, shouting to Chiron's retreating figure, You had best not return to the land. At least, do not allow me to discover it. I do not know if I can remain as calm next time as I am now, to hear you recount those ancient tales. Chiron waved his hand, his form completely swallowed by the sea. Observing this, Triptolemus released his grip, and Linco, now free, erupted in fury. Triptolemus, have you lost your mind? We were just on the verge of slaying a god. Your weakness has cost us the most precious opportunity. Triptolemus brandished the blade of the dead, coldly regarding Linco. Call me king. Linco, unwillingly meeting his gaze, ultimately chose to acquiesce. King, do not instruct me on how to act. You are not yet worthy. Chapter 33. The twitched countenance. Deep within the heart of the forest lies a stunning lake. The waters are as clear as a mirror, reflecting the splendor of the setting sun and the evening glow. Pandora sits by the lake's edge, her delicate form clad in light garments. Her fair and smooth feet immersed in the cool water, occasionally splashing playfully. Suddenly, she extends her slender fingers and gestures in the air. The vibrant sunset and the hues of twilight vanish, replaced by the myriad scenes of the human realm. After gazing for a while, she shakes her head in disappointment. Having believed that the newly born deity would usher in transformation for humanity, only to discover that he revels in warfare. Zeus and Hera have been exceedingly kind to him, allowing a child so naive to delve into matters of faith. One might say, it is fitting for the offspring of such powerful beings. Desiring to avoid the gruesome spectacle of war, Pandora rises, her movement creating gentle ripples that smooth the lake's surface, restoring the reflection of the sunset and twilight. She walks barefoot along the shore, the golden light filtering through the trees and gracing her sheer garments, resembling a woodland nymph, warm-hearted yet oblivious to the world's complexities, as envisioned by mortals. Adjacent to the lake is the village that Pandora and her husband Epimetheus meticulously planned and built together. She recalls when she first arrived. The area was but a desolate ruin, with her divine husband residing in a dilapidated thatched hut. Now, traces of that former decay have vanished entirely. With her eyes closed, she strolls through the village, relishing the gentle caress of the evening breeze. Pandora is intimately familiar with every blade of grass, every stone, and harbors no fear of stumbling. In fact, she finds it hard to believe that a deity and a mortal could not only unite in marriage, but also coexist in such harmony. Yet, with Epimetheus, she feels no sense of the distance often attributed to divine beings. Their companionship is remarkably seamless. Thus, she willingly joined him in procreation. Their child, named Pyra, is a girl who inherits her father's strength and her mother's beauty, a natural cleverness emanating from her being. What saddens Pandora is that, due to her mortal nature, her child is not born an eternal deity but merely a demigod. This reality weighs heavily on her mind, and she occasionally laments her own existence. The village possesses many unoccupied homes, constructed for aesthetic purposes, far exceeding the needs of their small family. Consequently, only one dwelling emanates light. Pandora smiles, knowing that her husband, Epimetheus, is a thoughtful man, always leaving a lamp lit for her, even late into the night. Though unnecessary, she appreciates the sentiment. Inside, the voices of her husband and daughter drift through the air. Pandora refrains from entering, playfully winking as she muses that she may have unintentionally revealed a small secret of her daughter. Within, Epimetheus wears a stern expression as he queries Pyra, "I haven't seen you all day. Speak, where have you been roaming?" Pyra, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowers her head and responds, "I was at a friend's house." Epimetheus' countenance darkens further. Despite his foresight, the reality of the situation still unsettles him. His voice rises involuntarily. "A friend? How many friends do you have? You, a grown girl, shamelessly running off to Callion's house. I can't even tether you like a bull." Pyra, exhibiting a hint of defiance, retorts, "Mother said she wouldn't tell you." She raises her head to argue, but is immediately met by her father's authoritative gaze, causing her to lower it once more. In a hushed tone, she mutters, "If I were born a goddess, endowed with divine power, I would distance myself from you. You are so unenlightened." Unexpectedly, Epimetheus becomes irate. He sternly questions Pyra, "Who are you complaining about? Is it me or your mother? Are you blaming us for not granting you the identity of a deity? Or do you feel ashamed for lacking divine power?" Realizing she has crossed a line, Pyra hastily attempts to clarify, "Father, that's not how it is." Her mood visibly shifts to one of despondence. "But father, if I were born a goddess, I wouldn't need to worry about the future. I wouldn't age or die, and I would have ample time to engage in simple joys that bring me happiness. You know, father, I truly envy you and mother. You both possess eternal life and can remain together forever. But Callion and I cannot. I know he loves me, yet I dare not ask for more. I fear confronting the prospect of growing old and losing my beauty. I feel unworthy of him." With that, Pyra's voice breaks. Epimetheus lets out a long sigh, sensing that his daughter has matured slightly, harboring her own secrets and worries. He turns away, not wanting her to witness his less imposing side. Addressing her over his shoulder, he says, "If your troubles are merely trivial matters, there is no need for concern. I have long been prepared." Pyra wipes her eyes. "Father, you need not deceive me. Only those born as eternal deities exist. There is no precedent for mortals becoming gods." Epimetheus scoffs, "Look at you, so disheartened. How many years have you lived that you think you know everything?" The absence of precedent does not equate to the absence of method. The fire god Hephaestus has long left a path for mortals to achieve divinity at the source of the flames. Though this path is perilous for mortals and slow for deities, I share a bond with Hephaestus. It would not be difficult to present two treasures to him on Lemnos and speak favorably on your behalf, creating an additional shortcut for you. Pyra, in disbelief, asks, "Hephaestus? The divine craftsman? The only unattractive deity among the gods? Does he possess such capability?" Epimetheus turns to her with a serious gaze. "You would do well to refrain from speaking ill of powerful deities. Never underestimate the abilities of a formidable god. You must understand that should Hephaestus take offense at your words and confront us, I would be powerless to intervene. At that moment, not only you but your mother and I would be at his mercy." Pyra quickly clarifies, "I would never dare to offend. I merely find it hard to imagine that such a notorious deity possesses the power to turn decay into marvels. Father, you may not know, but his marriage to the goddess Aphrodite has become the talk among the gods. He is now synonymous with weakness." Epimetheus sighs, "Pyra, sometimes one must not believe everything seen or heard. You cannot accept what others say without forming your own judgment. You should know that few things can bind a deity of great power, aside from the 6 supreme beings, who are the epitome of invincibility. Your opinions, doubts, and slanders are but the barking of impotent curs, mere fleeting illusions. Among deities of immense power, certain matters remain unspoken. Yet the boundaries and attitudes have been established from the outset. No one may cross them. Just as Zeus and Hera orchestrated the union of Hephaestus and Aphrodite, Hephaestus allowed Aphrodite to act freely, and Aphrodite never claims to act as Hephaestus' wife in her endeavors. Pyra contemplates this, a smile breaking through her tear-streaked face as she responds. I understand, Father. She suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. Father, what exactly is your level? Is it weak divine power or moderate divine power? Epimetheus rolled his eyes in exasperation. It is quite disappointing that after all this time spent together, you still cannot discern my true capabilities. If, in the future, I find myself in a conflict with your husband and you choose to take sides, I would be at a loss as to how to best you. Pyrrha chuckled. Such a scenario is hardly plausible. Rest assured, Father, with me keeping watch, Callion would never dare to act in such a manner. At her words, Epimetheus turned his head, his face twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 34. The Chosen Two outside. The sun had begun its slow, inexorable descent below the horizon, disappearing into the mountains. While in the opposite direction, a crescent moon was ascending. Light and darkness completed their swift exchange. The brilliance faded, and night descended. Bereft of the sun's warmth, a chill permeated the air. Pandora instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. The gossamer gown she wore was aesthetically pleasing but offered little in the way of practicality. Why would Epimetheus favor such attire? Were the deities impervious to the cold? Within the dwelling, Epimetheus, having turned, observed the moon's ascent through the window. Abandoning Pyrrha, he opened the door with a gentle smile. It's cold outside. Come in, he offered. Pandora gracefully placed her slender fingers into Epimetheus's outstretched hand, a smile playing on her lips. She glanced at Pyrrha, who was watching them with a sullen expression. Have you two finished your conversation? She inquired. Epimetheus offered a sheepish grin. Not yet, but now it's your turn. Rolling her eyes at her husband's attempt to pass the buck, Pandora approached Pyrrha and began to brush her long hair with a wooden comb. My daughter is growing up, she teased, and beginning to entertain romantic notions. Pyrrha's face flushed crimson as she deftly changed the subject. Father, when will I truly become a deity? Epimetheus's words were imbued with profound meaning. You will venture forth, and not just you, but Deucalion as well. Only then will you attain godhood. Will it be long? He seemed to be enduring intense discomfort, his brow beaded with perspiration. After a moment, an orb of light materialized in his hand. It won't be long. With the support of your mother and myself, you are destined to become a deity. And once you achieve that state, you will realize that a century is no different from a millennium. Both can be but a fleeting instant if you so desire. He cast the orb toward Pyrrha. Caught off guard, Pyrrha reflexively reached out to catch it, but the orb vanished upon contact with her hand. Before she could ponder this, Pyrrha sensed a change within herself. She could hear the cries of animals in the mountains and the murmurs of humans in their sleep. An indescribable, peculiar sensation filled her heart, repeatedly emphasizing one fact. All living beings were your creations, and you were their creator. Suddenly, Pyrrha understood. She raised her hand, and a human silhouette appeared within the dwelling, rapidly transitioning from ethereal to corporeal. The sound startled Pyrrha from her reverie and triggered a force within her, causing the silhouette to vanish instantly. Epimetheus addressed Pyrrha. Do not bring your creations into the world lightly if you cannot provide for them. Your energy is finite, but your power is limitless. Regaining her composure, Pyrrha exclaimed, Father, what did you just give me? I feel as though I have become a deity. With a mere thought, I could populate the entire earth with life. Epimetheus casually wiped the sweat from his brow. Not just any deity can accomplish that. This is the authority to create life, bestowed by your grandfather Iapetos. I am entrusting it to you now as an early celebration of your ascension to godhood. Pyrrha was even more excited. But that's not how the legends tell it. According to the myths, my uncle creates the human form. The goddess Athena imbues the newly created humans with intelligence, and you, Father, act as the bridge between the two, accelerating the process of human birth. The living beings on Earth are the result of your combined efforts. And during this process, you made a mistake, causing humans to lack any innate talents. She looked at her hands with confusion and voiced her question to Epimetheus. But why can I do it alone, and so effortlessly? I made the mistake intentionally. Your grandfather entrusted me with almost complete authority over the creation of life. What your uncle Prometheus and Athena painstakingly attempted, I could accomplish with a single thought. Pyrrha was astounded. She scrutinized Epimetheus, trying to reconcile her father with the lofty deities of legend. In her eyes, Epimetheus's ordinary figure suddenly became imposing and enigmatic. Epimetheus chuckled. Don't stare. Powerful authority doesn't equate to powerful strength. No matter how much you look, I won't transform into Zeus and make you the little princess of the gods. He moved closer and suddenly asked Pyrrha, Daughter, Do you believe that I can foresee the future? Pyrrha nodded eagerly. I believe it. I'm sure you are a very powerful deity. Epimetheus gently told her, then promise me this. If one day, you and Deucalion are standing somewhere in the human realm, gazing into the distance, and there is not a single living being on the earth, do not rush to create life with the authority I have given you. The first thing you must do is pray to a deity you deem trustworthy, but not someone you know well. Then await her guidance and follow her instructions. Remember, you can do less, but do not do anything else superfluous. You may not understand now, but this is the future I foresee, and it is the best outcome for you. Pyrrha pondered this and nodded. I understand, father. Epimetheus gently stroked her hair. Good child. Pandora chose that moment to speak, asking Epimetheus, why not allow our daughter to become a deity sooner? Epimetheus explained, it is not wise for me to reveal too much power. Zeus would perceive it as a threat to his rule and become wary and hostile toward me. But humanity is destined to perish and be reborn. Therefore, Deucalion, who inherited Prometheus's power, and our daughter, are destined to go to the human realm and bring about the birth of a new humanity. Once this storm has passed, things will become easier. Pandora sighed. It seems we must proceed slowly. Epimetheus's eyes narrowed. Yes, we must proceed slowly. But the dress you're wearing today is truly beautiful. The lights were extinguished. In the darkness, Pandora exclaimed softly, don't pull so hard. The dress will tear. Chapter 35. The Stagnation of Fate in the Realm of Elysium. Linkasai peered through a specially open window of his residence, gazing at the distant temple. After collaborating with Triptolemus over the years, he had traversed the lands with relentless fervor, wielding his immortality to lead the charge in every battle. Soon, Thessaly and Phrygia had been erased from existence. Now, only one nation remained, Elysium. Through his illustrious military achievements, he had ascended to the unparalleled position of Grand General, second only to the king. Yet, joy eluded Linkasai. He regarded himself as a man bereft of the past, wandering aimlessly through life with a numbed spirit and a weary body, expending all his energy in search of a chance for vengeance. How he wished he had slain that monster long ago. It would have spared him the uncertainty and despair that now clouded his existence. Linkasai murmured to himself. The deities were elusive. He yearned to slay a god, but was unaware of their whereabouts. His encounter with Charon had brought him closest to his goal of vengeance. Time slipped away from him like sand through fingers. In the temple of Zeus, the king of the gods, a new statue of a youthful deity had been erected, Ares, the god of war, the son of the divine king and queen. However, Linkasai had yet to behold the visage of this newborn god, and his resentment kept him from stepping into the realm of the divine, fearing that they might discover his blasphemous intentions. After a prolonged contemplation, he resolved to act. He could no longer afford to delay. The disparity between divine and mortal power was insurmountable. The longer he hesitated, the more he forfeited even the right to struggle. Something had to change. With a solemn grip on his blade, he strode purposefully toward the royal palace. No companions accompanied him. Those who knew Linkasai were aware of his reclusive nature, which he embraced wholeheartedly. He never sought the company of the powerful, relying instead on his own tangible abilities to command his soldiers. He and Triptolemus had delineated their roles. One was the warrior, the other the ruler. This division of labor had rendered Elysium invincible in battle, yet, with the war's conclusion, its shortcomings became apparent. Linkasai found himself utterly alone, unable to enlist the aid of the nation without circumventing Triptolemus. This was antithetical to his initial intentions. He had believed Triptolemus to be an ally, united against a common foe, the gods, thus placing absolute trust in him. However, the longer they worked together, the more Linkasai discerned their differences. Triptolemus was too small-minded, harboring a deep-seated belief that the gods were invincible. He sought mere retribution, not vengeance. This would not suffice. If he lacked the courage, Linkasai would have to assist him. Guards flanked the palace gates, barring Linkasai's entrance and reminding him, Lord Linkasai, one cannot bear arms before the king. He was well aware of this rule, yet today was different. He had come with purpose. The gates swung open, revealing Triptolemus awaiting his audience. Unwilling to squander time with the guards, Linkasai drew his blade, executing a swift strike that severed two heads from their bodies. He boldly entered the palace, confronting Triptolemus, who stood with his back turned. Though silent, Linkasai's presence spoke volumes of his intentions. Triptolemus, as if sensing his approach, remarked, Your bloodlust grows insatiable. The old you would never have turned against your kin, merely rendering them unconscious. Lin Keisai's expression was grim. Time alters many things. Even deities can bear offspring. My willingness to slay my own is hardly remarkable. In contrast, you seem to have grown weaker. Triptolemus turned, revealing the blade of the fallen tongue in his grasp. Are you no longer afraid of me? Lin Keisai scoffed. I have never feared you. Once, you were a capable ally. Turning against you would only harm myself. Thus it was unnecessary. But your hesitation to depart from this path compels me to intervene. That artifact you wield is formidable, yet you are frail. Triptolemus sheathed the dagger. Indeed, I am weak. But what of you? You wish to slay a god, yet remain ignorant of their whereabouts. Most deities are not as feeble as you perceive. Hades, who grants me strength, is rather tolerable. Life can be managed. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Keisai's eyes as he tightened his grip on his blade. You fear, you seek refuge among the gods. Triptolemus replied, not at all, merely acknowledging my own insignificance. After all, if we followed your reasoning, the extinction of humanity would hardly suffice to overthrow a god. You, of all people, understand the significance of timing and circumstance, for the gods are masters of these forces. Lin Keisai, you may endure eternally, but we will perish. Is that so? Lin Keisai mused. It seems we are no longer allies. It is time for me to depart. However, Triptolemus was swifter, plunging the blade of the fallen tongue into Lin Keisai's back. Lin Keisai succumbed to unconsciousness. Triptolemus opened a concealed passage leading underground, carrying Lin Keisai into the depths. In the darkness, he spoke to the unconscious form. You are too blunt and naive, unable to conceal your thoughts. Yet, being friends would have been delightful. Regrettably, I lack that opportunity now. But fear not, while I may not be able to kill the gods. They too are destined to remain unfulfilled. We shall all die, but you will live. Once we are gone, you will be free to unleash your madness. In the shadowy corridor, Triptolemus opened the door to a chamber adorned with a golden coffin, placing Lin Keisai within and sealing the door behind him. Little did he know, a wisp of the deathly aura from the blade of the fallen tongue lingered, guided by a unique connection toward the river of fate, heading towards the temple of the fates. Inside the temple, Clotho, who had once altered Lin Keisai's destiny, spun the threads of fate. Suddenly, a sense of dread seized her, an omen of impending doom. She hastily gazed towards the river of fate beyond the temple, seeking the source of her alarm. Yet, it was too late. A wisp of death surged forth from the river, leaping toward Clotho, immobilizing her in place. Chapter 36. The Flood that Annihilated the World upon Olympus. The three brothers who govern the skies, the earth, the seas, and the underworld convened. Poseidon, the god of the sea, arrived last. His attire disheveled and his demeanor impatient as he entered the palace, questioning Hades. What pressing matter could possibly necessitate our gathering? Zeus, equally curious, noted that Hades rarely concerned himself with affairs beyond the underworld. The last time such gravity was observed was during Cronus's reign over the earth. Hades, shrouded beneath his hood, replied cryptically, You seem quite at ease, reveling in fine wine and beautiful company. Perhaps it is time to awaken and observe the plight of humanity. Witness what has transpired. Poseidon, perplexed, and Zeus, filled with trepidation, gazed down upon the earth. Following a tumultuous war, humanity had unified under one banner, flourishing and multiplying at an unprecedented rate. Zeus observed priests in temples offering sacrifices of bovine bones, smeared in lard, kneeling in fervent prayer to him. Everything appeared harmonious. Turning to Hades, Zeus sought a coherent explanation. Hades, meeting his gaze with a smirk, taunted, Do you not see? Where has your faith gone, the faith of the gods? My dear brother, the path you once tread to divine power has been severed. Upon hearing words that resonated with him, Poseidon quickly reacted, inspecting the situation, only to unleash an anguished cry from atop the mountain. Zeus, what has become of my faith? Why has it diminished so? What have you done? Hades stoked the flames of discontent as he derided Zeus. What have you done? A pertinent question indeed. Have you done anything at all, or have you merely stood idle? The weight of realization dawned upon Zeus. His faith had suddenly diminished by more than half. What once flowed like a mighty river had dwindled to a mere trickle. Although he longed to chastise Poseidon for his lack of reverence, an affront he had never endured since ascending as king of the gods, he chose to temper his anger. Noting this moment was of great consequence. Suppressing his formidable presence, he inquired of Hades, Brother, what has transpired? Since you have summoned us, I presume you possess clarity. Hades turned, revealing, the king of mortals harbors dissent against us. He is astute, opting not to confront us directly, but rather to subtly diminish humanity's allegiance to us. He seeks to instill the belief that they can thrive without divine intervention. Fortunately, I discovered this early. In a few more years, our place among them may vanish entirely. Poseidon, incensed, clamored, "Then what are we waiting for? Let him perish swiftly, and appoint another king to the throne. No, we cannot allow him to escape unscathed. I shall rend him asunder and let the god of dreams display his fate in the nightmares of humanity. Thus, when they sleep, they shall witness the dire consequences of opposing me." Hades squinted, intrigued by Poseidon's sudden ambition to take command of his minions. Had he issued such a decree? He was unaware. Peering through the haze of death that cloaked his visage, Hades implied, "Yet, I fear such threats may hold little weight. If death could instill dread, no mortal would dare utter my name. They still possess gratitude. After all, Prometheus was the one who brought them into this world. To many, he remains an irreplaceable deity, indeed, the singular god." Zeus remained silent, fixated on the priest offering sacrifices in his temple, increasingly vexed by the sight. He diverted his gaze to the distant peaks where Prometheus's son Deucalion and Epimetheus's daughter Pyrrha were entwined in affection. With sudden cruelty, he declared, "What purpose do they serve? It would take a century or two for them to forget Prometheus. If any are foolish and obstinate, even 3 centuries may not suffice. Better to eliminate them and create anew." He called out to Athena beyond the palace, "Athena, my daughter, go to the Caucasus, pierce Prometheus's chest, and retrieve the dominion to create beings for Deucalion. Should he refuse, let him perish. Then command Epimetheus to bestow his portion of authority upon his daughter Pyrrha." Turning to Poseidon, his tone brooked no dissent. "A flood shall cleanse the world, leaving not a soul behind." Poseidon, undeterred by the gravity of Zeus's command, erupted in laughter. "Indeed, let not a single one remain." Amidst his mirth, he soared from Olympus, descending upon the sea, accompanied by Triton, the son of Amphitrite. Wielding his trident, raising the divine artifact, colossal waves surged forth, sweeping across the land. Though merely a tempest to the earth, it became a scythe of death for humanity. They were engulfed in terror, fleeing in vain against the overwhelming tide. Under the full might of a supreme deity, the relentless waves obliterated all in their path. Temples, homes, and palaces succumbed, carried to the depths of the ocean, becoming part of the treasures sought by future generations. As Hades's form began to fade from Olympus, Zeus heard his murmured thoughts. Indeed, everything is finally falling into place. Meanwhile, on the earth, Triptolemus gazed at the immense waves that blotted out the sky, utterly astounded. Is this the true power of the gods? We are scarcely more than ants. Yet, he soon laughed. I have succeeded. They are desperate. He spread his arms wide to the oncoming deluge, laughing boisterously. Hey, is this all you have? His mirthful expression remained as he was swept away by the waves. However, Triptolemus's journey was far from over. In a haze of consciousness, he felt his essence detach from his corporeal form, drawn by an unseen force to an unknown destination. Upon awakening, darkness enveloped him, with a river of crimson light flowing below. Countless souls floated around him, their eyes tightly shut, as if merely in slumber. He realized he had separated from the main throng, drifting into the depths of obscurity. He landed upon solid ground, where a beautiful goddess awaited him. She spoke, "Come with me. Hades has been expecting you for some time." Chapter 37. The seventh great one at the edge of the heavens, in the far west. A cataclysmic deluge had submerged the towering mountains beneath Atlas's feet, leaving him with a disconcerting, damp sensation. With a deliberate motion, Atlas bent down, his face etched with untamed wildness, piercing the clouds to loom over the sea. Though merely a stoop for him, it sent shivers of apprehension through the gods. The sky seemed to have descended, and they feared a resurgence of conflict between Uranus and Gaia. Triton, however, was visibly shaken. The merman, possessing an unsettling beauty, brandished a trident smaller than Poseidon's, a conch shell fastened to his waist. His fishtail thrashed frantically against the water's surface, betraying his fear. Atlas, gazing down upon them, exuded contempt. Enough. Any life would have perished in this deluge. Let the waters recede. This dampness displeases me. With that, he straightened, causing the sky to ascend once more. Poseidon scoffed, "Old codger." He commanded Triton, "Recede the tides." Irritated, he sought the solace of a beautiful maiden. Left behind, Triton tremulously raised his conch shell and began to blow. A deep, mournful sound echoed across the water, and like obedient soldiers, the tides began to ebb, revealing submerged mountains and hills. As he played, Triton stole glances at the sky where Atlas had appeared, his face a mask of apprehension. A gaping, humanoid void marred the clouds, an anomaly against the surrounding expanse. In the underworld, Hades sat upon his throne, as the sovereign of the dead. He ruled over a realm where souls were both subjects and sources of power. With each passing era, the accumulated spirits of the deceased swelled his dominion, making him more potent than ever. Rising from his throne, Hades watched as the fiery rivers that divided the underworld blazed with unprecedented intensity, extensions of his own might. They mirrored his presence in the heart of the underworld, amplifying his power. Hades descended into the depths, reaching a sealed, lightless chamber. Within floated an ethereal doppelganger, subtly connected to the underworld, yet weakened by its insubstantial form. Hades gazed upon the specter. This space was meant to house a divine entity of immense power, a perfect echo of himself. This being would allow him to wield the strength of two, a key to his status as the foremost among the mighty, second only to the great ones. It would also give him an advantage after his ascension, enabling him to hold his own against two opponents. Suppressing his thoughts, Hades floated, merging with the ethereal form. Establishing a link between the ruler and the underworld was a task previously performed by the doppelganger, but now Hades had to undertake it himself. As Hades and the specter melded, the underworld's power found a conduit, flowing into Hades. The energies of the underworld and the dead surged within him, bringing him to the very threshold of becoming a great power. Though palpable, this boundary remained insurmountable. But Hades was prepared. With a thought, he unleashed the fiery rivers upon the Styx. Where they converged, blood from beyond this world was drawn into the fiery torrent, becoming part of Hades's power. As if by fate, Hades effortlessly ascended to become the seventh of the great powers. From the depths of the underworld, he cast an icy gaze upon the river of destiny. As the architect of the world-ending flood, his ascension was not the ultimate goal, but a step toward it. With a surge of divine power, he struck out at the river of destiny. In the temple of fate, Clotho, bound by a wisp of death, sighed. A potent backlash of fate surged through her, and unable to move, she endured it, preventing it from harming her sisters. The river of destiny opened, drawing her in. She would be lost forever in the unknowable currents of fate, not dead, but as good as. In the depths of the underworld, Hades consumed the scepter of fate. Gazing beyond the world, he saw Hephaestus striding through the chaos. Witnessing Clotho's fate, Hephaestus had ignited the primordial void, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. So swift. Hades murmured, "I will be wounded." He coughed, spitting blood. By seizing Clotho's scepter of fate, he became the new weaver of fate, inheriting both the glory and the suffering of the old god. The backlash meant for Clotho now assailed Hades more fiercely than he had anticipated. He realized Clotho's final act. Unexpected, with a surge of resolve, he forced himself to wield the power of the weaver, dictating the fate of all life on the earth. He shortened the lifespan of all beings, setting a limit for each race. Death would come swiftly at its appointed time. This act cost him another mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, a roar shook the heavens. Hades, the barrier of the world, shattered as Hephaestus returned. Without a word, he launched a deadly attack. The annals of time, imbued with the force of countless collapsing worlds, hurtled toward the underworld, threatening to shatter its darkness. Chapter 38. Under the gaze of the gods, all things bestowed by fate have been surreptitiously marked with a price, a truth that Hades is acutely aware of. Having forcibly seized the power of the river Styx to elevate himself, he now faces the wrathful strike of Hephaestus. His strength hampered by the binding power of the river of oaths. Hades closes his eyes, exerting all his effort to extricate himself from the entanglement of the oath-bound waters. He had long prepared for contingencies, confident in his ability to navigate any turmoil. In a distant corner of the underworld, the beautiful goddess guiding Triptolemus suddenly gazes skyward, her delicate voice resonating throughout the realm. "Hephaestus, your audacity knows no bounds. She is Persephone, the queen of the underworld, who shares dominion over this realm with Hades and is a formidable deity in her own right. The underworld is her domain, where she reigns as a sovereign with countless subjects. This marks her first display of immense power, and her opponent is another renowned deity of equal stature. Persephone believes the swiftest route to fame and respect lies in subduing her adversaries, a truth she holds dear. Ascending into the heavens, She intends to catch the descending tome of ages with one hand. As fellow deities of great power, how vast can the disparity truly be? Surely, even an unsightly opponent like this cannot withstand a single blow. However, when her hand collides with the tome, imbued with the boundless, ephemeral force of the fallen world, her expression shifts to one of horror. Her arm contorts uncontrollably under the force of the clash, her body engulfed in a downward spiral. In desperation, she stretches out her other hand to block the impending disaster, but it proves futile. Persephone plummets like a moth consumed by flames, her fate sealed. With a cataclysmic roar, her hands are severed, and the very earth of the underworld fractures. Amidst the debris and chasms in the ground, Persephone struggles to rise, her body drenched in blood, with mangled flesh revealing glimpses of bone. She surveys the shattered realm, her mind clouded with confusion, trembling in fear at the thought of what might have transpired had she not relinquished her grip. As she gazes up, she sees Hephaestus, reasserting his hold on the tome with an expression devoid of warmth, his figure merging with the haunting memories of a nightmare. Elevated and insurmountable, he looms before her. Her consciousness begins to wane, and she falls backward, but a hand catches her waist, allowing her to hear her final murmurs. Is the gap between gods truly this vast? Zeus, are you truly invincible? Hades, holding the fair goddess, scoffs lightly. Zeus, he is hardly worthy. He summons a throne, seating Persephone upon it, then ascends to confront Hephaestus. With a smile, he addresses him. You are ultimately a step too late. Will you not withdraw? Within the tome of ages, the remnants of a shattered world coalesce, gathering energy for another cataclysmic strike. Hephaestus's tone is low and oppressive. How do you propose I withdraw? I believed we would be allies, unguarded towards one another. For this trust, I have lost the few I could rely upon. Regardless of others, in my world, a life must be repaid with a life. Hades' smile fades, replaced by a serious demeanor. We are indeed allies, that is undeniable. Yet we both understand the gravity of what lies ahead. Every ounce of power is hard-won and invaluable. Thus, sacrificing a portion of our kin is unavoidable. Hephaestus scoffs, the tome of ages hurtling toward Hades with inexorable might. You are audacious indeed, willing to sacrifice my friends. The barriers of the underworld rise before Hades. Yet as someone intimately aware of Hephaestus's capabilities, he dares not confront this artifact head-on in his current state. Still, under the full force of Hephaestus's strike, the protective barriers crack, and a second blow would surely shatter them. Observing this, Hades' eyes fill with trepidation. The difference between the furious and the usual Hephaestus is stark. Although he bears the wounds of fate's backlash, he is undeniably a being of great power, yet he finds himself overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. It is imperative to quell Hephaestus's rage, otherwise, all his painstaking efforts will amount to nothing. How absurd it is that the very authority he painstakingly orchestrated has become his vulnerability. He lowers his voice, addressing Hephaestus. I had no intention of sacrificing Clotho. You can navigate fate. If Clotho is wise enough not to wander, you could delve into the river of destiny and rescue her swiftly. In response, the sound of the tome's mighty impact against the barriers resonates, and flames engulf the space between them. Hephaestus's voice, restrained yet powerful, follows. I understand, but I fear that if you survive, not only will I fail to save her, but I may also lose myself. With his escape routes entirely blocked, Hades' anger surges. Then come, let us unite and shatter this world in advance. He is willing to sacrifice his very foundation, enduring excruciating pain to extract every ounce of strength from within. Ready to face Hephaestus in a final confrontation, Hephaestus regards him coolly. A cornered beast fights desperately. Their dialogue, devoid of concealment, sends ripples of panic among the observing gods. This conflict transcends mere discord. Hephaestus has bypassed the abyss of Tartarus, the eternal prison for deities, and is prepared to engage Hades in earnest. Since the dawn of creation, no deity has truly perished in the open, let alone one of such immense power. No, this precedent must not exist. As lightning cleaves the sky, Zeus descends onto the battlefield, positioning himself before Hades, flanked by the goddess of harvest, Demeter, and the goddess of love, Aphrodite. All three bear expressions of profound apprehension. The enraged Hephaestus resembles Atlas of yore, who stood against 7 foes, perhaps even surpassing him in fury. If this situation is mishandled, death may ensue. Confronted with the wrathful Hephaestus, whose power has surged, Zeus strives to temper his regal demeanor, the usual imperious tone absent from his voice. He implores Hephaestus, child of Hera. You can temper your fury. It is evident that the wounded Hades must enter a prolonged slumber. You may delve into fate to seek Clotho's salvation. In the name of the king of gods, I vow he will not act recklessly. Yet, Hephaestus disregards the trio entirely, his overwhelming power firmly fixed upon the injured Hades, ensuring he cannot escape. Suddenly, the sound of ocean waves fills the air as the sea goddess Thetis, who raised him in his youth, appears, followed closely by her husband, the ocean god Oceanus. If anyone besides Hades has benefited from this cataclysmic flood, it is these two. The lakes and marshes, evaporated by the sun, have been replenished by the deluge, providing shelter for their offspring. Their divine status is restored, even enhanced. They stand before Hephaestus, subtly opposing the trio of Zeus. With a smile that radiates elegance, Thetis addresses Hephaestus, child, go forth. With us here, should Hades dare to extend a hand, we shall sever it. Should he attempt to step forward, we shall break his legs. Hephaestus exhales deeply. Thank you, grandmother. He surveys the realm below, where no deity dares to meet his gaze. If he cannot hide in the shadows, why should he bind himself? As he unwrapped the cloak gifted by a friend, Hephaestus finally revealed his refined, true self. The cloak danced through the air like fallen leaves, and with Aphrodite's gasp, it descended into the intertwining rivers of the underworld. My marriage. Aphrodite, filled with reluctance, dared not make a move amidst the tense standoff. She secretly noted the position where the cloak had fallen. This artifact must not fall into the hands of others. It bore the witness of Queen Hera, and whoever donned it would be her legitimate husband. Should it be draped over a swine or a dog, she would become the laughingstock among the gods. Hephaestus paid no heed to the flustered Aphrodite, for human sorrows and joys are seldom the same. Holding the luminous lamp, he stepped into the river of fate. Observing this, Hades quickly retreated into the depths of the underworld. The couple, Thetis and Oceanus, exchanged knowing smiles, like two guardian deities, synchronously sealing the space between the underworld and the mortal realm. The remaining trio of Zeus exchanged glances and scattered like birds and beasts. In the depths of fate, Hephaestus walked, the gentle light of the luminous lamp parting the surrounding destinies, clearing a visible space of roughly 10 feet. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared ahead. Although it did not wholly align with his memory, Hephaestus tentatively inquired, Clotho? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the figure boldly stepped into the illuminated space. It is I. Hephaestus found it hard to believe. As he focused his gaze, the woman before him had a delicate face, rosy cheeks, and a slender waist, truly reminiscent of begonia basking in the sun and pear blossoms amid rain, her eyes shimmering with a captivating light. How have you transformed so? He asked. The true form I have seen was not like this. Clotho, however, appeared poised and confident, gently smiling. This is my true appearance, liberated from the constraints of fate's backlash. I feel much lighter now. And you have revealed your true self as well, she continued. I must say, you look quite handsome. Your two sisters must be eagerly awaiting you. Now, I possess the title of a deity, yet lack the authority, rendering me more vulnerable than ever. Confronted with the increasingly potent backlash of fate, I truly fear falling, Clotho confessed. Hephaestus pondered for a moment and placed the luminous lamp into Clotho's hands. Then use mine. Clotho inquired, and what about you? Hephaestus chuckled, I want to deny you. I merely wish to share my authority with you. If circumstances become urgent, you must temporarily return the lamp to me. He extended his hand, gazing at Clotho with a smile. Clotho reciprocated the smile, taking Hephaestus's outstretched hand, carrying the luminous lamp as they walked beyond the realm of fate. Together, before the eyes of the gods, they appeared as a pair of celestial lovers. Chapter 39. Hades. The gods dared not avert their gaze. After all, the wrathful god of fire was indeed a fearsome force, and Hades, who had ascended to great divine power, had personally provided the answer to that question. Even some of the more perceptive deities noticed that a few of the usually lofty and mighty gods had also lowered their veiled eyes. Yet Hephaestus was unaccustomed to such a sensation of being the focus of attention. He preferred to hide in the shadows, observing the rise and fall of the sun and the renewal of all things. He found himself yearning for the island of Lemnos, for it was the only place where he would neither be underestimated nor excessively scrutinized. However, there were matters to attend to first. The notion of merely conversing was a pretext. Hephaestus had come to understand that his friend Clotho was a rather reserved woman, and she would comprehend his intentions. But this time, Clotho's reaction surprised him. She directly pierced through their unspoken understanding. Chat? You intend to trouble Hades, do you not? Hephaestus stared at Clotho, taken aback. Yet Clotho smiled with unusual gentleness, squeezing Hephaestus's hand to remind him of the peculiar distance between them, and then drew a little closer. The Temple of Fate? But I am no longer the weaver of fate. In truth, from the moment you extricated me from destiny, I have been bound to you. Your thoughts are of no consequence. She gazed around at the heavens, the reflections of the gods shimmering in her eyes. What matters is how they perceive it. If I depart, they will speculate in secret and launch wave after wave of probing until they believe they have obtained what they desire. Suddenly, she turned and embraced Hephaestus, her breath warm against his ear. There is no need for you to acknowledge anything. Simply do not deny it, just as you do with Aphrodite. It matters not because it is of no importance. After her words, Clotho naturally released him, and Hephaestus inhaled the lingering fragrance at the tip of his nose. He chuckled softly. I can't shake the feeling that you are conflating concepts. Agreeing with you might lead to troublesome consequences. After all, your situation is vastly different from that of Aphrodite. But it matters little now. As you said, I will not concern myself, for there is no need to. He gazed at the cracked earth of the underworld, holding on to Clotho's right hand without letting go. With his seldom used left hand, he hoisted the tome of time and hurled it fiercely toward the underworld. With a single blow, the already fragmented realm was left even more devastated. Witnessing this, the gods fell into silence. They regarded the figure leading Clotho away, their eyes reflecting something unusual, while their glances toward Clotho took on a more intriguing quality. On Mount Olympus, Zeus's face was marked by apprehension. His gaze flitted between the underworld, Lemnos, and the edges of the western sky. The armrests of the throne, symbolizing the power of the king of gods, creaking under his grip. All of this was observed by an inconspicuous individual lurking in a corner beneath the throne, the god of stars, Astraeus. His position in the divine court was rather awkward. Though his strength was not insignificant, it lacked distinction. His lineage was remarkable, yet he dared not speak of it too freely. His father was the brother of the previous king of gods, the celestial god Crius, while his mother was Eurybia, daughter of the earth goddess Gaia and the sea god Pontus, who were imprisoned in the abyss of Tartarus for rebelling against Zeus's rule. However, Astraeus was a shrewd individual, and he knew his opportunity had arrived. He waited patiently. On the throne, Zeus finally appeared weary and waved his hand, signaling the end of the gods' assembly on Mount Olympus. Yet Astraeus did not depart. Noticing the absence of others, he boldly approached Zeus under the god's impatient gaze. Your Majesty, you may need someone to replace Atlas. He is not one to remain compliant. Deep within the underworld, Hades sat upon his throne. Despite his frailty, his posture remained dignified, while Persephone stood behind him, her restored hands resting lightly upon his shoulders. Below them lay Triptolemus, unconscious from the aftermath of the divine war, suspended in midair by an intangible force. As she gazed at the near ruins of the underworld, a sense of bitterness clouded Persephone's pale visage. Shall we not take action? She inquired of Hades. On the throne, Hades's expression remained unperturbed, as if the destruction of the realm he had painstakingly built did not sway his emotions. There is no need for unnecessary actions. My wounds are too severe. A stable situation is paramount. Once I awaken from my slumber, a new order will naturally be established. But is there no other way? Once you fall asleep, I cannot possibly stand against Hephaestus alone. The gap between us is insurmountable. I even suspect that Zeus could not match him. Hades replied, the wrathful state of the god of fire is indeed formidable. It is dictated by the very essence of flame. However, one failure does not signify the end. I will leave Triptolemus to you, temporarily cloaking his memories with my own, allowing him to intimidate those who lurk in the shadows. Persephone remained noncommittal, suddenly stating, since you are to slumber, grant me a child. It would provide me with solace. You have overstepped, Hades replied, his tone revealing a hint of disappointment. I understand, Persephone said, her melancholy evident. Hades, however, did not focus on her, but rather on Triptolemus, who floated below. He extended his hand, enveloping Triptolemus in an infinite shroud of deathly energy, molding him to his intent. Their forms began to align more closely, adorned with the signature cloak, obscured features, and an air of chilling indifference. Satisfied, Hades nodded approvingly from his throne, then vanished without a trace, while the Hades below opened his eyes. He glanced at Persephone before ascending to the throne. Persephone was entranced. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Hades, both in demeanor and expression, flawless in every aspect. She reached out, yearning to discern the form hidden beneath the cloak, But Hades coldly regarded her. "Persephone, remember our pact. You have overstepped." Her outstretched hand froze in the air. Chapter 40. The concealed deity in the hidden temple on Mount Olympus, the god of stars, Asterius, had departed, leaving neither a rejection nor an affirmation in his wake. Within the vastness of the temple, Zeus sat upon his throne, ensnared in contemplation, his figure appearing somewhat solitary. "The authority I wield over the stars possesses great potential. Yet, my solitary strength is insufficient. Should you permit it, I am willing to sever a portion of the celestial power and bestow it upon a chosen one of your majesty. Together, we can amplify the strength of the starry dominion, rendering it far more stable than the solitary might of Atlas. Moreover, our loyalty to you is unwavering." At that moment, Ares, the youthful son of Zeus and Hera, stealthily entered the sanctum. This was the pinnacle of the divine mountain, where one could gaze upon the earthly realm with clarity. Ares peered out towards the sea, disregarding the beautiful, tumultuous waves, his gaze fixated upon an unremarkable island, his expression suffused with longing. Innocently, he inquired, "Why have they ceased their battles? Where is Uncle Hades?" "He cannot be afraid. To lose is not shameful, but to flee is the true disgrace." Zeus paid him no heed. The current situation resembled a convoluted tangle of threads, requiring immense patience to unravel. His father, the former king of the gods, Cronus, remained elusive, as if he had evaporated from existence, leaving Zeus in a state of unease. Hades had ascended in power, and it was foreseeable that when he fully recovered, the realm of the underworld would expand. Furthermore, Hephaestus, capable of confronting Hades, was formidable in his own right. Zeus could not consider himself a match for Hades, even in his weakened state. The mere thought of Uranus and Gaia caused Zeus great distress. They never concealed their desire for control, detesting each other while simultaneously avoiding outright war. The transition of divine kingship was merely a subtle contest to prove who was stronger. It was not just they who feared total war. The other gods were apprehensive as well, with Zeus harboring the greatest trepidation. He had once thought that with Atlas serving as a buffer between the two, he could rest easy. Yet, unexpectedly, Zeus no longer dared to trust Atlas. Once a precedent was set, it was inevitable that a second would follow. If the heavens could lower themselves, then a collapse was plausible. Thus, matters concerning the sovereignty of the divine king must remain firmly in his grasp. He pondered Asterius's proposal. Zeus scoffed at the grandiloquent words of this individual. Severing authority? Who would be the master, and who the servant? He sought to nurture a loyal hound, not a treacherous wolf. Asterius's current obsequiousness stemmed solely from his lack of power. Once the celestial authority expanded to encompass the heavens, Asterius would undoubtedly gain formidable strength. At that juncture, the dynamics would shift. Zeus understood the human heart. He knew the torment of yearning for that which is unattainable. He was certain that Asterius would return, kneeling in submission, offering his loyalty and placing the reins of his very existence in Zeus's hands. A smile crept upon his lips at this thought. However, young Ares grew discontent. Approaching Zeus and vigorously shaking his hand, "I want you to take me to Lemnos Island. I wish to meet Hephaestus." Zeus, growing impatient, brushed him aside, increasingly finding Ares bothersome. Hephaestus, birthed solely by his wife Hera, had already proven capable of contending with Hades, while his own progeny lacked any noteworthy prowess. He gazed towards Lemnos Island, a sense of wistfulness washing over him. "If only you were the son of both Hera and myself." Meanwhile, on Mount Parnassus, Deucalion and Pyrrha stood atop the summit, gazing into the distance, having agreed to meet there for leisure at Deucalion's suggestion. Yet, their gazes diverged. Pyrrha lamented the formidable and merciless power of the gods, considering humanity merely as stains on garments, easily washed away by a flood. Conversely, Deucalion's eyes were drawn to the far eastern horizon, a vantage point he had meticulously chosen, from where he could catch a glimpse of his father, Prometheus. Suddenly, his countenance paled. He observed the goddess of wisdom, Athena, seemingly conversing with his father, who then cast him a glance, adopting a posture of concession. As sharp claws pierced flesh, tearing open a chest, a certain authority was forcibly extracted. The astute Deucalion anticipated the ensuing events, his breath quickening, his heart brimming with anger and fear. He hurriedly lowered his head in submission. Curiously watching him, Pyrrha inquired, "What troubles you? Have you seen something ominous?" "I feel weary," he replied, his voice trailing off as he stood frozen in place. Pyrrha met his gaze, and even in her fragility, she sensed the malice directed towards them. This malevolence was unmasked, its intent strikingly clear: depart or perish. She gazed into the distance, where the flood had receded, leaving the earth barren, devoid of even a single tree. This reminded her of her father Epimetheus's words: if one day you and Deucalion stand at some point on earth, gazing into the distance, and find the land devoid of life, the first thing you must do is pray to a deity you deem trustworthy, but not one you are familiar with. Her heart settled as she took Deucalion's hand and knelt upon the ground. Then she began to pray: Themis, revered and resplendent goddess of justice, you judge with eternally pure intent. Please, heed my words. The earth has lost its life, and I alone remain in this realm, just as the gods possess companions. I too cannot be bereft of my kin. Goddess, please guide me. Her voice was soft, yet the deity she invoked was unmistakable, her prayers resonating through a concealed temple. There, within the sanctuary, Themis resided. Strangely, she should not have been present. As one of Zeus's wives, her place was eternally on Mount Olympus. Yet, she had come nonetheless. For Epimetheus sat across from her, still raising his cup in celebration as Pyrrha's voice echoed through the chamber. Atop Mount Parnassus, Pyrrha exhaled a breath of relief. Although the malevolence that had enveloped her did not dissipate entirely, it was considerably diminished. Chapter 41. The reward to be earned. Pyrrha's demeanor relaxed, while Deucalion grew increasingly tense. Unlike Pyrrha, who was merely a demigod, Deucalion was born with divine power and glory, as both of his parents were deities. The heights they occupied differed, and thus, the vistas before them were not the same. Deucalion sought a broader perspective, his analyses delving closer to the truth. This very fact filled him with profound anguish and a sense of helplessness. The apocalyptic deluge rendered mortals as mere inconsequential figures. The true architects of this tragic denouement were the gods entangled behind the scenes. Hades, the ruler of the underworld, seized this opportunity to ascend to greater divinity, diluting the powers of the existing 6 great deities, thereby distinguishing himself from Zeus and Poseidon. Even Hephaestus, the fire god, who typically remained unobtrusive and was often ridiculed by the other gods, suddenly raised his voice in support of Clotho, the weaver of fates, who had been condemned to exile. He not only rescued her from her fate, but also shared his own glory with her, boldly confronting the ascendant Hades, shattering the dominion of the underworld with a display of power rivaling that of Atlas, the titan who once stood against 7 adversaries. The cataclysmic flood was merely the spark that ignited these events, not their conclusion. Sensing the myriad gazes upon him, Deucalion understood that he had been chosen. He and Pyrrha were tacitly ushered to the center stage, the ropes that would draw the curtain placed in their hands. This was a collective yearning. After all, a well-crafted drama is marked by its conciseness. Excessive length detracts from its conclusion. It was time to bring this to an end. Those who had toiled in performance deserved a dignified exit, as if these events had never transpired. Naturally, they also deserved the rewards they sought. Having contemplated this, Deucalion's lips bled from his biting. Realizing this display was improper, he awkwardly pressed his lips together, swallowing the blood. Yet feelings of resentment, anger, and sorrow lingered in his mind, compelling him to make a choice. The loving gaze of his father, Prometheus, appeared in his thoughts, on the cliffs of the Caucasus. He had calmly allowed the goddess of wisdom to extract his power by tearing open his chest. The astute Deucalion understood that this relinquished power was meant for him. Zeus, the king of the gods, showed no restraint in his intentions. He sought to obliterate all antiquated memories, allowing him to mold the reborn humanity at will, etching his towering figure deep within their consciousness. As the divine monarch, he would not plead. What he desired, he would have. Impulsiveness and compromise intertwined within Deucalion's heart. Ultimately, he made his choice, slightly inclining his body towards Pyrrha. Upon completing this gesture, the tension within him significantly alleviated. Shadows from his memories surfaced, the first being Epimetheus, the embodiment of folly, but he swiftly dismissed that notion. In the end, he did nothing, feigning ignorance, and quietly awaited alongside Pyrrha, whose inner peace was palpable. Suddenly, a rustling sound from a third figure's garments reached his ears. She had arrived. Deucalion lifted his gaze to meet Athena's playful eyes. Pyrrha, belatedly aware of Athena's arrival, was greeted by the goddess's warm and gracious smile. Athena addressed her. The supreme and pure King Zeus has heard your plea. In his mercy, he has decided to pardon humanity's sins, allowing them to continue their existence upon the earth. You are fortunate, Pyrrha. With a humble expression, Pyrrha replied, Praise be to the Supreme King. Beautiful goddess, please guide me. Athena's smile became even more sincere. Initially, Her favor towards Pyrrha stemmed from her respect for Themis, the goddess of justice, but now, Pyrrha's humility resonated with her. She confided in Pyrrha, "I am one of the progenitors of humanity, having bestowed upon them wisdom. However, my power alone is insufficient for the creation of beings. I require the strength of your father Epimetheus and the father of Deucalion, Prometheus. Fortuitously, we have converged at this moment. Your father has informed me that he has already entrusted his power to you. Moreover, Prometheus, seeking redemption, is willing to lend his strength." She turned her gaze to Deucalion, her smile taking on an enigmatic quality. "Deucalion, he has given this power to me to pass on to you." The essence of Prometheus's power appeared in her slender, alabaster hand, extending towards the kneeling Deucalion. "Accept it. This is also your father's selfless love for you." Deucalion reached out to receive it, a subtle tremor coursing through his body. Athena's elongated fingers appeared to him as two crimson blades. He carefully accepted the blade that bore his father's affection. The power vanished into him, becoming a part of his being. With a respectful demeanor, he cautiously addressed Athena, "I understand what must be done. Goddess, please bestow upon me a fragment of your wisdom." And so, Athena graciously granted it to him. Deucalion led Pyrrha to a nearby clearing, where numerous colossal stones lay scattered. Utilizing his divine power, he divided them into equal fragments and instructed Pyrrha on the subsequent steps. In this endeavor, Deucalion assumed the role of a leader, perhaps driven by a sense of responsibility typical of a man towards the woman he cherished. As a god, possessing power, he felt an obligation to contribute more. He quickly familiarized himself with the powers he shared with Athena, gaining a vague understanding of the authority that resided within Pyrrha. Together, they cast the fragments from the mountaintop. The stones thrown by Deucalion transformed into men, while those cast by Pyrrha became women. Thus, the seeds of humanity were sown. Pua watched them with delight. The newly born humans were innocent and ignorant. Evoking her maternal instincts, she recalled her father Epimetheus's counsel, "Do not overreach." Pyrrha, emboldened by a sense of fortune, thought, "Perhaps it isn't too late." She suggested to Deucalion, "Let us stay and care for them. They are yet unknowing and in need of our assistance." Feeling Athena's suddenly cold gaze upon them, Deucalion hastily countered, "Pyrrha, I am weary and in need of rest." Bowing his head, he placed the remaining wisdom at Athena's feet, quickly paying her his respects before hastily leading Pyrrha away. Yet the further they distanced themselves, the more unsettling his apprehensions grew, as the gaze behind them intensified, turning ever more piercing. Fortunately, that sensation soon dissipated. Behind them, Epimetheus obstructed Athena's view, nodding at her as he retrieved the fragment of wisdom left at her feet. He extended his hand, and a tremendous force emanated from his palm, drawing together the residual divine powers of Deucalion and Pyrrha. He began to create, bringing forth a myriad of beings, each distinct from humanity. Chapter 42, The Ancient Gods and the True Old Gods. Amidst the vast, earth-like chaos, a temple stands. Within its confines, Eros, one of the primordial five gods, gazes upon the land, his eyes sweeping across the expanse, occasionally shaking his head or nodding in contemplation. In his hands rests a black cloak, a relic of the marriage of the goddess Aphrodite. This garment, having been discarded by Hephaestus, was seized by Eros before it could reach Aphrodite. While his actions eluded the notice of many, they were not lost on the other great deities, who could not help but ponder when Eros had developed such peculiar inclinations. Yet, only Eros understood his uniqueness. Despite being one of the primordial gods, he possessed no exclusive dominion. He embodies the primordial force of creation, a confluence of all love and desire. For countless ages, he has contended with his companions, who wield various grand powers, relying solely on the innate strength he was born with. He has hidden this truth well. Gaia and the others have long sought to discern the extent of his dominion, never realizing that he holds none at all. Eros had once endeavored to acquire such authority, but came to the disheartening realization that he was incapable of it. Instead of succumbing to despair, he felt exhilaration. He perceived his imperfections as a treasure trove, believing that dominion was the key to unlock this bounty. He merely needed to find that key to access its wealth. With this understanding, he spent the ensuing years in search of ways to obtain it. After numerous trials and errors, Eros largely abandoned the notion of claiming dominion through his true form, turning instead to the possibility of manifesting through an external incarnation. He chose Aphrodite and seized the cloak that bore her marriage, now seeking to select a husband for her. In Eros' vision, His incarnation would be intricately linked to his true self, conceived through Aphrodite, blurring the lines between the two. To achieve this, he knew he must invest considerable thought. Aphrodite's power was suitable, yet the choice of husband proved challenging. He initially considered Poseidon and Zeus, but quickly dismissed them. Poseidon seemed somewhat lacking, while Zeus was too preoccupied with his own thoughts. As for Hades and Hephaestus, one had already ascended to be his companion, and the other was far too formidable to be considered. Furrowing his brow, he resolved to seek out an elder. Urea would suffice. Eros projected a shadowy figure from his form, merging it with the cloak in his hands. He then tore through the fabric of space, gently placing the cloak before an unremarkable hill upon the earth. The hill appeared barren, making it hard to imagine that an ancient deity resided within. Sensing an anomaly, the hill god Urea emerged. He was the son of the earth goddess Gaia, brother to the sky god Uranus and the sea god Pontus, and the original mountain deity. Over the protracted ages, he had relinquished his authority to allow for the emergence of lesser gods governing specific mountains, hoping to be forgotten by the Pantheon. To his surprise, someone still remembered him. He picked up the cloak from the ground, examining it for a moment before waiting in place. When no one arrived, he casually returned to the hill. Within the core of the hill lay a realm of its own. Dimly lit by flickering lamps, one could glimpse hot springs, paintings, sculptures, and exquisite furnishings, all radiating a profound beauty cultivated over the ages. Upon entering his abode, Urea maintained a demeanor of calm detachment, his divine power intertwining with the hill, concealing it from prying eyes. He then tore open a rift in the air, revealing the dark depths of the ocean beyond. From this distance, he stirred a hidden current at the ocean's bottom and placed the cloak, which bore the marriage of Aphrodite, into its depths. Closing the rift, he calmly poured himself a glass of water. At the ocean's depths, the cloak was swept away by the dark current towards the original sea god, Pontus's temple. Intriguingly, within the chaos, amidst the curtain-like darkness, the goddess of night, Nyx, applauded the two with admiration. Not only did she observe Urea, but she also caught sight of Eros, hidden within the dense mist. However, this was not the extent of her powers. The great deities each had their defenses, and it was unusual for anyone to so easily pry into another's affairs. Yet Nyx had accomplished it effortlessly. Casting a glance at her fellow deities, she appeared as one with a peculiar obsession. She then turned her gaze into the chaos, peering into the distant darkness. Perhaps due to the distance, she could only perceive a void, unable to discern what her husband, Erebus, was doing, unlike her ability to spy on Eros and the others. A flicker of confusion crossed Nyx's features. In her memory, Erebus had never been so reclusive. This transformation seemed to coincide with her awakening. Had he uncovered something? Regardless, it mattered little. His fate was sealed, bound to perish with this realm. Turning her attention to Zeus upon Mount Olympus, she found herself encircled by a diminutive river of fate, unlike the one that once rebounded against Clotho. This river possessed an origin. Stemming from a shattered world, the goddess of cause and fate, Hermamene. Save me, she implored. This smaller river of fate remained unaffected by the tumult wrought by Hades, allowing Nyx to glimpse Zeus's future achievements. Through faith, he ascended to become the true king of gods, standing side by side with Gaia and others. She offered a sharp critique, attained through faith, yet destined to fall should faith wane. Nonetheless, she perceived an opportunity to partake in this, to reclaim her strength. Surveying the deities, she recognized that the surviving gods symbolized various aspects of the world's order, with few powers associated with mortal affairs, predominantly leaning towards ideals such as victory, passion, justice, and righteousness. Nyx devised a plan. Merging into the night, she began to conceive offspring in her true form amidst the chaos. One by one, deities were born. Their powers may not have been formidable, yet their dominions were intrinsically linked to mortal existence. Among them were strife, decay, satire, untimely death, deceit, and aging. In the heart of the chaos, the god of darkness, Erebus, merely observed. The deep appreciation he held for his beloved and the indifference towards strangers blended seamlessly in his gaze, tinged with a hint of self-mockery and confusion. Chapter 43. The minuscule world of Lemnos Island. This island has become a world-renowned locale. Although it is not extraordinary in itself, the temple of Hephaestus at its center is merely constructed from ordinary stones. Yet, due to the fire god Hephaestus's unique fondness for this place, it has gradually acquired an extraordinary essence. In the eyes of most deities, Mentioning Lemnos is synonymous with invoking Hephaestus, just as Olympus is to Zeus and the underworld to Hades. Within the temple, Hephaestus and Clotho are engrossed in their tasks. Clotho spins the threads of fate, which shimmer in a myriad of colors, allowing them to cascade into Hephaestus's hands. Hephaestus sits cross-legged by the temple's entrance, leaning against the supporting columns, relishing the gentle sea breeze that wafts towards him. A large drum rests at his feet. The morning sun's rays pierce through the mist over the sea, casting a languorous glow, yet Hephaestus does not pause his work. The delicate strands of fate intertwine and knot, forming a thicker, sturdier thread. In stark contrast to Clotho, who tirelessly weaves the threads of destiny, Hephaestus finds this task rather leisurely. With an abundance of idle time, he occasionally squints to admire Clotho. When one is intensely focused, there exists a unique aura of beauty, regardless of gender. If that individual is also striking in appearance, it is a truly delightful sight. Clotho embodies this rare combination of grace and beauty. She seems intent on making Lemnos her permanent abode, disregarding the peculiar gazes from Hephaestus and his nurturing mother, Eurynome. As she transports her floating sanctuary of fate threads with determination, the divine tool she wields for weaving the threads is a trophy of sorts. Hephaestus stifles a yawn at the entrance. He suddenly regrets having mentioned his need for the threads of fate to Clotho. Awakened at the break of dawn, his usual routine of late rising has been disrupted. However, the outcome is promising. As he gently strokes the drum's surface, its texture, woven from fate threads, feels silky beneath his fingers, reminiscent of caressing a woman's skin. Suddenly, footsteps and heavy breaths resonate along the pathway leading to the temple. A figure approaches. It is Epimetheus, carrying 2 small fish. Despite being a deity, beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as he walks. Hephaestus, somewhat lethargic, gives the drum a casual tap. A golden ripple spreads across the island, accompanied by the resonant sound of the drum. Clotho, engrossed in her work, is momentarily distracted by the drum's sound. Her gaze naturally drifts outside the temple, where Epimetheus steps forward, arriving at the entrance. She quickly rises to greet him, accepting the small fish he offers and presenting him with a towel. Epimetheus sits at the temple's entrance, enjoying the sea breeze alongside Hephaestus. Exhaling as if weary like a mortal, he casually inquires, "Your future wife? Do you think this scenery is suitable for a long stay?" Epimetheus responds, "Oh." Hephaestus asks, "How long has it been since we last met? Why do you appear so frail? If not for my senses indicating your enduring power, I would assume you have fallen from grace." Feeling discomfort from sitting, Epimetheus reclines on the temple floor. Hephaestus glances at him. "I thought you were on the verge of death." Epimetheus replies, "I did not come here to be mocked. Do me a favor and grant me a flame. It is time for my daughter Pyra to ascend to divinity. Consider it a debt I owe you." Hephaestus shifts slightly, idly observing the turbulent waves of the sea. "If Pyra knew you dared to visit me with merely 2 small fish, she would be ashamed of having you as a father." A flame materializes on Hephaestus's left shoulder. With a flourish, he extends his hand, splitting the flame into 2, tossing one to the reclining Epimetheus. Receiving the flame, Epimetheus's demeanor becomes more nonchalant. Favors cannot be rushed. They will repay themselves in due time. Besides, my daughter is not so superficial. He glances at the threads of fate in Hephaestus's hands and suddenly asks, "Are you crafting strings for a lyre? Planning to create a lyre?" Hephaestus nods. Aglaia is somewhat averse to Apollo. "I intend to forge a lyre to usurp his dominion over music." He then queries Epimetheus, "Do you believe I can succeed?" Epimetheus sits up, pointing to the drum at Hephaestus's feet. "That lyre may not suffice, but this certainly can." Hephaestus chuckles, straightening his back and separating himself from the column, intrigued as he asks, "Why?" Hephaestus feigns understanding, nodding. That is indeed the case. He gazes at Epimetheus's retreating figure, half to himself, half in inquiry. "I thought you intended to wait for death. I did not expect such a sudden change of heart." The departing figure halts, offering no reply, only a slight curve of the lips. A tangible, minuscule world suddenly manifests on Lemnos Island, where everything is diminutive. Tiny celestial bodies, minute creatures, and even diminutive humans and deities. Epimetheus hurls the flame into this world, resembling a creator unleashing apocalyptic wrath. The world vanishes. Epimetheus gracefully disappears beneath the sea's surface. Within the temple, Clotho watches in astonishment, her mouth agape, exclaiming, "What was that?" Hephaestus shrugs. "As you see, a complete world, albeit a small one." It appears Epimetheus has decisively severed the constraints of authority and distanced himself from us. Clotho gazes at Hephaestus, earnestly sensing his historical power, and remarks, "You restless souls are truly formidable. Yet, you must be the one who has ventured the farthest, even surpassing Hades in specificity." Hephaestus shakes his head, raising 2 fingers. "Not so. I am the second farthest. The first is someone else." Before he can finish, Clotho quickly covers his mouth. "Don't tell me. I do not wish to hear." Seeing this, Hephaestus resumes his work, mumbling, "You have become rather timid." Chapter 44. Hermes in the southern realms of the earth. There lies a towering mountain. At the mountain's waist, a humble cave is nestled, where the goddess of wind and rain, Maia, resides. She is the eldest among the 7 daughters of the mighty Titan Atlas, having long been separated from her sisters to dwell alone within this cave. Her appearance is that of a woman in her late 20s, with skin as luminous as snow and elegantly arched brows, complemented by a pair of expressive eyes that render her an unparalleled beauty. Inside the cave, Maia hums a gentle tune while cradling a delicate bassinet, within which lies a boy of about 3 or 4 years of age. His name is Hermes, a name bestowed by his father, Zeus, the king of the gods. It is difficult for many to comprehend why Maia, the goddess of storms, would choose to unite with Zeus, the very being her father Atlas sought to overthrow. Yet, this is the undeniable truth. Maia is not a naive child. She possesses her own discernments and the fortitude to bear the consequences of her choices. She acted without regret, for she believes in the righteousness of her actions, pursuing what her heart desires, even if it is but a glimmer of hope. Zeus's words drift through Maia's mind like driftwood upon a river, appearing more frequently the more she tries to dismiss them. "I am prepared to find a replacement for Atlas, and I have already identified a candidate. Yet, I hesitate to make this decision, for I fear the release of his power. I managed to defeat him once, but I cannot be certain of triumphing again. Maia, you are Atlas's daughter. Can you help me solidify this resolve?" Struggling to dispel the tumultuous thoughts within her, Maia seeks to divert her attention. She gazes upon Hermes, the rosy-cheeked child who captivates her entirely. He is her flesh and blood, a continuation of her existence, and her love for him is unconditional. Maia cannot help but tenderly caress the newborn's face, her touch inexperienced yet gentle, as if she were handling a cherished treasure. She murmurs softly, her ethereal voice imbued with profound emotion, "My child, you are truly fortunate, for I am your mother." Indeed, Hermes is fortunate, for Maia is his mother. It is hard to believe that Hermes, appearing as a child of 3 or 4, has only just been born. This signifies immeasurable potential among the divine. Such a phenomenon arises either from parents of extraordinary strength, bestowing their glory upon their offspring, or from one parent paying an unbearable price. However, the truth is that Maia, the goddess of storms, is not powerful. She could even be deemed fragile. After all, no deity fears a mere tempest. Within the cave, Maia resumes her gentle humming, swaying the bassinet that holds Hermes. Yet, after a brief moment, fatigue overwhelms her, and she leans against the edge of the bassinet, succumbing to a deep slumber. Perhaps possessing wisdom too early is not advantageous for a child. Their nature is liberated, yet they lose the self-restraint that comes with growth. Lacking the experiences that complement wisdom, they become prideful of their intellect, hastily seeking to flaunt it. In the cave, Hermes quietly opens one eye, his delicate hand reaching out to sense Maia's breath. Silently, he vanishes from the bassinet, using his abilities with curiosity, appearing across the earth, influenced by Maia and Zeus, destined for greatness. Like a bird released from confinement, Hermes revels in his newfound freedom. He observes beings resembling himself on the ground, yet they appear frail. Through their conversations, Hermes learns they are humans, while he is a deity. Through analysis, he comprehends that deities are superior to humans. Eagerly, Hermes decides to play tricks on them. He suddenly materializes behind a human, leaping to smack the person's shoulder before vanishing again. After several repetitions, the human, overwhelmed, kneels in terror, pleading for Hades, the lord of the underworld, not to take his life. The mention of the underworld and Hades piques the young Hermes' interest. "I can go there to play," he exclaims, his heart racing at the thought of venturing into the realm of the dead. By mere will, he knows he can reach it. The underworld. Persephone swats her hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly, revealing her displeasure. Consequently, Hermes finds himself forcefully thrust to the ground in the mortal realm. Dazed, he stands, looking around with a bewildered expression, his voice still carrying the innocence of a child. This shouldn't be. On Lemnos Island, Hephaestus and Clotho observe this scene with amusement. Uncommonly, they are not in the temple but barefoot, seated side by side on the sandy beach, where waves crash rhythmically, intermittently washing over Clotho's delicate feet. Behind them stands a lyre, its strings woven from the threads of fate. Hephaestus suddenly, lost in thought, inquires, "Is there a way for him to come here on his own?" His slender fingers gesture in the air, and Lemnos Island briefly glimmers in the eyes of a child. "Is it effective?" Hephaestus asks, and scarcely has he spoken when Hermes appears before them. Hephaestus's eyes widen in astonishment as he turns to Clotho. "Fate? Have you not lost your power?" She glances at Hephaestus. It is merely a remnant of power, combined with a child's curiosity. Hephaestus ponders this. The newborn, now visibly displeased, finds himself overlooked despite being a deity. Hephaestus regards him and suddenly extends his hand, causing the lyre behind him to shrink to the size of a palm, which he tosses to the bewildered Hermes. "Remember, I am the god of fire. If anyone inquires, simply tell them that," he instructs Hermes. "This lyre is a gift for you, but you must not give it to anyone else." Clotho, puzzled, interjects, "Why such casualness? Were you not planning to have him compete with Apollo for the dominion of music? You even crafted that lyre for that purpose. Why the sudden change of heart?" Hephaestus glances at her. "I just realized that I am ill-suited for such convoluted matters. Epimetheus was right. It is far more practical to overturn the table, which is much easier." Clotho blinks in surprise, turning her head away. Chapter 45. Mother and child upon the earth. The youthful Hermes, imbued with the gifts of Hephaestus, could hardly contain his exuberance as he flitted about, his form shimmering across the landscape. Many mortals bore witness to his visage, cradling a seven-stringed lyre. Though still in his tender years, he comprehended the magnitude of the beings he had encountered. Suddenly, he beheld Apollo, a radiant beacon streaking across the heavens. Hermes, having heard tales of this illustrious figure, who was also a progeny of Zeus, felt an intense surge of rivalry. In a flash, he positioned himself in Apollo's path, defiantly raising his lyre and making a playful grimace before vanishing from sight. Yet Apollo's gaze was immediately drawn to him, or more precisely, to the lyre he held. Recognizing its exceptional quality, Apollo was overcome with desire. Several phantoms emerged from his being, each venturing toward different locales, all perilously close to Hermes' mountain dwelling. A straightforward ruse, rendered effective by the imbalance of information. Deliberately, Apollo led a herd of cattle, seeking to provoke Hermes by belittling the instrument in his possession, and then, under Hermes' watchful eye, cast the cattle upon the mountainside to graze. Feeling incensed by Apollo's apparent cleverness, Hermes, in a fit of anger, purloined the cattle. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. Aided by the populace, Apollo swiftly tracked him down. Hermes, perceiving himself as inconsequential in Apollo's eyes, ultimately capitulated after a series of verbal exchanges, surrendering the recently acquired artifact. Unbeknownst to Hermes, the mountains surrounding his abode were devoid of human habitation. However, a goddess observed the entire affair. She was Pleione, daughter of Oceanus, the god of the sea, and wife of the mighty Atlas. Her journey was to visit her daughter, Maia, who had recently given birth. She yearned to intervene and thwart Apollo's departure with the prized lyre, for it was a divine creation crafted by Hephaestus himself. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, Pleione scanned her surroundings, seeking the unseen allies bolstering Apollo. Yet, she soon regained her composure and, after casting a lingering glance at Apollo, soared toward the sea. The ocean, where Oceanus and his consort, Tethys, governed all the realms of the sea, save for the abyssal depths, found them in jovial conversation within their temple when Pleione abruptly entered. Upon seeing her daughter, Oceanus expressed great delight. "Pleione, you have arrived. Please, find a seat and make yourself comfortable," he urged. Taking a deep breath, Pleione settled into a chair, organizing her thoughts. She addressed Oceanus. "Father, do you know? My daughter Maia has not only found a man, but also welcomed a child." Oceanus paused, momentarily taken aback. The topic, though abrupt, quickly registered with him. He smiled and inquired, "Who is the man, and what name has been bestowed upon the child?" Pleione regarded him intently. "The man is Zeus, and the child is named Hermes." A hush fell over the temple. Oceanus, perceptive as he was, noted the unusual tension in Pleione's demeanor. She lowered her gaze and continued, "I visited them today. Hermes is a remarkably astute child, and Hephaestus holds him in high regard. He even gifted him a 7-stringed lyre, a remarkable artifact, woven from the threads of fate. However, Pleione tone shifted. Yet, Apollo deceitfully acquired this divine instrument. He is a trickster, exploiting the ignorance of the innocent. Father, he is surrounded by many who support him, and I require your assistance. Oceanus and Tethys exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. He queried, Child, aside from Apollo, whom else did you encounter? I am certain that Leto will aid her son, while Zeus will remain indifferent. After all, not everyone enjoys the favor of Hera. Maia is merely one of Zeus's lovers, not his wife. Oceanus hesitated but eventually spoke, Child, perhaps it is best for me to remain uninvolved. Our family is perceived as neutral. As long as your mother and I refrain from entanglements, you may thrive. If this is merely a conflict between Apollo and Hermes, we have no grounds to intervene. Pleione's emotions surged, but what of the last time? When Hephaestus clashed with Hades? You and mother supported Hephaestus. Oceanus explained, that was a circumstance beyond our control, a tacit agreement with Zeus. This situation, however, is different. Should we take a side, it would inevitably associate us with Zeus, as Hermes is his offspring. After a brief silence, Pleione began recounting a dream. Father, last night I dreamt of becoming you. In the dream, I stood within this grand temple, gradually being pushed out by towering shadows. I strained to see their faces, but they remained obscured. I laughed maniacally outside the temple, at times feeling seated upon the throne within, at others feeling forlorn and desolate beyond its walls. I became unable to discern which version of myself was the true one. Am I truly myself? Then I awoke. Father, what do you think this strange dream signifies? Oceanus pondered in silence for a moment. An intriguing dream indeed. I shall reflect upon it and seek to unravel its meaning for you. At this, Tethys could no longer contain herself, reproaching Pleione. What is it you wish to convey? Are you expressing discontent with us? Have you not considered why? After Atlas rebelled against Zeus, you and your daughter are permitted to roam the earth rather than be imprisoned in the abyss? It is because you are our daughter. Such privileges are your birthright. As a mother of 7 daughters, you understand love. Yet your father and I have obligations beyond one individual. We must consider the welfare of all. Reflect upon this. If the roles were reversed, would you have acted better than we? Silently, Pleione exited the temple, her demeanor cold. Behind her, Tethys closed her eyes, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. She called out to Pleione's retreating figure, I shall plead with Hera on your behalf. Rest assured, your daughter and grandchild shall fare well, at least better than your father and I. Oceanus sighed wearily, making his way toward the throne, fatigued after a long day of riding, his mind devoid of clarity. Chapter 46. Thieves, Robbers, and Scoundrels. Chaos. Beyond a shattered world, a fissure, a conduit to the realm of the living, cleaved open, and from it emerged Hephaestus. A divine effulgence cascaded into the heart of chaos, dispelling the discord, ushering in illumination. Subsequently, these emanations, originating from Hephaestus, delved deeper, illuminating his path forward. Innumerable ruins of worlds, layered one upon another, materialized, each ravaged and broken, collectively composing a tableau of profound, albeit fractured, beauty. Hephaestus advanced. His exploration of this world concluded, poised to venture to the next. This endeavor would necessitate a span of time. These dilapidated worlds, seemingly stacked one upon another, were, in reality, not entirely so. Within chaos, the notions of above and below, of time itself, were non-existent. All existed solely within Hephaestus' subjective perception. He conceived of time and space, and thus they were. He imprinted these pre-existing fragmented worlds with labels derived from his own cognizance, facilitating comprehension. In truth, these shattered worlds resembled fish navigating a boundless ocean devoid of surface or seabed. Discerning their position depended entirely upon one's vantage point. Irrespective of one's location, one could perceive oneself as standing upon the surface, with the perceived depths constituting the seabed. Up and down were not absolute. Such was the relationship between these fragmented worlds. Not one superimposed upon another, but rather adrift in specific locations. May this venture prove fruitful, Hephaestus mused, invigorating his spirit. The more one knew, the greater the reverence one felt. The boundless chaos was the domain of deities, seemingly devoid of defined limits, infinitely vast, infinitely sublime. Hephaestus occasionally pondered whether the mortal realm, as perceived by humans, was akin to chaos in the eyes of gods, forever beyond comprehension due to their own insignificance and limited capabilities. Did chaos truly lack boundaries? Or was it merely that the gods themselves were too diminutive to discern them? If the mortal realm was the creation of deities, what of chaos? What gave rise to it? Did a being, immeasurably grander than the gods, create it? And from whence did that being originate? All of these questions intertwined, their answers elusive. Without attaining such heights, one remained shrouded in mist, relying solely upon conjecture and supposition. However, this would not persist indefinitely. Hephaestus rent the veil of the world before him, stepping into its embrace. This marked his umpteenth foray into these fragmented realms. Throughout his journey, many of his initial conjectures and conclusions had been overturned. Like these shattered worlds, not all were destroyed by that figure at the end of time. Not all worlds reached their intended culmination. Within, gods resided, possessing emotions, yet also wielding power. Destruction and creation were but fleeting whims. Worlds nurtured them, yet they aspired to chaos, to journey further, to become the singular, true God. Countless worlds, endless epics. The number of hidden agendas conceived by ambitious deities was immeasurable. Through history, Hephaestus had even witnessed a supreme being, standing atop time itself, gathering the strength of an entire world, striking at the figure at the end of time, shattering his harvesting scythe. Though the supreme being perished, the figure at the end of time gained nothing. This illuminated Hephaestus' path. Supreme power alone was insufficient. One must be on par with that figure to achieve victory against the odds. For, regardless of the ingenuity of a scheme, when the disparity in strength was too vast, it was merely a castle in the air, destined to collapse with the slightest breeze. Thus, the dark god Erebus had chosen wisely to remain dormant. Torrential rain lashed the entire world, accompanied by mournful howls of indeterminate origin. Within the all-encompassing black clouds, fleeting flashes of lightning illuminated the ravaged, fragmented earth in a pallid, frigid hue. Intermittent bolts of lightning, connecting heaven and earth, etched themselves upon the land, igniting subterranean fires. Hephaestus meticulously heeded the final cries of the departed souls carried upon the wind. Though the tones were garbled, the meaning conveyed within the howls was palpable. The lamentations of boundless resentment converged into a single name, Hermamemnon. Hephaestus extended his hand, breaching the barrier above, allowing raindrops to fall upon his palm. A moment later, he raised his gaze to the heavens, where a thick bolt of lightning cleaved through the rain, granting a brief respite of light within the somber clouds. An entire world dripping with blood, truly tragic, far more so than being harvested. I am intrigued as to your identity. To be so ruthless as to sacrifice an entire world's inhabitants and the world itself merely to survive into the next. However, I believe I have apprehended you. Your perpetually elusive dream is about to end. A streamlight materialized in his hand, and the resentment and obsession permeating the fallen world, accompanied by their shrieks and lamentations, eagerly surged into the streamlight's casing, sacrificing themselves as fuel to augment the lantern's radiance, like moths drawn to a flame. A conspicuous ray of light emanated from the flame, pointing beyond the confines of the world. Hephaestus strolled leisurely through the skies, seemingly treading upon invisible steps, ascending higher and farther, until he re-entered chaos. He had long found it peculiar that many of the worlds he had encountered were pathetically weak, devoid of great deities, some even lacking gods of the powerful divine level. Yet each possessed a single, and only one, supreme being. Even more peculiar was the fact that these supreme beings were invariably female, and the traces of power they left behind were remarkably similar, differing from the fate-manipulating powers wielded by Clotho and her sisters. It seemed to be a power unique to these supreme beings. Invariably, these worlds met a grim fate, their interiors severely fractured, the resentment and lamentations of their inhabitants persisting to this day. Ordinary death would not engender such consequences. Only torment, particularly egregious torment, could generate such potency. Hephaestus was never averse to imputing the most malevolent motives to others. His initial reaction was that someone was illicitly crossing over, abandoning everything, and deceiving the heavens to evade disaster. Hephaestus scoffed derisively. Escape is not ignominious, but ascending to power upon the corpses of others is reprehensible. Furthermore, your reach extends far too greatly. Failure to sever it would have dire ramifications. Following the guidance of the light, Hephaestus located the source within chaos. A curtain of darkness stretched across the void. Weathered by time and bereft of its master, the tranquil darkness was now exceedingly dilapidated, resembling a tattered rag riddled with holes. Deep within the darkness lay a temple, imbued with the lingering power of darkness and fate. the power was exceedingly faint, perhaps destined to vanish entirely in a few millennia. Hephaestus arched an eyebrow. So, it is you, Nyx, goddess of the night. No wonder Erebus ascended to the supreme being without you. It all makes sense now. Chapter 47. The wanderer Hephaestus gracefully entered the temple, which stood in a state of disrepair, having endured countless years of wear. Once a residence of unparalleled grandeur, it had long since lost its former glory. Shadows danced around, and a chilling dampness pervaded the temple, mingling with the divine radiance emanating from Hephaestus. These dark forces, lacking a source, were quickly dispelled from the temple as the divine light asserted its dominance, illuminating the somber atmosphere with a gentle glow. Standing at the heart of the temple, Hephaestus surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. The temple's owner was still alive, yet he dared not delve directly into the annals of time to uncover her past. Instead, he resorted to the limited means of observing with his eyes and listening with his ears. The frescoes on the walls had lost much of their color, revealing the rough stone beneath, which had become coarse and sharp under the chisel of time. Hephaestus approached the frescoes, drawing near to discern more clearly and seek the secrets buried by the passage of time. Alas, the damage was too severe. The missing elements rendered his proximity futile. However, Hephaestus was undeterred. He raised his hand, and his figure seemed to merge with that of an unknown deity who once stood here millennia ago, brush in hand. As his fingers glided across the rough wall, clear markings emerged, reviving the fresco. He nodded in satisfaction, for the power of history granted him the ability to unveil the past at will. Though the restored fresco lacked color, its essence remained unchanged. It depicted a woman standing atop the clouds, gazing down upon the multitude below. Her towering figure occupied half of the fresco, her expression impassive and her cold gaze chilling, even from across the canvas. Below her were deities and beings in reverent supplication. The mightiest deities drew closest to her, rendered with greater clarity. Yet compared to her dominating presence, they appeared as mere insects. The countless beings beneath her were represented only by a mass of dark dots. Suddenly, Hephaestus gasped in astonishment. He had overlooked it before, but now he noticed a flower floating beside the woman. In full bloom, it was proportionate in size to the deities worshipping below, yet intricately detailed. In contrast to the kneeling figures, the flower seemed strikingly out of place, as if deliberately emphasized by the artist to underscore its significance to the woman. A clue, Hephaestus mused. Yet, this revelation alone was insufficient. It did not hold the power to sway the outcome of his endeavors. As for her strength, Hephaestus could not discern it. Was she truly great or merely supreme? Logically, the one who knew her best should be the god of darkness, Erebus. Yet, why had he not acted? Was it reluctance to confront his former wife, or was he preparing an escape? No one can truly know another, for alliances formed out of self-interest are equally prone to dissolution. The challenge against the end of time was, from the outset, a war devoid of hope, and leaving a path of retreat was understandable. Unfortunately, Hephaestus was too entangled in his own ties to withdraw now. Moreover, fleeing was not in his nature. Ultimately, he could rely solely on himself. The statue of Nyx stood at the center, flanked by numerous deities of varying stature, making her resemble a queen of gods without a crown, ruling over all. The world ought to prostrate itself at her feet, humbly offering all it possessed. Shattering the barriers of this fractured realm, Hephaestus stepped into the world. The torrential rain soaked him as he stood amidst the deluge, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, seemingly piercing through the layers of reality to glimpse the curtain of night beyond the present. Nyx must perish. Her survival posed a risk of sacrifice to the entire world, rendering any future discussions futile. For the first time, the power of history was fully unleashed. Time flowed backward, and the past re-emerged. In that moment, the ethereal past intertwined with the tangible present. A supreme will was drawn from the past, and before her floated a blood-red flower. Its petals, layered upon one another, were countless. Yet, Hephaestus discerned the essence of the flower at a glance. Each petal signified a being that had met a tragic end. Upon that flower, he also perceived the power of dreams, marked by traces of forceful extraction. Countless phantoms from the past whispered secrets to Hephaestus, revealing what he sought to know. The goddess of fate, Hermine, sacrifice, the eternal flower of mist. Suddenly, a grand will descended upon the ethereal supreme figure through an unseen connection. In an instant, the spectral image became real. Before Hephaestus could even see her face, the immense will arrived, and the ethereal figure was cast back into the past. Yet, Nyx, having lived through hundreds of worlds, instinctively directed an attack toward Hephaestus despite the time constraints. A torrent of dark power surged forth, colliding with Hephaestus, causing a trickle of blood to escape the corner of his mouth. Yet he smiled, for he had discerned Nyx's true nature. In the realm beyond the present, amidst the chaos, Nyx furrowed her beautifully sculpted brows. A wanderer? Having traversed countless worlds, she was well aware of the existence of wanderers and had witnessed deities succumb to that fate. These individuals chose to abandon everything, hiding within the remnants of fractured worlds to evade their destined fates. If the number of those opting for flight were few, the harvest would not draw undue attention from that entity. Thus, every few epochs, a fortunate soul would emerge. She scoffed, stating, insects should remain in their refuse. Why do they always cling to the hope of reclaiming their former glory? Next time, let us see whether you live or die. Chapter 48. The Wandering Supreme and the Creator Deity, surrounded by a vibrant tapestry of flowers in full bloom and lush greenery, the unsightly earth was concealed from view. The sky, a shade of azure, bore no sun. The sole source of illumination in this shattered world emanated from a peculiar plant, varying in size from towering hills to ordinary blossoms. This verdant flora bore large, spherical, transparent fruits at its summits, radiating a gentle glow. The nameless deity exhibited a sense of impatience, his form suddenly blurring as he materialized atop the highest peak of this fragmented realm. Gazing into the chaos, he envisioned a world of infinite beauty, teeming not only with flora, but also with sentient beings capable of conversing with him. They must be frail, for he would ascend as the god-king of that realm, instilling both fear and reverence akin to his once feeble self. A surge of excitement coursed through him. The day had finally arrived. Surely, wanderers from other epochs had discovered this nascent world. Fortunately, he was no longer the same. He now stood at the zenith of divine power, the most formidable of all. Nonetheless, he must hasten. Should he arrive too late, the newborn world might face destruction. Extending his hand, the azure sky inexplicably curled from both sides, transforming into a scroll-like artifact. The scroll diminished in size, settling into his palm, revealing the dark, shattered heavens beyond. Behind him, the roots that sustained the flourishing life had vanished, causing all within the decaying world to wither instantly, exposing a terrifying visage of the earth. This deity appeared supremely confident, for he firmly believed that the pinnacle of divine power was supremacy, and his former cowardice was but a distant memory. Now, he intended to engage in earnest dialogue with the harvester of his world. Yet, if he had never gazed upon the vistas from above, how could he be certain he stood at the heights of existence? A rift opened within the temple of the fire god, and the wounded Hephaestus emerged. Immediately, his brow furrowed. A cadre of deities had suddenly appeared upon the earth, bustling about to assert their existence, claiming to be the progeny of Nyx, the goddess of night. In Hephaestus's perception, these newly emerged deities wielded little authority. Mockery, discord, deception, and malevolence seemed to have intentionally tethered them to the mortal realm, granting them considerable power in a short span, yet simultaneously capping their divine potential, rendering them unable to depart from the living or remain long within chaos. Hephaestus found this perplexing. Was it truly so swift? Was it a consequence of my disturbance? Nearby, Clotho, awakened by the commotion, climbed from the bed that once belonged to Hephaestus, now finding solace in the act of slumber herself. After all, with formidable allies standing guard, she could afford to be carefree. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she inquired, "What is happening so soon? Have you uncovered something in the chaos?" Hephaestus chose to ignore her. The presence of a bed in the temple was already a glaring anomaly, and adding another would be even more unsightly. He preferred to float in the air while sleeping, though it felt lacking in its original charm. Casting a glance at Clotho, he replied, "Continue your slumber. I shall step out for a moment." He then ventured into the void, heading towards Epimetheus's abode. Upon exiting the void, Hephaestus encountered Epimetheus, who was also preparing for a journey. He opened a rift leading to chaos while briefing Pandora on some essential matters. Hephaestus inquired, "Where are you bound? To the creation?" Epimetheus's tone was somewhat languid, exuding an air of despondency. "Impossible. That is a matter for a future moment," he replied. "For now, I must secure a suitable location to avoid being caught in the cataclysm when it arrives." Hephaestus questioned, "Do you truly believe that?" Epimetheus chuckled, "One must at least try. If escape proves impossible, I can join you in battling it out." Extending an invitation, he added, "Would you care to accompany me?" Epimetheus's reasoning was astute. He had ingeniously inserted a better option among the few available. Hephaestus decided to momentarily set aside the matter of Nyx and engage in a thorough discussion regarding the feasibility of this method. He asked, "Where do you plan to go? Do you have any ideas?" Epimetheus replied, "I'll search gradually. The further from this world, the better." Hephaestus tentatively probed, "Are you aware of the worlds that were previously annihilated?" The air of despondency vanished as Epimetheus revealed a sharp intensity, his demeanor shifting as he seized upon a key term, becoming earnest. "Previously?" Hephaestus responded, "It appears you are unaware." He began to recount to Epimetheus, "The appearance of the one at the end of time is no coincidence. This is not the first world he has harvested. Behind the dark god Erebus lies a graveyard of once thriving worlds. The number remains unknown for now. I have yet to discover the endpoint of these worlds. They gather like ants, extending along the river of oaths flowing through chaos, with each new world birthed adding another member to the fold. Though the narratives may vary, the protagonists remain the same, us." Epimetheus fell into contemplation, suddenly asking Hephaestus, "Do you believe we are truly ourselves? Or merely reflections of someone else, mere illusions? Yet I feel real. I believe this to be true. That suffices." Epimetheus mused. "That makes sense. I think I grasp your meaning. You suggest I should create a new world deep within those obliterated realms. After all, being destroyed makes it difficult to be remembered or noticed." Hephaestus felt a sense of satisfaction. "No, that is your interpretation." Chapter 49. Is there a problem in this world? Epimetheus found himself at a loss for words. He believed that debating with someone unwilling to acknowledge the truth was futile. The discourse had transcended mere right and wrong. It had devolved into a contest to prove one's own correctness. Thus, taking a step back was a judicious choice. He shared this unspoken understanding with Hephaestus. Moreover, he was intrigued by the purpose of Hephaestus's visit, for this ever-smiling being, seemingly indifferent to all, rarely undertook a journey for a singular purpose unless it were of utmost significance. To avoid wasting time in fruitless argument, Epimetheus candidly stated, "Very well. The location of creation is settled. Now, what brings you to me? It is uncommon for you to leave Lemnos Island. You would rather slumber than roam the earth excessively." When addressing the pressing matter at hand, Hephaestus adopted a serious demeanor. He revealed his true divine form, a potent and restrained authority akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, enveloping both himself and Epimetheus, shielding them from the prying eyes of the outside world. Although Hephaestus was enshrouded in flames and ethereal mist, and his golden eyes radiated the majesty of a deity, Epimetheus discerned his fragility. He swallowed hard, incredulous. "You are injured? Who could possibly harm you? Hades is in slumber, and the ruler of the underworld is merely an impostor. I have been keeping a close watch on the others. It is impossible, absolutely impossible." Hephaestus inhaled deeply, revealing his true self, and appeared significantly more at ease. "What is impossible? You are not omniscient. There will always be someone capable of circumventing your gaze." Upon hearing this, Epimetheus calmed himself, though his fingers unconsciously clenched tightly together. "So, who is it?" Hephaestus replied. "It is Nyx. No, she should now be referred to as the goddess of causality and fate, Hemimine, a creature that has traversed countless worlds. She is a remnant of the night goddess Nyx, who perished long ago, having survived by sacrificing living beings and the worlds themselves to reach our realm. The original Nyx has been supplanted by her. I traced her origins and, in a bid to conceal my findings, I took a severe blow from her. This is also my reason for seeking you. She was once supreme. Though weakened by the passage of time, she still possesses the might of a great deity, which I fear I cannot contend with alone." A divine light flared in Epimetheus's eyes, and a towering specter blurred into his form, reflecting his divine essence. The specter fluctuated between clarity and obscurity, revealing that his emotions were far from tranquil. "Indeed, it is too much for you to handle alone," he remarked. Epimetheus began to pace, contemplating, and within a brief span, he organized his thoughts. He inquired of Hephaestus, "Has Nyx exhibited any particular traits? What differs from what I currently know? How did she evade the reaping and arrive in our world?" Hephaestus succinctly informed Epimetheus, "She resembles the night goddess you remember perfectly, though she is even more formidable. Furthermore, she has traversed time, not only retaining her identity rooted in the night, but also acquiring a dominion over fate. As for her evasion of the reaping, I perceived her wielding a peculiar flower, known as the mist eternal blossom, entwined with the dominion of forcibly seizing dreams. She achieved her ends by sacrificing the world and all its living beings to the mist eternal blossom. However, I cannot ascertain the specifics of her methods. Perhaps it is also tied to her dominion over fate. Epimetheus pondered this deeply. Hephaestus, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Do you have a lead?" Epimetheus nodded. "I have some conjectures. She may not be as powerful as you presume. That flower is the key." Hephaestus's spirit lifted at this revelation, and he eagerly asked Epimetheus, "What do you mean?" The one at the end of time also wields powers related to fate. To evade her using fate seems nearly impossible. I even have reason to suspect that the so-called mist eternal blossom is merely a ruse. While it may indeed facilitate Nyx's passage through time to our newly birthed world, it is more probable that the being at the end of time intentionally released Nyx to hasten her own harvesting process. The origin of the enigmatic mist eternal blossom could merely be a tempting poison cast to ensnare us. Once Epimetheus finished speaking, silence enveloped them. The space they occupied, sealed off from the outside world, descended into a profound stillness. An unspoken understanding formed between them. Hephaestus broke the silence first. Such a destabilizing entity should be eliminated. First, destroy the flower, then kill her. Epimetheus replied, "She likely needs to seize the powers of Hypnos to manipulate him into probing the situation. With Hades in slumber, no one in the underworld can impede us." Hephaestus cautioned, "We must act discreetly. We cannot afford for others to complicate our endeavors." Epimetheus urged, "We must act swiftly. While you venture into chaos, she has likely nurtured a new cadre of gods, preparing for something. Find someone and eliminate those new gods." Hephaestus countered, "These new gods are quite active. It would be difficult for us to intervene without drawing attention. Who would be suitable?" In unison, their gazes fell upon the earth below. There, a diminutive half-horse, half-human deity was trampled and humiliated, his deliberately lowered gaze betraying bitterness and deeply buried hatred. Coincidentally, his tormentor was a recently emerged and active goddess. In the depths of chaos, amidst a curtain-like night, Nyx, no, Hemimene, stood in her temple, gazing down at the earth, her complexion oscillating between pallor and hue. Her frantic eyes swept across every deity and being within her sight, as if searching for someone. Ever since she birthed the deities representing humanity's shadow, she had brazenly contended with Zeus for faith, her power and majesty drawing ever closer to what once was. Yet, with the return of her strength, confusion and trepidation accompanied it. This world is flawed. The tapestry of fate was rewritten long ago. Hades' ascension disrupted the current fate. This is merely the second alteration of the world's destiny. Who could it be? How did I remain unaware? The terror of the unknown bore down upon Hemimene, compelling her to seek the subtle shifts in fate. She yearned to prove that her fears were unfounded, to demonstrate that she was the one who should rightfully reign supreme. She began to console herself. This must be the divergence between worlds. Some subtle differences are inevitable. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Prometheus upon the Caucasus, and Aglaea frolicking with her two sisters among mortals, she was struck dumb. She could no longer deceive herself. As the goddess presiding over fate, she understood all too well that, in the original design of destiny, Prometheus was Epimetheus's elder brother, and Aglaea was the youngest of the three goddesses. Within the temple, Hemimene muttered to herself, her voice barely audible, hoarse and feeble. How could this be? I am the one who should control everything. Chapter 50. The wandering mortal upon the earth, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The evening breeze caressed like the tender hands of a lover, alleviating the weariness of the day. In the distance lay a village, where laborers clad in animal skins returned home, laughter echoing in the air. They extolled the greatness of the deities, particularly the goddess Demeter, the embodiment of abundance, whom they revered with utmost devotion. As they journeyed, their praises flowed effortlessly, their faith in Demeter etched into their very bones, coursing through their veins. This perhaps stemmed from the remoteness of thunder, the sea, and the ravages of age, yet the harvest remained inextricably linked to their happiness. Each bountiful yield dictated their tomorrows and futures. Chiron often found solace in observing them from a distance. He believed that although human life might span a mere century, it was infinitely more vibrant than the eternal existence of the gods. It was precisely this brevity that compelled them to burn brightly and blossom. Yet, at this moment, he was devoid of such sentiments. The bare feet that trampled upon him twisted with abandon, distorting his features, his lips slightly parted from the contortion, revealing broken teeth and bloodied froth. the jagged edges resembling those forcibly snapped by immense power. Silently enduring the humiliation, the half-man, half-horse figure of Chiron lay upon the ground, akin to one who had succumbed to death. The grass beneath his head was crushed, oozing sap that mingled with the dark earth, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Yet he dared not resist. He understood his place as the weakest among the gods, aware that to thrive, he must learn the art of patience. Reflecting on his plight, a bitter smile crept upon his face. How unfortunate I am, he mused. Indeed, Chiron's luck was lamentable. Perhaps even Poseidon, who unleashed cataclysmic floods, could not have fathomed that a deity could be so feeble as to be swept away by the tides, forced from the depths of the sea to the surface of the earth. The journey to the ocean was interminably long, and it was not his home. He had no home. He wandered among mortals. Before he could savor a few days of comfort, the new gods, eager to prove themselves, discovered him and chose him as a target for their display of power. Chiron recognized the one who tormented him as Iapetos, the goddess of deception, a recent offspring of the night goddess Nyx. She was weak, possessing only a flicker of divine strength. Yet, she wielded authority. Chiron involuntarily compared her to the renowned goddesses. He quickly concluded that she was of an entirely different caliber, lacking both grace and might. Perhaps she found it tedious to humiliate one too feeble to retaliate. Chiron rose from the ground. Nearby, a small waterfall cascaded, its waters dancing upon the river's surface, creating countless bubbles and eddies. Silently, he approached the riverbank, washing the dirt from his face with the clear water, then drank deeply to cleanse his mouth of the sticky blood. He recoiled as he expelled the murky, crimson river water, only to be struck by a revelation. An unfamiliar pattern had appeared on his arm, its simple lines outlining the shape of a box. As he reached out to touch it, an overwhelming surge of power erupted within him. This strength was so profound that he sensed he was no longer an ordinary deity. Even in the absence of authority, he gazed toward the setting sun in the west, where Helios, the sun god, commanded his chariot with regal magnificence. Yet at that moment, Chiron felt, deep within, that without the sun chariot, Helios was but ordinary. Lost in thought, he yearned for the power that had long eluded him, yet felt utterly unprepared. A voice, ambiguous in its gender, echoed within his heart, "Slay those new gods." At that instant, within the turbulent river of oaths flowing through chaos, fragmented bones floated. A tiny golden apple nestled within the mouth of one such bone. It had journeyed from upstream, frail enough to escape the notice of the primordial gods who resided in the void. Unless fate intervened, it would be carried downstream into the underworld, destined to lie forever in the mire at the river's bottom. Yet, a thread of darkness, a symbol of divine power, surged forth, quickening the waters. Naturally, the bones were thrust into chaos, drifting toward the realm of the living, fortuitously encountering an unhealed rift in the boundary, a tear forcibly created by gods traversing between worlds. The bones emerged into this world, crashing upon the earth. As they tumbled, the golden apple collided with the teeth, causing a crack in its skin. Golden juice trickling into the mouth, the fragmented body gradually restoring itself, flesh and blood sprouting upon white bones. Chiron sprinted across the land, never pausing. He traversed the village, forded rivers. Mortals glimpsed his silhouette, yet could never match his pace. Eventually, he halted upon a desolate expanse. Without employing the power swelling within him, he began to dig with his hands. After burrowing 2 or 3 meters, he uncovered a corridor leading deep underground. A knife rack adorned the door, upon which rested a dagger emanating a chilling aura. He opened the door and seized the dagger. In the darkness, Chiron, as a deity, perceived a golden coffin within the room. He pushed open the lid to reveal Linkos lying within. He turned Linkos over, extracting a singular, unique hair from his head, identical to the fur on his equine lower half, though finer and less discernible. Stowing the hair away, he reached toward the gaping wound on Linkos' back, where a multitude of dark energies coiled. Channeling the unknown power bestowed upon him by a deity, he dispelled the dark essence and flipped Linkos once more. Closing the coffin lid, Chiron inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he swiftly drew the dagger across his side, completing a circle. With a surge of blood, a severed hand adorned with the box pattern fell upon the coffin lid. The overwhelming power dissipated, leaving an aching void in its wake. Placing the dagger, still shrouded in dark energy, atop the coffin, Chiron exited the room, using his remaining hand to close the door behind him. In the dark corridor, he walked, softly humming a tune, oblivious to any audience. Dreams are merely the ephemeral illusions chased in youth. We all fancy ourselves capable of forsaking everything, resolute as heroes, gallantly meeting our demise. He emerged from the corridor, vanishing toward the sea. Behind him, another door swung open. A figure, half bone and half flesh, emerged, still holding the golden apple in its mouth. It entered the room Chiron had occupied, retrieving the severed hand and the dagger cloaked in dark energy. Pushing open the golden coffin's lid, he gazed in awe at Lynkos, peacefully lying within. "You are truly fortunate. Yet this fortune is one you cannot bear," he uttered. Moments later, he appeared to discover something. The dagger pierced through the chest, extracting Lynkos's heart, which blazed with fire, illuminating his face. He was astonishingly identical to Lynkos. Following the wound in the heart, the dagger continued its descent, splitting open the abdomen, extracting a burning branch of fennel. Then, mirroring the previous act, he used the dagger to slice into his own body, placing the heart and the branch within, before severing his unarmed hand. Pressing the severed hand with the box pattern against the shoulder's wound, finally crunching and swallowing the golden apple he had held in his mouth. Upon the white bones, flesh burgeoned rapidly, granting him true life. He closed the coffin, exited the room, and sealed the door behind him. He walked out of the corridor, burying the entrance, vanishing from the surface of the earth. Chapter 51. Unrivaled in the world. In the dark corridor, silence reigned supreme. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a door opening shattered the stillness. Another door within the corridor swung open, and Hephaestus and Epimetheus emerged from the chamber, standing amidst the puddles that adorned the passageway. In the depths of darkness, they exchanged subtle glances, their expressions laden with unspoken thoughts. "Hard to fathom," Epimetheus remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. After a brief silence, Hephaestus mimicked the tone of their earlier conversation and softly hummed, "Dreams are but fleeting illusions pursued in youth. We all delude ourselves into thinking we can cast everything aside, resolute as heroes rushing to their demise. Such is the nature of dreams. If not pursued, they leave an indelible longing." He did not conceal his admiration. "Your singing is truly enchanting." Epimetheus echoed his sentiment with a hint of nostalgia. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful. The clash of ideas is always so riveting." He turned to Hephaestus, suddenly inquiring, "Have you contemplated Chiron's choice?" Hephaestus chuckled softly. "I have not. I believe he may falter, yet ultimately tread the path we have laid for him. Yet his resolve is striking." He then gazed toward the sea, soon spotting the figure racing along its edge. He continued to Epimetheus, "Now that he has sacrificed a hand, let this matter rest with him. We must refrain from entangling him further." Epimetheus nodded and shifted the conversation. "What do you think Chiron ultimately believed?" "That mortal, emerging from chaos, though peculiar, was no match for the power I bestowed upon him. He should have been acutely aware of this. Yet, in the end, he not only refrained from revealing the truth, but resolutely severed his own arm, exposing his vulnerabilities." Hephaestus replied, "I cannot say. Perhaps he was simply weary. However, I do know a bit about that mortal. He hails from a world long destroyed, once known as Lynkelis. He fervently sought eternity and power. By a twist of fate, he acquired a golden apple. On the brink of death, he clutched the apple as he ventured into the underworld, leaping into the Styx, hoping to transcend the infinite ages in search of divinity. Who would have thought he would reappear in our realm?" Epimetheus mused, "It seems fortune favors him. He is a more suitable choice than Chiron. Once he slays a pate and savors the intoxicating rush of power, he will find himself ensnared by it. After that, we need not concern ourselves with him. However, we must be cautious in our dealings with Hermamene. We must exert control over the god of sleep, Hypnos." Hephaestus nodded. "Indeed, we must impose upon Hypnos. We cannot allow him to perish. The dominion of dreams must not fall into Hermamene's hands. Let us proceed to the underworld." Their figures faded, and the dark corridor fell utterly silent. In the midst of chaos, the god of spring and rebirth, Iapetos, was in a dismal mood. He had traversed countless shattered worlds only to encounter another supreme being. Finding a companion was not a cause for celebration. He was willing to assist lesser deities or beings, but only under the condition that they did not surpass him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to execute them himself. He was deeply dissatisfied that he had spent innumerable years achieving his stature, yet a god from a newly birthed world had done so effortlessly. Even as one of the earliest beings in this nascent world, Iapetos felt unrecognized. Confidently, he resolved to demonstrate to Erebos what true supremacy entailed. and what it meant to accumulate power over countless ages. The battle commenced abruptly. There were no flamboyant techniques or convoluted processes, only a pure clash of strength. Grasping a scroll, Iapetos summoned forth a torrent of divine energy, infused with the essence of spring and rebirth, surging into the darkness. The confrontation of power was immediate, swiftly determining victor and vanquished. Iapetos was bested. The boundless darkness, indifferent and unmoved, absorbed the divine force that bore the essence of spring and rebirth without so much as a ripple. Within the depths of the dark, Iapetos extended a hand, retrieving the scroll from Iapetos from a great distance. He remained shrouded in shadow, his voice devoid of emotion resonating through the chaos. Find a place to wait. It is not yet your time to enter the realm of the living. I permit you to glimpse the world within, but you would do well to refrain from any undue actions. Otherwise, I shall kill you. The self-proclaimed Lord of Spring, Iapetos, felt his face flush with anger coursing through his veins. Yet, after weighing the disparity between them, he turned and retreated towards the remnants of the shattered world. Yet, before he could venture far, the cold, emotionless voice echoed once more through the profound darkness. Stay put. Should you dare to flee, I will kill you. Thus, the darkness began to stir, creeping forward and enveloping Iapetos. Gradually, it approached him, the slow pace amplifying the dread that accompanied it. Could he truly achieve this? Iapetos promptly sat cross-legged in the chaos. Do not strike. I will obey. The darkness receded. Iapetos breathed heavily, his heart racing uncontrollably. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, finally regaining his composure. A thread of divine energy clung to his will, cautiously maneuvering around the darkness that loomed before him, allowing him to perceive the world within. He was compelled to grasp knowledge of this realm in such a manner. Before long, he resolved to focus most of his attention on the world within, seeking to divert his gaze from the encroaching darkness. The confrontation unfolded with startling abruptness, concluding even more swiftly. Yet it left a profound impact on one, the goddess of fate, Hermamene. She had initially intended to descend to the mortal realm to capture Prometheus and Aglaia, hoping to delve deeper into the machinations of the deity who had altered fate. However, that was no longer necessary. Someone had directly provided her with the answer. Just as she prepared to traverse the earth, Iapetos forcibly drew her vision to the battlefield. The battle concluded, and Hermamene stood frozen in place. She sensed her husband, Iapetos, casting a fleeting glance her way from the depths of darkness. The meaning and emotions contained within that gesture were manifold, yet Hermamene could only decipher one, the most superficial: I do not permit. A chill ran down her spine, rendering her motionless for an extended period. Chapter 52. I have returned. The world is vast, yet it appears rather confined to the deities. Why not venture into the chaos and explore broader realms? To seek a domain truly one's own, in the heart of the mountains. The deposed former god-king Cronus dwells in solitude, pondering this very question. He senses that this inquiry may hold profound significance for him, so much so that failing to comprehend it could lead to a fate more dreadful than annihilation itself. He ventures deeper into the mountainous core. Connected to this inner sanctum is a rectangular passage, its walls smooth and even, adorned with exquisite paintings and treasures. The ceiling is embellished with celestial depictions of stars and the beautiful visages of goddesses. Cronus recalls their former splendor. Once radiant, he no longer pays them heed, leading to their deterioration and the dust settling upon the treasures. At the passage's end lies a deep pool, beyond which there is no path. Kneeling by the water's edge, the tranquil surface reflects scenes of the mortal realm. Since his defeat in the battle of the gods, he has concealed himself in this mountain, observing the world's transformations through the pool's waters. Within the depths of the pool, a human village materializes. Cronus gazes intently, realizing that gods and humans share striking similarities. The deities are confined to their limited realm, while humans inhabit their small villages. They may glean fragments of the outside world through tales told by others, weaving fantasies and conjectures, ultimately forming a rudimentary understanding of existence. Yet, in truth, many never venture beyond their village for their entire lives. The world is immense, yet it remains narrow for them. However, humans unite for survival. For the world beyond teems with predators and the specter of famine, necessitating solidarity to hope for a better tomorrow. But what of the gods? Cronus questions himself. He harbors no anxiety for the desires that humans chase, for he is a deity, eternal, and a part of the very fabric of existence. Thus, he can obtain whatever he wishes, merely a matter of time. Yet, like other deities, he chooses to remain ensconced within this limited world, never contemplating the boundless possibilities of the chaos beyond. Is it fear of the vast unknown that holds him back? Or is it the loneliness that drives him to seek affirmation? Cronus's gaze grows distant, and in that moment, he neglects the reflections of the mortal world, instead perceiving his own image in the water. The reflection reveals a middle-aged man, unkempt and weary, devoid of any overt emotion, yet emanating a sense of desolation and disappointment. As the saying goes, one's countenance reflects the heart. Cronus chuckles softly. So, I too can be swayed by time, my edges softened, my once audacious spirit rendered unrecognizable. I am no longer youthful. He rises, noticing that he appears inexplicably older, his hands rough and calloused, skin darkened. At this moment, he is utterly devoid of the former god-king's essence, resembling an ordinary mortal toiling in the fields. His fingers trace the mountain wall, and suddenly, he recalls two individuals, his wife, the goddess of time, Rhea, and his mentor and dear friend, the mountain god, Iapetos. He and Rhea symbolize the duality of time. Together they represent its completeness. Yet, they ultimately parted ways, for he was enamored with the supreme power of godhood, imprisoning the children foretold to overthrow him. Ironically, this very act became a catalyst for the prophecy, leading to their estrangement and, with Rhea as support, his eventual overthrow by their youngest son, Zeus. Since then, Cronus has been isolated within the mountainous depths, severed from Rhea and the feelings they once shared. After all, some connections, once lost, are lost forever. As for Iapetos, the thought of him brings a glimmer of joy to Cronus' expression, albeit a somewhat foolish one. He possesses the resilience to inhabit a mountain after defeat rather than languishing in an abyss of despair. This alone speaks volumes. The world is vast, yet it appears rather confined to the deities. Why not venture into the chaos and explore broader realms? To seek a domain truly one's own. Cronus remains uncertain about this question, yet it seems he is beginning to grasp it. He gazes once more into the pool, observing the village reflected in its waters. His mindset transformed. He has ceased to care. As the splendor wanes, taking with it the beautiful vistas, it also sheds the alluring dust that clouded the view of those who remain stationary, allowing them to be seen and cared for once more. This marks a new journey. Circumstances never remain perpetually dire, they ebb and flow. To acknowledge the peaks of affirmation, one must also accept the valleys, thus avoiding stagnation and despair. His rough hand reaches for the mountain wall, and at the moment of contact, the amorphous essence of time manifests in the present, flowing like a river along the stone. As his hand delves into this river, he emerges clutching an axe. Current realm battle axe, eternal blessing, a blessing from the future to the present. Grasp it, and greatness shall follow. Time stasis, indestructible, it merely becomes lost in the ripples of time. Déjà vu, encounters are all heart-driven. When Cronus remembers, the current realm battle axe will materialize in his hand, wherever he may be. From ancient to modern, in the present, slay the past. Obliterating the traces of one's existence, a true weapon for god-slaying. With a firm grip on the battle axe, Cronus steps out of the mountain for the first time since his defeat, witnessing the world beyond with newfound clarity. A distant wisp of divine power, imbued with the essence of spring and rebirth, dances in the night sky. He extends his hand and captures this divine energy, effortlessly erasing the will intertwined within. Intrigued by the unfamiliar authority it possesses, have new deities and powers emerged that I have yet to encounter? Meanwhile, deep within the halls of Olympus, Rhea, the goddess of time and mother of the current god King Zeus, is engulfed in disbelief. Without warning, she finds herself cast down from her once mighty power, her glory extinguished. Chapter 53. Hypnos in the heart of the underworld, unseen and unheard, Hephaestus and Epimetheus ventured. Hades was lost in slumber, leaving the vast realm without its master's restraint. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, was of little concern to them, though she shared Hades' throne and could be considered a worthy adversary. Her foundation was too frail to bear the weight of her position, unlike Hera, queen of the gods. They journeyed deeper into the underworld, eventually discovering the realm of dreams. The abode of Hypnos, the god of sleep, and his progeny nestled in an inconspicuous corner. Two colossal gates marked the entrance to this dreamscape, one adorned with bull horns, the other with ivory. According to whispers from Hypnos' children, There existed two dream realms, one ethereal and unanchored, the other tangible, rooted in the underworld. The gate adorned with bull horns led to the ethereal realm, while the ivory gate opened to the tangible one. The gods, disinclined to discern the difference between the real and the illusory, traversed both gates, only to find that Hypnos had merely created a diversion, for both portals led to the same destination. These gates, however, were the sole passage to the realm of dreams. Yet, for those of sufficient power, such portals were inconsequential. Hephaestus and Epimetheus, disregarding the gates, effortlessly passed through them. The dream realm, meticulously crafted by Hypnos, was but a commonplace domain with peculiar rules, far less challenging to navigate than the primordial chaos. Phasing through the veil, they entered the realm of dreams with ease. In stark contrast to the underworld's oppressive atmosphere, the dream realm was a paradise. Daisies bloomed, their petals adorned with dewdrops. Nearby, a village emanated smoke, yet remained devoid of inhabitants. In the distance, disparate scenes from various times and places were haphazardly arranged, a snow-dusted floral landscape juxtaposed with a scene of willows swaying in the spring breeze under a radiant moon. Everything appeared surreal. Hephaestus and Epimetheus located Hypnos on a large stone. Adorned with ebony wings, the god was bare-chested, his head concealed by a dark helm. Judging by the smooth skin of his exposed torso, he appeared youthful. One of Nyx's earliest offspring, he held dominion over all dreams. He sat upon the stone, elbow resting on his knee, fist propping up his helm, fast asleep. Hypnos was known for his gentle nature. His wife, though obscure, bore him 3,000 children. To ensure equity and express his love for them, he fragmented his dream dominion, ensuring each child received a portion of his power. This came at the cost of perpetual confinement to the dream realm, lest his powers wane. Yet, it seemed his powers were already diminished. As Hephaestus and Epimetheus stood before him, unnoticed, they exchanged a nod, signaling the commencement of their plan. Epimetheus conjured a miniature world, drawing the slumbering Hypnos into its confines. Epimetheus' will, vast and irresistible, descended upon Hypnos, exerting its dominance. Hypnos, upon sensing his predicament, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he was still within his dream realm. He swiftly relinquished his corporeal form, entwining his will with the dream realm, and fled into its depths, retaining control over his physical body. Epimetheus, observing the location of Hypnos' concealed will, remarked, intriguing. In desperation, Hypnos cast aside all secrecy. Above the dream realm, a duplicate, yet ethereal, dreamscape materialized, once superimposed upon the original. Now separated by Hypnos. With a gesture, he opened a portal connecting the real and illusory realms, and darted through. Flames erupted momentarily. Confined to the periphery of the illusory dreamscape, having entered the ethereal dream realm, Hypnos relinquished control of his physical form, and their objective was achieved. Epimetheus retrieved Hypnos' body from the miniature world he had created. With Epimetheus' control, the body moved with lifelike precision, despite the absence of Hypnos' will. Epimetheus manipulated the body to speak. The voice clear, vibrant, and emotive. "Mother." Hephaestus nodded in satisfaction. "Let us proceed. There are matters of import to attend to." At his words, Epimetheus directed Hypnos' body forward. "What is the likelihood of our success?" he inquired. Hephaestus, walking alongside him, their pace quickening, their altitude increasing. As they ascended into the dream realm sky, replied, "None, for I have never contended with her, and thus cannot gauge the disparity." "And your chances?" Epimetheus considered his words. "Approximately 20%. With your aid, perhaps 50%. This hinges on Hecamede's recovery. The actual circumstances remain uncertain." Hephaestus chuckled. "Take heart. Victory and defeat are the norm. If we persevere, we may yet prevail. Even a stalemate is acceptable, for now. Consider this battle a game, and you will find your apprehension subsides." Stepping out of the ethereal, they faced chaos, a tranquil darkness stretching before them, the arena where the battle would unfold. Epimetheus sighed, guiding Hypnos' body into the encroaching darkness. "I lack your optimism. Had Hecamede not been so absolute, leaving no recourse, I would have abstained. It is easy to overwhelm the weak, but difficult to overcome the strong. Since we cannot retreat, we must confront her. At least we have not been divided and conquered, and still have a chance of victory. If you fall, all hope is lost." Hephaestus eyed him quizzically. "Oh, have you foreseen this, to be so certain? Consider my divine epithet." Epimetheus retorted, "I am the god of afterthought. It is widely acknowledged." Hephaestus smiled wryly. "I see. Thus, The god of fire presiding over history is equally plausible, is it not? It seems the world is populated by those who parrot what they hear. Chapter 54. Unveiling the veil of chaos, Epimetheus disregarded Hephaestus's taunts as he commandeered the body of Hypnos, delving deeper into the night. Through Hypnos's perspective, he. Chapter 55. Above the heavens, amidst the chaos. The fierce battle between Hephaestus, Epimetheus, and Hermamene resounded like the clarion call of apocalyptic doom. Two beams of aurora simultaneously pierced the heavens and the earth. Chapter 56. Distress. Chapter 57. Pensive by the intervention of the Supreme Being, the pandemonium subsided. Hephaestus and Epimetheus congregated within a secluded natural cavern, jointly deliberating their subsequent course of action. Apologies, I will be taking a leave of absence for one day. Beneath the tempestuous skies of Lemnos, in the aftermath of June, a torrential downpour descended upon the sea. Ominous, all-encompassing storm clouds obscured the heavens, as a fierce gale propelled the deluge across the landscape. Chapter 59. Cannibalism. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, nestled amidst the mountains, lies a picturesque village by the water's edge. The lingering glow of the setting sun dances upon the gentle flow of the stream, revealing a humble yet enchanting scene. Chapter 60. The necrophage is destined for death. Above the village, Hephaestus stood amidst the swirling mists. Regardless of how fiercely the winds roared in the sky, a haze of indistinct fog and clouds would obscure. Chapter 61. Hera's demise. The celestial sphere. While mortals continued to dispute his emergence, Hephaestus had already arrived at his destination. Chapter 62. The prophetic deities. As Hephaestus beheld the exquisite and voluptuous figure of the moon goddess Selene against the night sky, the mists within his heart remained undispersed. The scattered flames within 1,000 miles flickered. Chapter 63. The killjoy. Is this the reason you disturbed me in the middle of the night? Clearly, I am not. I had a conversation with my riding companions. We set off at 8 in the morning and have only just arrived. There will be no updates today. Do not anticipate any in the coming month. Updates will be frequent when time permits and sparse when it does not. I sincerely apologize to everyone for the prolonged absence of this book. Allow me a couple of days to gather my thoughts. And I assure you that the continuation of this story will be available before the 14th. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to the friends met along the way and to all the unexpected encounters. I look forward to our next meeting. Has it been posted? This is a situation I have never encountered before. Upon investigation, it seems there were some inappropriate terms used, necessitating a manual review. My apologies for the inconvenience. Chapter 64. The answer. Church. The relationships among the gods are exceedingly chaotic and intricate. Were we to assess their connections based on the prevailing human notions of intimacy and distance, we would discover that they are. Chapter 65. The secret methods of the ancient gods. With a sense of bewilderment, he stood beneath the yellowing sky at the border. There will be no updates today. I had 2 teeth extracted. It is painful, and I am not in the best condition. Chapter 66. Slaying the sun. As he watched the messenger of Epimetheus depart, Hephaestus took a moment to contemplate before descending to the earthly realm. He arrived at the ancient and venerable Answer Church. Chapter 67. Origins and Secret Wars. Hephaestus was slightly taken aback. Hera was his mother. Despite their infrequent encounters over the centuries, he still considered himself to know her well. Chapter 68. The radiance that envelopes the world. As the night deepened unbeknownst to time, Hera had departed, leaving Hephaestus to ponder in solitude within the confines of the securely shut temple. It was the first time he felt. An update will be made later today. I am currently at an esports hotel with friends, who are graciously hosting me. The update is expected to occur after midnight, likely around 4 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 69. Origins, Authority, Deities. On a remote island, a gentle and soothing voice resonated, bestowing a touch of vitality upon the golden, uninhabited shoreline. Your Grace Hephaestus, I am deeply. Chapter 70. The meeting of the god of heaven and the god of fire. Hephaestus was momentarily engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. He could comprehend the ascension of the sea nymphs. The deities wield their power, thereby attaining. Chapter 71. The pathway, concealed. One may not see the figure, yet the voice precedes its presence. Hephaestus was about to enter, and before securing his footing, he was greeted by the cordial salutation of the celestial deity Uranus. Chapter 72. The scholar of faith. He cast a profound glance at the sky before turning to walk into the mountains. No updates today. Spending the evening with friends. Chapter 73. The soul in pursuit of freedom. The young man chuckled. Sir, You are indeed presumptuous to cavalierly judge the path of another. If I am a scholar, then what are you? Chapter 74. The deity, humanity, and the escaping moon goddess when the disparity in power is overwhelmingly vast. Even the closest of relationships may appear somewhat incongruous. This holds true for both deities and their chosen ones. Chapter 75. The reactions of Zeus and Hera on Mount Olympus. The accidental release of the moon goddess Selene by Hephaestus, the god of fire, was witnessed by the vengeful goddess Styx and the goddess of violence, Bea. Chapter 76. 1,000 years of defeat. The attitudes of King Zeus and Queen Hera reflect the sentiments of the Pantheon. When mentioning the later ascension of the Great Ones, all seem to selectively forget the past. Chapter 77. The golden apple and the parchment. Hephaestus, having overheard everything, felt a twinge of nostalgia. Kronos has grown ever more powerful. How much time has passed? A mere century. Chapter 78. The source is the path to perfection. The text inscribed on the parchment concludes here. However, in reality, Kronos had not fully unfurled it. A portion of it remained rolled up. Chapter 79. The primordial three deities. It is precisely by standing at such a lofty height that one can comprehend the extent of one's former arrogance. Only then can one truly understand the aspiration to achieve greatness through a wandering existence. Chapter 80. The game of protracted years. Had it been the former sovereign of the earth, the mighty Kronos, he would have swiftly retaliated against the deities covertly challenging his authority. Yet he... Chapter 81. The lantern bearer and the night beyond the chaos. Hephaestus strolled leisurely away from the dim and decaying world. In his hand, he held a radiant lantern, yet he refrained from activating this object that had already. Chapter 82. The open and covert struggles among the gods. Thus, when Hephaestus's essence faded completely from the mortal realm, tumult and chaos swiftly followed. The night descended upon the day, engulfing all. A pause and updates for a day. Chapter 83. The uncertain great power. The distant call. I am no longer the goddess who weaves fate. On the island of Lemnos, Clotho spoke thus to the darkness outside the temple. Today's darkness. Chapter 84. The ancient deity that abandons its offspring beyond the vast and measured realms of existence. In the distant depths of chaos, an endless, profound night entwines with an interminable, illusory expanse. The struggle continues. The rain falls heavily, drenching, unreturned, unchanged. Chapter 85. Taking divergent paths. Wandering, a faint force emanated from the magical box in hand, prompting the deity of flames to release his grip. It soared into the hands of Epimetheus. Epimetheus, bidding farewell, there shall be no further updates today. At this moment, I am filled with a myriad of emotions. Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey to distant lands once more. This time, it shall be my final long-distance ride. Experiencing the wilderness anew is an endeavor I have yet to undertake. It promises to be a distinctly unique experience. Chapter 86. The sun's ambition and the god of fire's endeavor. The utmost flames reflect the utmost brilliance, while the sheer radiance obscures the true sun of this world. As the night, which unveils the day, recedes like a tide, the master of fire. Chapter 87. The family meeting of the god of darkness. With a flicker of the luminous lantern, a rift leading into the depths of chaos was unveiled. Chapter 88. The true departing flame. Charon was indeed correct. There were others, yet his assertion was not entirely accurate, for it was not merely one individual. The three goddesses of fate emerged from. Chapter 89. The sun amidst chaos. Hephaestus traverses the chaos with a gait both clandestine and efficient. In the blink of an eye, he traverses countless fallen worlds. No updates today. I shall take a brief respite to recalibrate, with daily updates resuming over the next 2 days. Chapter 90. Faith that cannot be refused in this world. On the edge of an island, there exists a deity with the lower half of a horse and the upper half of a human. Such a figure. Chapter 91. He is a deity. At this moment, Charon had been observing this mortal. His youthful human guise was marked by a disheveled and destitute appearance as he sat on the ground beneath the shop's eaves. No updates today, no updates today. New equipment has arrived, and it is time to venture out and test it. Chapter 92. A single arrow is everything indeed. Chiron is a deity. As a divine being, whenever Chiron poses a question within his heart, he possesses the answer. In truth, he has long been aware. Chapter 93. Who will return? The practice of prayer by Chiron is indeed correct, yet largely futile. The deity to whom he prays is currently preoccupied and unable to attend to his supplications. Fortunately. Chapter 94. the indefensible fundamental elements and their antitheses. And what of Hephaestus, that demigod of the centaurs and the deity of fire, who prays? Today, he rests, plagued by a headache, likely due to a restless night. Chapter 95. I shall depart, along with the island of Lemnos and Clotho. Meanwhile, the returning god of fire, Hephaestus, strolls amidst the horizon. Guests have arrived on the island of Lemnos, and he is aware of it. Chapter 96. Into the chaos. Never to be seen again as the words fell, Hephaestus vanished within the flames that seemed to materialize from thin air, leaving behind only the battered Charon in his wake. Meanwhile, on the island of Lemnos. Chapter 97. Dancing with the divine. Meanwhile, bolstered by the renown acquired through thievery, the sun god Apollo fulfilled his desires. The immense and steadfast faith propelled him across. Chapter 98. The wooden door in chaos, natural vortex. The three goddesses on the small bed in the midst of chaos. Everything here is primordial and obscure. The earth, the night, the mist, the abyss, the sky, and the darkness. No updates today. A day of rest, no updates. Chapter 99. The prolonged night and the sun that shall not rise. It took Apollo a moment to fully grasp the breaking of the strings. A profound sense of emptiness began to spread within the depths of his heart and soul, as if he had lost something irrevocably in an instant. Chapter 100. The 53-year-long night. Since the first moon ascended in succession, the interminable long night has persisted for precisely 53 years. In the span of 53 years, time has proven sufficient to obliterate tomorrow further. Chapter 101. The message of the god answer. Indeed, these are the choices made by the priest answer himself. He has lived in a state of blind existence for far too long, fully aware, yet perpetually falling short of his ideal aspirations. Today brings no new developments. Tomorrow shall be a day of rest, with a range of 5,000 to 10,000 words. Chapter 102. The true judgment of Hephaestus. Leaving a mark, Hephaestus chuckled softly. He certainly would not limit himself to such actions. No, it was not merely to mortals that he would confine his endeavors. Chapter 103. The first and second matters. Hephaestus had been trailing Odysseus, and there were reasons for this. On one hand, he found himself with ample leisure. On the other, he was unexpectedly confronted by an irresistible force. I must contemplate my future plans. Let us postpone further discussion until tomorrow. Chapter 104. One day, I shall restore your glory, when you are in need. The third matter, the lost of the Ancile Church. Hephaestus followed closely behind Odysseus, perfectly concealing himself within the shadows. You understand. Tomorrow at the third watch. I am weary today, lacking both spirit and focus. Chapter 105. Beyond in the hazy glow of the flames. Hephaestus gazed after the departing Odysseus. He sensed. Chapter 106. The serene fate woven by the goddess of destiny in the Ancile temple. The flames have subsided, and Hephaestus awakens from his fervor, as tranquility envelopes everything. Above him stretches the inky blackness of night. Chapter 107. In the void of history, Clotho felt her heartbeat gradually fading. She was wholly focused, anticipating the forthcoming words. A premonition stirred within her, indicating that this moment held great significance. Chapter 108. Serene depiction. You ought not employ the term wish, my dearest, Clotho corrected Hephaestus. I am not mortal. Hephaestus, afloat, gazing upon the sea, no updates today, will compensate tomorrow. As the title suggests. Chapter 109. The goddess of fortune, Tyche, and the gates of flame. Tyche, the goddess of fortune, is one of the 3,000 daughters of the ocean. She is the offspring of Oceanus, the god of the ocean, and Tethys, the goddess of the sea. She wields the power of fortune. Chapter 110. Divine revelation, boundaries, and wealth. Within the fiery portal, Hephaestus summoned Chiron. This realm was neither of the mortal world nor of chaos. It was a temporary creation brimming with flames. Chapter 111. The god of wealth falling from the heavens. The figure of Chiron gradually receded into the distance. Kata lifted her gaze toward the sky and, illuminated by the moonlight, beheld the oppressive curtain of clouds on the distant horizon, hovering ominously close to the earth. Chapter 112. The indispensable flame on the path from mortal to divine. In the midst of chaos, within an unassuming wooden door, Hephaestus, unusually absent from the island of Lemnos, found himself accompanied by the goddess of fate, Clotho, as they lingered in his. Chapter 113. The night of decisive victory and the return of Hades. In a moment of bewilderment, the goddess of fate found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze fell upon the distant, swirling chaos of darkness, realizing that no matter how hard she tried, she could discern nothing. Chapter 114. The sun chariots rest meanwhile. In the mortal realm, the long night has finally come to an end. The deities of the ocean leaped forth from the depths, gazing at the sky as the pure night veil gradually receded. Chapter 115. What if I triumph over Apollo and become the sun god? The deities bore witness to all, whether from the depths of the sea, the realm of the underworld, or Mount Olympus. They believed that with the rising sun, Apollo would reclaim. Chapter 116. Historical discussions beneath the linden tree and the goddess Philyra. Meanwhile, Odysseus had not yet witnessed the arrival of the first rays of dawn on the horizon. He slept peacefully, for an ageless being capable of remaining awake. Chapter 117. The divine monarch. The elder must remain even more composed. The ethereal spirit of Satta floated gracefully, resembling a weightless feather as it ascended, gently rising above the ground. Chapter 118. The ring of fortune. Lemnos Island, temple of Hephaestus. The gentle Clotho severed her connection to the earth, as if having accomplished a task of little consequence. Chapter 119. The tragedy as perceived by the fate weaver. The tempest, incited by sheer force, had subsided at the volcano's base. Clotho descended from the cave's maw, joining Hephaestus upon the magma. No update tonight, will be the thoughts. As the title suggests, there will be no update tonight. Chapter 120. Dominic Lemnos Island, after March. The leaves on the island have turned a desolate yellow, withering away. Unlike the three youthful goddesses, Taro, Oxo, and Calpo. Chapter 121. The fall of the stars. Chiron's expedition, this time, was driven by the intent to take lives. Approximately. Chapter 122. Zeus, Hera, and bloodied hands. Is Zeus waiting for me? Deep within the earth, confronted by a tempest of swirling lightning, Charon found himself utterly powerless. He could not even muster the feeling of despair. Chapter 123. Navigating the fallen world, island of Lemnos. Hephaestus is immersed in the searing heat and intensity of the volcano. He is engaged in forging, occasionally standing upon the throne of history, gazing into the distance. Chapter 124. I cannot either. After Charon ambushed the god of stars, Asterius, it was Urea who rescued him from the tempest of thunder and lightning. Zeus's judgment was not mistaken. Urea. Chapter 125. The stolen 30,000 years word arrived from the queen of the gods, Hera, that the tedious of time, Rhea, had departed from Olympus. Chapter 126. Tephan. The time goddess Rhea has absconded with nearly 30 millennia from the present era, venturing into the primordial chaos, the ramifications of which remain inscrutable and unforeseeable. 8 years hence, the Isle of Lemnos. Chapter 127. The gates of hell. As the words of Sienfoam echoed through the cavern, an enveloping silence descended. The creatures, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a sound, save for Echidna, the being with a human form and serpentine tail, who bravely inquired, "What is it that you wish?" Chapter 128. We are merciful. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, a legendary figure has recently emerged, known as Tiresias. He is a true. Chapter 129. The abyss of dual advantage. In the realm of mortals, Tantalus now reigns as the most formidable king, possessing unparalleled wealth and commanding the mightiest army. His prominence is unmatched, and he enjoys. Chapter 130. The far north of the north. In the extreme northern reaches of the earth, a blanket of ice and snow envelopes the landscape. As one ventures further northward, the climate grows increasingly frigid in the mountains. Chapter 131. The king, who once basked in glory, faces his demise. Is he truly perishing? Unlike the impetuousness of the young Otis, Satar possessed a more composed demeanor, coupled with profound humility. He required but a fleeting moment. Chapter 132. King Argo's Odysseus, lost in contemplation, abruptly shifted the topic and inquired with curiosity. The old king you refer to must be Tantalus, is it not? He resides in the current realm of Scylla. Chapter 133. What is prophecy? Acrisios was a sovereign, a progenitor, and, above all, a mortal being. He had hesitated over whether to harm an unborn infant. Chapter 134. The monarch who praises death along the coast. The waves gently caress the shore, carrying away wave after wave of golden fine sand. Charon leisurely strides along, following the coastline towards home. Chapter 135. I want them dead. In the distant land of Cybelius, Tantalus, the king of Cybelius, was consumed by confidence and ambition. In his eyes, the reflection of a sea of flames and. Chapter 136. The vanished fortune in Cyprius, the sacrificial rites, steeped in fire and blood. have commenced once more. Loyal servants, unable to locate the common folk in a brief span, have turned to apprehending those who lead ordinary lives. Chapter 137. The Cataclysmic. And meanwhile, Chekhov ventured to Cyprus, approaching a scene steeped in blood. Chapter 138. Hades, overseer of misfortune, Tyche felt an all-encompassing agony, with the most excruciating pain emanating from her eyes. She realized, with dreadful certainty, that she had been rendered blind. This was the retribution of a supreme deity. Chapter 139. Leveraging the prestige of the flame deity in the depths of the ocean, the goddess Thetis, who governs the spawning of fish, reigns supreme. Chapter 140. The ominous gaze of Clotho Hephaestus continued to listen attentively. He heard Thetis recounting, "Dear friends, Hephaestus has never been our adversary. He is my." Chapter 141. Before Hephaestus's prophecy, Hephaestus's foster mother, Eurynomé, the goddess who presides over aquatic flora and pastures, seemed to have come here solely for this singular phrase. Upon uttering these words, she. Chapter 142. The second encounter between the god of fire and the celestial deity in chaos. Here stands a wooden door, emanating a faint and unassuming glow, flickering subtly in the dim obscurity. Beyond this wooden door lies. Chapter 143. The perpetuation of creation. Indeed, I am no exception. Throughout my existence, I have been the recipient of boundless glory. Chapter 144. In truth, I too desire to test whose name holds greater sway. Hephaestus maintained an unruffled demeanor. He simply approached the deity who governed the skies, retrieved the wine flask from his grasp, as if among comrades, and proceeded to pour himself a drink. The god of fire against the god of the sky, a consensual contest. Regardless of their inner thoughts, their unified aspiration was victory. Irrespective of the genesis of their strife, be it born of jest, an unyielding competitive spirit would inevitably arise. This yearning for triumph often signifies an underlying motive. Hephaestus suspected that Uranus harbored an ulterior motive, perhaps seeking an opportune moment or a probing endeavor, regardless of the outcome. However, Hephaestus chose not to evade. When faced with an adversary, only the display of one's true mettle can serve as a deterrent. Even if Uranus came prepared, perhaps speculating, doubting, or merely recounting a past tale by chance, Hephaestus was already on guard when he alluded to the once beseeched. Hephaestus never forgot the past. Within him, the brilliance of humanity shone constantly, reminding him not to forget. Perhaps the answer to this question had been found. Perhaps he was that well. Arriving in ancient times due to a prayer uttered by an ancient god to chaos, slipping into the intertwined origins of the present world, and then gestating and being born. Although this explanation was tenuous, it was not impossible. While accepting this answer raised more questions, such as the nature of chaos, why it could accept prayers, and whether it was coincidence or inevitability. Was not life a process of unraveling questions and seeking answers? Life is destined to move forward, and time does not flow backward. Even for deities, Hephaestus would continue to advance, his steps never ceasing. He concealed secrets in his heart, yet his face remained unrevealing. The more turbulent the situation, the more nonchalant he appeared, even donning a faint smile on his lips. This smile was deliberate, intentionally displayed to convey the ease and contentment of the host. Yet it was also genuine, a reflection of the host's true state of mind. Hephaestus possessed power, capable of igniting himself at any moment, setting the world ablaze, and bringing about its premature demise. In the cataclysm, he would gain boundless power, and the ashes left behind would propel him toward annihilation while also becoming a part of him, allowing him to sublimate and transcend beyond the limits of humanity and divinity, beyond the boundaries of mortals and the infinite possibilities possessed by deities. He would become a part of the infinitely vast chaos, assimilated into it. Like the remains of mortals turning into dust and falling to the earth, becoming a part of the earth. But unlike mortals, when Hephaestus met his end, everything would settle. He would head for self-destruction and destroy the world and everything within sight. All his thoughts, his sights and sounds, would be used as firewood. Hephaestus possessed such power, always. He simply chose not to use it, did not want to use it. However, having it and not having it were two different outcomes. As a fellow great being, Uranus was not weak either. Perhaps he had been weak in the past, but as he became great, stepping to where he was today, he would never be weak. Perhaps he had been lucky, but he had not always been so. What he intended to do was what he was doing. He was the deity symbolizing the sky. One of the earliest deities, an ancient god born early since the creation of the world, with the elders before him countable on 2 hands. Even though he mocked himself as a creation before Hephaestus, who would dare to regard him as such? Even the primordial ancients could not treat him so lightly. The azure of the sky began to spread from behind him, like a drop of ink into the source of a great river, dyeing the river. The azure assimilated everything around it, and Hephaestus's only beloved place, even the mysterious Lemnos in the celestial realm, was disappearing. The gentle whispers of the distant sea breeze vanished, along with the crisp calls of seabirds and the deafening roar of the endless seawater pouring back from the vast void of the distant sea. As if an illusion covered the real land, the thing seen became a monotonous sky with infinite gradient colors, ethereal and lofty, seemingly finite, yet infinite. No, such finitude and infinity were no different. Here, everything infected by the azure behind the sky god Uranus, this finite land, was liberated from finitude and became infinite. Now, this place had become a dimension called the sky. The azure continued to spread, infecting everything it touched and becoming a part of the azure. However, Hephaestus's residence, the only temple in the world named after Hephaestus, remained, with the ethereal and lofty azure blocked outside the temple. The azure seemed to be fighting against something invisible, sometimes approaching, sometimes being dispersed, as if dancing with passionate and fervent dance moves. Its dance outlined the contours of the invisible, a great fire, an invisible fire. The faint smile on Hephaestus's lips never faded. There was strength in movement and stillness, and breath in inhalation and exhalation. The two seemed to originate from the same source. Yet they were different. They could be connected, the spirit of mortals, the might of deities. It was the gathering of a person's firm will, the resolution reached by endless thoughts together. They were the full embodiment of a mortal or deity's thoughts, reflecting personality, reflecting ideas, and also reflecting the deepest firm posture in the heart. They poured out from Hephaestus's body, becoming his refined and gentle appearance. With Hephaestus's slow and long breath, the invisible force and chi resisted Uranus's azure outside the temple. Neither the sky god Uranus nor the fire god Hephaestus had moved. This was not a divine war to the death, requiring all efforts to kill to the end. But they were still confronting, starting from small things, to judge each other's foundation. It was like a game of chess in the leisurely placement of pieces. Who was the strong player and who was the mediocre player was clear at a glance from the moment the piece was placed. Lemnos and the distant ocean reappeared in Hephaestus's eyes. He laughed. It turned out to be a draw? Not a bad result. Uranus shook his head. I lost. You held back. The power of fire was violent and full of aggression, not the gentle confrontation it was now. He said as he walked out of the temple. Without any nostalgia, when Gaia makes a move, I will make a move. As for whether you are willing to seize the opportunity, it is all up to you. Believe me, if you miss it, there will never be a better opportunity. The temple became quiet, leaving only Hephaestus alone in his residence. Opportunity? He murmured the word, his eyes falling on the human world, passing through the earth and entering the underground, where the beasts lived together. The 100-headed and 100-armed Typhon, with a human body and a snake tail, with all the fierce features, was sleeping on the snake tail of his wife, the female snake Echidna. In him, in his body, Hephaestus saw the shadow of the earth goddess Gaia. Hephaestus was willing to promise fire, probably also pitying Typhon. Typhon thought he could choose not to do it if he didn't want to, but his will never belonged to him. Hephaestus sighed inexplicably. Of course I will seize it. Chapter 145. Hephaestus and Clotho discussed Typhon. I have faith in you. Clotho made her deliberate return along the desolate path outside the temple. Hephaestus turned his gaze towards her, the sunlight filtering through the treetops and dappling Clotho in its radiant glow. Chapter 146. Hephaestus and Clotho discuss Gaia. Do you recall the fallen world clusters I once showed you? The present world traverses the paths of those fallen realms, reaching back to the ancient, endless epochs of time. Chapter 147. The god of fire, dreaming, and the night deep within the earth, in the caverns below, the 100-headed and 100-armed Typhon remained in a deep slumber, resting upon the serpentine tail of his enchanting wife, Echidna, surrounded by. Chapter 148. Unspoken understanding. The hall lay desolate, reflecting the dominion of Hades. He is the sovereign of death, a realm where companionship is rendered superfluous. Once he closes his eyes, they remain forever shut. Chapter 149. The authority of love resides with me on the island of Lemnos. After hurling the spear of the god of war as an indication of the colossal deities above, Hephaestus leisurely settled upon the threshold of the temple. He Chapter 150. The burial grounds of streams and lakes beyond the crack of the door. Within the temple, Hephaestus watched as Clotho crossed the border, leaping into the chaos. His thoughts swirled in a tumultuous dance as, Chapter 151. Shall Erebos crown you? Have those mortals who willingly plunged into the abyss of despair never harbored doubts? Beneath the endless chasm lies not a passage for the living to enter the realm of the dead, but rather a path for the living to embrace death. Chapter 152. The scythe, the offering, and the ancient god overlooking the abyss. That is utterly impossible. Chapter 153. Epimetheus, transforming the infinite into the finite. The flourishing forest. The lake at the heart of the woodland. The ancient yet rejuvenated village, accompanied by an everlasting, breathtaking sunset. Chapter 154. The rejection from the former divine king on Lemnos Island. Clotho has yet to return. Time has stretched on, and Hephaestus wishes to establish contact with Kronos. He is. Chapter 155. Next, the present world is entrusted to you. Hephaestus fell into contemplation before the pond. Has Kronos already freed himself from the vessel of life? When did this happen? Uranus, unexpectedly. Chapter 156. An ominous projection and 2 gaps on the life elixir. Oh, how did you accomplish that? I painted a picture. A picture? Yes, a picture. Chapter 157. From whence does the greatest malevolence in the mortal realm originate? From deities or from the rabble? When the most illustrious of mortal kings passed away, he hosted a banquet for the gods, and they honored his invitation. It was from that moment onward that the divine sovereign of the heavens began to exert his dominion over the earth, to a degree surpassing mortal comprehension. Chapter 158. My followers. This evening, the city of Cybele is devoid of lights, yet the streets shine with an extraordinary brilliance. The round moon in the sky resembles a vast silver platter, akin to a lantern perfectly suspended in. Chapter 159. The banquet of gods and mortals. Ah, it is well that you are among my faithful. The beautiful goddess of the heavens gazed benevolently. Suddenly, she inquired, Where is Hephaestus? Was I not the one who summoned him? Chapter 160. The enigmatic Dionysus. The mortal realms, Thebes. The origins of Thebes are steeped in captivating lore. Its inaugural monarch, Cadmus, a mortal of notable distinction. His exceptional qualities were threefold. Chapter 161. Hephaestus strolling on Lemnos Island. Hephaestus did not attend the banquet where gods and mortals feasted together. It was quite evident that he would refrain from such an event. Firstly, Tantalus was. Chapter 162. Gaia's dinner. The figure vanished, only to be replaced by another. He possessed striking beauty, with eyes dark and imbued with a sinister allure. He seemed ill-suited to be present in this place. This was. Chapter 163. Flames, earth, sky, night, and the depths of the sea. The ocean shimmered with a cerulean glow, its surface tranquil, as serene as a maiden's vanity mirror. Hephaestus stood upon the shore, his gaze piercing through. Chapter 164. The prejudice of the ocean. Hephaestus effortlessly subdued Nyx, the goddess of night. The starry pillar of the night sky was pressed down into the abyss. Surrounding the abyss, whirlpools surged. Chapter 165. The convergence of the 4 divine beings. Hephaestus stood in the distance, witnessing with his own eyes the gradual decay of an ancient deity, its form disintegrating into grains of sand that danced through the air, drawn into the embrace of another divine entity. Chapter 166. The gift of the primordial sea god. Hephaestus heard the whispers of mortals. These murmurs were not solely from Dominic, but also from the priest Ansar, Sata, and his devoted follower, Odysseus, along with countless others. Chapter 167. The astonishment of Hephaestus. The earth goddess who bears all things. In a moment of enlightenment, Hephaestus found himself at a loss for words. A myriad of emotions swirled within him, yet in the end, they coalesced into a single. Chapter 168. A gamble concerning eternity. Hephaestus curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. Now, this is intriguing. Gaia wagered on human nature, convinced that they would act according to her designs. Chapter 169. You embody perfection. Lemnos Island. He was intercepted by none other than the former king of the gods, Kronos. Chapter 170. He is the sky, elevated above the earth, perfect. Hephaestus gazed with a distant expression. Is there truly such a thing as perfection? What kind of entity can be deemed worthy of such a title? Chapter 171. A glimpse into endless years. He is nearing adulthood. The passage of time for a mortal is exceedingly prolonged. No one among the deities understands this better than Hephaestus. He pondered. Chapter 172. The Resurgence of Primordial Radiance. There was another event that transpired within a dream. Hera transplanted the golden apple tree, placing it at the farthest western reaches of the earth, beside the feet of the towering giant Atlas. Chapter 173. The Wheel of Fate. From the moment Perseus made his promise, the assembled deities became aware of a singular truth. The threads of destiny had commenced their intricate weaving. Most of them were remarkable. Chapter 174. Giants and Pegasus. The two deities patiently awaited the opportune moment. The sun rose in an instant, and as the first ray of light graced Perseus's face, he awakened immediately. Chapter 175. The Golden Apple Orchard. At the far west of the earth, the giant appeared to possess extraordinary wisdom from birth. He gazed intently at Perseus with wide-open eyes, his expression as calm as still water. This left the recently victorious. Chapter 176. The Smile of the Stone Giant. Within the mystical bag lay a bloodied head. Despite lacking the flowing locks typically associated with mortal women, the visage was undeniably enchanting. As for the update, I previously mentioned my intention to embark on a new literary journey, to pen 2 books concurrently. The new work, Monster Manual, has been completed. I implore any readers willing to lend their discerning eyes for a critical evaluation. In my eyes, this book has regrettably fallen short of expectations. I find myself grappling with the distaste of writing it under duress. It requires substantial revision, necessitating a thorough reevaluation of its outline and themes, as well as the incorporation of additional narratives. While I possess the capability to write, readers may as well consider this project abandoned. After the extensive overhaul, it may be a considerable time before it sees the light of day again. I understand that this may lead to disappointment. Yet I must confess that forcing myself to produce content that I find displeasing is not a sustainable path. Although it may seem pragmatic to churn out words for monetary gain, I ultimately wish to preserve the essence of my passion for writing. My aspiration is to articulate the vivid memories of my childhood, particularly the essence of the Trojan War, capturing the initial, naive reverence towards the deities. As I progressed, my thoughts became entangled with external influences, leading to a dilution of my creative expression. My suggestion to my readers is to remove this book from their collections for the time being. After the revisions are completed, perhaps fate will allow us to reunite. Please refrain from inquiring about the duration of the revisions. I am also learning how to write and cannot provide a definitive timeline. It could span a year or even 3. In the absence of external pressures, I intend to write at a leisurely pace, akin to sifting for gold amidst a pile of literary debris, relishing the joy of discovery. Thus, I have deliberated and decided against further complicating this work. Please do not rush me. Feel free to express your thoughts. I am gradually acclimating to acceptance and understanding. Perhaps we shall reconvene in 2 or 3 years.